Preface of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Kwame Genov. youtube.com/c/KWAMEGENOVV. Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. As introductory. I wish that everybody in the world would read this book, and my reasons are not due to any desire on my part that people should join any group of social philosophers or revolutionists. I desire that the book be widely read because the general and careful reading of it would definitely add to true civilization. It is a contribution to the writings which promote civilization for the following reasons. It is a human document. It is a difficult thing to be sincere. More than that, it is a valuable thing. To be so means unusual qualities of the heart and of the head, unusual qualities of character. The books that possess this quality are unusual books. There are not many deliberately autobiographical writings that are markedly sincere. There are not many direct human documents. This is one of these few books. Not only has this book the interest of the human document, but it is also a striking proof of the power of the human soul. Alexander Berkman spent 14 years in prison, under perhaps more than commonly harsh and severe conditions. Prison life tends to destroy the body, weaken the mind, and pervert the character. Berkman consciously struggled with these adverse, destructive conditions. He took care of his body, he took care of his mind. He did so strenuously. It was a moral effort. He felt insane ideas trying to take possession of him. Insanity is a natural result of prison life. It always tends to come. This man felt it, consciously struggled against it, and overcame it. That the prison affected him is true. It always does. But he saved himself, essentially. Society tried to destroy him, but failed. If people will read this book carefully, it will tend to do away with prisons. The public, once vividly conscious of what prison life is and must be, would not be willing to maintain prisons. This is the only book that I know which goes deeply into the corrupting, demoralizing psychology of prison life. It shows, in picture after picture, sketch after sketch, not only the obvious brutality, stupidity, ugliness permeating the institution, but, very touching, it shows the good qualities and instincts of the human heart perverted, demoralized, helplessly struggling for life, beautiful tendencies basely expressing themselves. And the personality of Berkman goes through it all. Idealistic, courageous, uncompromising, sincere, truthful. Not untouched, as I have said, by his surroundings, but remaining his essential self. What lessons there are in this book. Like all truthful documents, it makes us love and hate our fellow men, doubt ourselves, doubt our society, tends to make us take a strenuous, serious attitude towards life, and not be too quick to judge, without going into a situation painfully, carefully. It tends to complicate the present simplicity of our moral attitudes. It tends to make us more mature. The above are the main reasons why I should like to have everybody read this book. But there are other aspects of the book which are interesting and valuable in a more special, more limited way. Aspects in which only comparatively few persons will be interested, and which will arouse the opposition and hostility of many. The Russian nihilistic origin of Berkman, his anarchistic experience in America, his attempt on the life of Frick, an attempt made at a violent industrial crisis, an attempt made as a result of a sincere, if fanatical belief that he was called on by his destiny to strike a psychological blow for the oppressed of the community. This part of the book will arouse extreme disagreement and disapproval of his ideas and his act. But I see no reason why this, with the rest, should not rather be regarded as an integral part of a human document, as part of the record of a life, with its social and psychological suggestions and explanations. Why not try to understand an honest man even if he feels called on to kill? There, too, it may be deeply instructive. There, too, it has its lessons. Read it not in a combative spirit. Read to understand. Do not read to agree, of course, but read to see. Hutchins Hapgood. End of the preface. Section 1 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Call of Homestead. Section 1. Clearly, every detail of that day is engraved on my mind. It is the 6th of July, 1892. We are quietly sitting in the back of our little flat, Fedya and I, when suddenly the girl enters. Her naturally quick, energetic step sounds more than usually resolute. As I turn to her, I am struck by the peculiar gleam in her eyes and the heightened color. "Have you read it?" she cries, waving the half-open newspaper. "What is it?" "Homestead. Strikers shot. Pinkertons have killed women and children." She speaks in a quick, jerky manner. Her words ring like the cry of a wounded animal, the melodious voice tinged with the harshness of bitterness, the bitterness of helpless agony. I take the paper from her hands. In growing excitement, I read the vivid account of the tremendous struggle, the Homestead Strike, or, more correctly, the lockout. The report details the conspiracy on the part of the Carnegie Company to crush the Amalgamated Association of Iron and Steel Workers, the selection, for the purpose, of Henry Clay Frick, whose attitude toward labor is implacably hostile, his secret military preparations while designedly prolonging the peace negotiations with the Amalgamated, the fortification of the Homestead Steel Works, the erection of a high-board fence capped by barbed wire and provided with loopholes for sharpshooters, the hiring of an army of Pinkerton thugs, the attempt to smuggle them in the dead of night into Homestead, and, finally, the terrible carnage. I pass the paper to Fedya. The girl glances at me. We sit in silence, each busy with his own thoughts. Only now and then we exchange a word, a searching, significant look. Section 2. It is hot and stuffy in the train. The air is oppressive with tobacco smoke. The boisterous talk of the men playing cards nearby annoys me. I turn to the window. The gust of perfumed air, laden with the rich aroma of fresh mown hay, is soothingly invigorating. Green woods and yellow fields circle in the distance, whirl nearer, close, then rush by, giving place to other circling fields and woods. The country looks young and alluring in the early morning sunshine, but my thoughts are busy with Homestead. The great battle has been fought. Never before, in all its history, has American labor won such a signal victory. By force of arms, the workers of Homestead have compelled 300 Pinkerton invaders to surrender most humbly, ignominiously. What humiliating defeat for the powers that be! Does not the Pinkerton Janizary represent organized authority, forever crushing the toiler in the interest of the exploiters? Well, may the enemies of the people be terrified at the unexpected awakening. But the people, the workers of America, have joyously acclaimed the rebellious manhood of Homestead. The steel workers were not the aggressors. Resignedly they had toiled and suffered. Out of their flesh and bone grew the great steel industry. On their blood fattened the powerful Carnegie Company. Yet patiently they had waited for the promised greater share of the wealth they were creating. Like a bolt from a clear sky came the blow. Wages were to be reduced. Peremptorily, the steel magnates refused to continue the sliding scale previously agreed upon as a guarantee of peace. The Carnegie firm challenged the Amalgamated Association by the submission of conditions which it knew the workers could not accept. Foreseeing refusal, it flaunted warlike preparations to crush the Union under the iron heel. Perfidious, Carnegie shrank from the task, having recently proclaimed the gospel of goodwill and harmony. I would lay it down as a maxim, he had declared, that there is no excuse for a strike or a lockout until arbitration of differences has been offered by one party and refused by the other. The right of the working men to combine and form trades unions is no less sacred than the right of the manufacturer to enter into association and conference with his fellows. And it must sooner or later be conceded. Manufacturers should meet their men more than halfway. With smooth words, the great philanthropist had persuaded the workers to endorse the high tariff. Every product of his mills protected, Andrew Carnegie secured a reduction in the duty on steel billets, in return for his generous contribution to the Republican campaign fund. In complete control of the billet market, the Carnegie firm engineered a depression of prices as a seeming consequence of a lower duty. But the market price of billets was the sole standard of wages in the Homestead mills. The wages of the workers must be reduced. The offer of the Amalgamated Association to arbitrate the new scale met with contemptuous refusal. There was nothing to arbitrate. The men must submit unconditionally. The Union was to be exterminated. And Carnegie selected Henry C. Frick, the bloody Frick of the Coke regions, to carry the program into execution. Must the oppressed forever submit? The manhood of Homestead rebelled. The millmen scorned the despotic ultimatum. Then Frick's hand fell. The war was on. Indignation swept the country. Throughout the land, the tyrannical attitude of the Carnegie Company was bitterly denounced. The ruthless brutality of Frick universally execrated. I could no longer remain indifferent. The moment was urgent. The toilers of Homestead had defied the oppressor. They were awakening. But as yet the steel workers were only blindly rebellious. The vision of anarchism alone could imbue discontent with conscious revolutionary purpose. It alone could lend wings to the aspiration of labor. The dissemination of our ideas among the proletariat of Homestead would illuminate the great struggle, help to clarify the issues, and point the way to complete ultimate emancipation. My days were feverish with anxiety. The stirring call, Labor Awaken, would fire the hearts of the disinherited and inspire them to noble deeds. It would carry to the oppressed the message of the new day, and prepare them for the approaching social revolution. Homestead might prove the first blush of the glorious dawn. How I chafed at the obstacles my project encountered. Unexpected difficulties impeded every step. The efforts to get the leaflet translated into popular English proved unavailing. It would endanger me to distribute such a fiery appeal, my friend remonstrated. Impatiently, I waved aside his objections, as if personal considerations could for an instant be weighed in the scale of the great cause. But in vain I argued and pleaded, and all the while precious moments were being wasted, and new obstacles barred the way. I rushed frantically from printer to compositor, begging, imploring. None dared print the appeal, and time was fleeting. Suddenly flashed the news of the Pinkerton carnage. The world stood aghast. The time for speech was past. Throughout the land, the toilers echoed the defiance of the men of Homestead. The steel workers had rallied bravely to the defense. The murderous Pinkertons were driven from the city, but loudly called the blood of Mammon's victims on the hanks of the Monongahela. Loudly it calls. It is the people calling. Ah, the people. The grand, mysterious, yet so near and real people. In my mind, I see myself back in the little Russian college town, amid the circle of Petersburg students, home for their vacation, surrounded by the halo of that vague and wonderful something we called nihilist. The rushing train, Homestead, the 5 years passed in America, all turn into a mist, hazy with the distance of unreality, of centuries. And again, I sit among superior beings, reverently listening to the impassioned discussion of dimly understood high themes, with the oft-recurring refrain of Bazarov, Hegel, Liberty, Chernevsky, Vinrod. To the people, to the beautiful, simple people, so noble in spite of centuries of brutalizing suffering. Like a clarion call, the note rings in my ears, amidst the din of contending views and obscure phraseology. The people. My Greek mythology moods have often pictured him to me as the mighty Atlas, supporting on his shoulders the weight of the world, his back bent, his face the mirror of unutterable misery, in his eye the look of hopeless anguish, the dumb, pitiful appeal for help. Ah, to help this helplessly suffering giant, to lighten his burden. The way is obscure, the means uncertain, but in the heated student debate the note rings clear. To the people, become one of them, share their joys and sorrows, and thus you will teach them. Yes, that is the solution. But what is that red-headed Misha from Odessa saying? It is all good and well about going to the people, but the energetic men of the deed, the Rametovs, blaze the path of popular revolution by individual acts of revolt against... Ticket, please. A heavy hand is placed on my shoulder. With an effort, I realize the situation. The card players are exchanging angry words. With a deft movement, the conductor unhooks the board, and calmly walks away with it under his arm. A roar of laughter greets the players. Twitted by the other passengers, they soon subside, and presently the car grows quiet. I have difficulty in keeping myself from falling back into reverie. I must form a definite plan of action. My purpose is quite clear to me. A tremendous struggle is taking place at Homestead. The people are manifesting the right spirit in resisting tyranny and invasion. My heart exults. This is, at last, what I have always hoped for from the American working man. Once aroused, he will brook no interference. He will fight all obstacles, and conquer even more than his original demands. It is the spirit of the heroic past reincarnated in the steel workers of Homestead, Pennsylvania. What supreme joy to aid in this work! That is my natural mission. I feel the strength of a great undertaking. No shadow of doubt crosses my mind. The people, the toilers of the world, the producers, comprise to me the universe. They alone count. The rest are parasites who have no right to exist. But to the people belongs the earth, by right, if not in fact. To make it so in fact, all means are justifiable, nay, advisable, even to the point of taking life. The question of moral right in such matters often agitated the revolutionary circles I used to frequent. I had always taken the extreme view. The more radical the treatment I held, the quicker the cure. Society is a patient, sick constitutionally and functionally. Surgical treatment is often imperative. The removal of a tyrant is not merely justifiable, it is the highest duty of every true revolutionist. Human life is, indeed, sacred and inviolate, but the killing of a tyrant, of an enemy of the people, is in no way to be considered as the taking of a life. A revolutionist would rather perish 1,000 times than be guilty of what is ordinarily called murder. In truth, murder and attentat are to me opposite terms. To remove a tyrant is an act of liberation, the giving of life and opportunity to an oppressed people. True, the cause often calls upon the revolutionist to commit an unpleasant act, but it is the test of a true revolutionist, nay, more his pride, to sacrifice all merely human feeling at the call of the people's cause. If the latter demand his life, so much the better. Could anything be nobler than to die for a grand, a sublime cause? Why, the very life of a true revolutionist has no other purpose, no significance whatever, save to sacrifice it on the altar of the beloved people. And what could be higher in life than to be a true revolutionist? It is to be a man, a complete man, a being who has neither personal interests nor desires above the necessities of the cause, one who has emancipated himself from being merely human, and has risen above that, even to the height of conviction which excludes all doubt, all regret. In short, one who in the very inmost of his soul feels himself revolutionist first, human afterwards. Such a revolutionist I feel myself to be. Indeed, far more so than even the extreme radicals of my own circle. My mind reverts to a characteristic incident in connection with the poet Edelstadt. It was in New York, about the year 1890. Edelstadt, one of the tenderest of souls, was beloved by everyone in our circle, the Pioneers of Liberty, the first Jewish anarchist organization on American soil. One evening, the closer personal friends of Edelstadt met to consider plans for aiding the sick poet. It was decided to send our comrade to Denver, someone suggesting that money be drawn for the purpose from the revolutionary treasury. I objected. Though a dear personal friend of Edelstadt and his former roommate, I could not allow, I argued, that funds belonging to the movement be devoted to private purposes, however good and even necessary those might be. The strong disapproval of my sentiments I met with this challenge. Do you mean to help Edelstadt, the poet and man, or Edelstadt, the revolutionist? Do you consider him a true, active revolutionist? His poetry is beautiful indeed, and may indirectly even prove of some propagandistic value. Aid our friend with your private funds, if you will, but no money from the movement can be given, except for direct revolutionary activity. Do you mean that the poet is less to you than the revolutionist? I was asked by Tikhon, a young medical student, whom we playfully dubbed Ling because of his rather successful affection of the celebrated revolutionist's physical appearance. I am revolutionist first, man afterwards, I replied with conviction. You are either a knave or a hero, he retorted. Ling was quite right. He could not know me. To his bourgeois mind, for all his imitation of the Chicago martyr, my words must have sounded knavish. Well, some day he may know which I am, knave or revolutionist. I do not think in the term hero, for though the type of revolutionist I feel myself to be might popularly be so called, the word has no significance for me. It merely means a revolutionist who does his duty. There is no heroism in that. It is neither more nor less than a revolutionist should do. Rakhmetov did more, too much. In spite of my great admiration for Chernevsky, who had so strongly influenced the Russian youth of my time, I could not suppress the touch of resentment I feel because the author of What's to be Done represented his arch-revolutionist Rakhmetov as going through a system of unspeakable, self-inflicted torture to prepare himself for future exigencies. It was a sign of weakness. Does a real revolutionist need to prepare himself, to steel his nerves and harden his body? I feel it almost a personal insult, the suggestion of the revolutionist mere human clay. No, the thorough revolutionist needs no such self-doubting preparations, for I know I do not need them. The feeling is quite impersonal, strange as it may seem. My own individuality is entirely in the background. I am not conscious of any personality in matters pertaining to the cause. I am simply a revolutionist, a terrorist by conviction, an instrument for furthering the cause of humanity. In short, a Rakhmetov. Indeed, I shall assume that name upon my arrival in Pittsburgh. The piercing shrieks of the locomotive awake me with a start. My first thought is of my wallet, containing important addresses of Allegheny comrades, which I was trying to memorize when I must have fallen asleep. The wallet is gone. For a moment I am overwhelmed with terror. What if it is lost? Suddenly, my foot touches something soft. I pick it up, feeling tremendously relieved to find all the contents safe, the precious addresses, a small newspaper lithograph of Frick, and a $1 bill. My joy at recovering the wallet is not at a whit dampened by the meagerness of my funds. The $1 will do to get a room in a hotel for the first night, and in the morning I'll look up Nold or Bauer. They will find a place for me to stay a day or two. I won't remain there long, I think, with an inward smile. We are nearing Washington, D.C. The train is to make a 6-hour stop there. I curse the stupidity of the delay. Something may be happening in Pittsburgh or Homestead. Besides, no time is to be lost in striking a telling blow, while public sentiment is aroused at the atrocities of the Carnegie Company, the brutality of Frick. Yet, my irritation is strangely dispelled by the beautiful picture that greets my eye as I step from the train. The sun has risen, a large ball of deep red, pouring a flood of gold upon the Capitol. The cupola rears its proud head majestically above the pile of stone and marble. Like a living thing, the light palpitates, trembling with passion to kiss the uppermost peak, striking it with blinding brilliancy, and then spreading in a broadening embrace down the shoulders of the towering giant. The amber waves entwine its flanks with soft caresses, and then rush on, to right and left, wider and lower, flashing upon the stately trees, dallying amid leaves and branches, finally unfolding themselves over the broad avenue, and ever growing more golden and generous as they scatter. And cupola-headed giant, stately trees, and broad avenue quiver with new-born ecstasy. All nature heaves the contented sigh of bliss, and nestles closer to the golden giver of life. At this moment I realize, as perhaps never before, the great joy, the surpassing gladness of being. But in a trice the picture changes. Before my eyes rises the Monongahela River, carrying barges filled with armed men, and I hear a shot. A boy falls to the gangplank. The blood gushes from the center of his forehead. The hole plowed by the bullet yawns black on the crimson face. Cries and wailing ring in my ears. I see men running toward the river, and women kneeling by the side of the dead. The horrible vision revives in my head a similar incident, lived through in imagination before. It was the sight of an executed nihilist. The nihilists, how much of their precious blood has been shed, how many thousands of them line the road of Russia's suffering. Inexpressibly near and soul kin I feel to those men and women, the adored, mysterious ones of my youth, who had left wealthy homes and high station to go to the people, to become one with them, though despised by all whom they ever held dear, persecuted and ridiculed even by the benighted objects of their great sacrifice. Clearly there flashes out upon my memory my first impression of nihilist Russia. I had just passed my second year's gymnasium examinations. Overflowing with blissful excitement, I rushed into the house to tell Mother the joyful news. How happy it will make her. Next week will be my 12th birthday, but Mother need give me no present. I have one for her instead. "Mama, Mama," I called, when suddenly I caught her voice, raised in anger. Something has happened, I thought. Mother never speaks so loudly. Something very peculiar, I felt, noticing the door leading from the broad hallway to the dining room closed, contrary to custom. In perturbation I hesitated at the door. "Shame on you, Nathan," I heard my mother's voice, "to condemn your own brother because he is a nihilist. You are no better than—" Her voice fell to a whisper, but my straining ear distinctly caught the dread word, uttered with hate and fear, "Appalach." I was struck with terror. Mother's tone, my rich Uncle Nathan's unwanted presence at our house, the fearful word Palach, Something awful must have happened. I tiptoed out of the hallway and ran to my room. Trembling with fear, I threw myself on the bed. What has the Palach done? I moaned. Your brother, she had said to Uncle. Her own youngest brother, my favorite Uncle Maxim. Oh, what has happened to him? My excited imagination conjured up horrible visions. There stood the powerful figure of the giant Palach, all in black, his right arm bared to the shoulder, in his hand the uplifted axe. I could see the glimmer of the sharp steel as it began to descend, slowly, so torturingly slowly, while my heart ceased beating and my feverish eyes followed, bewitched, the glowing black coals in the Palach's head. Suddenly, the two fiery eyes fused into a large ball of flaming red. The figure of the fearful one-eyed Cyclop grew taller and stretched higher and higher, and everywhere was the giant. On all sides of me was he. Then a sudden flash of steel, and in his monster hand I saw raised a head, cut close to the neck, its eyes incessantly blinking, the dark red blood gushing from the mouth and ears and throat. Something looked ghastly familiar about the head with the broad white forehead and expressive mouth, so sweet and sad. "Oh, Maxim, Maxim," I cried, terror-stricken. The next moment a flood of passionate hatred of the Palach seized me, and I rushed, head bent, towards the one-eyed monster. Nearer and nearer I came. Another quick rush, and then the violent impact of my body struck him in the very center, and he fell, forward and heavy, right upon me, and I felt his fearful weight crushing my arms, my chest, my head. "Sasha, Sashenka, what is the matter, Golubchik?" I recognized the sweet tender voice of my mother, sounding far away and strange, then coming closer and growing more soothing. I open my eyes. Mother is kneeling by the bed, her beautiful black eyes bathed in tears. Passionately, she showers kisses upon my face and hands, entreating, "Golubchik, what is it?" "Mama, what happened to Uncle Maxim?" I ask, breathlessly watching her face. Her sudden change of expression chills my heart with fear. She turns ghostly white, large drops of perspiration stand on her forehead, and her eyes grow large and round with terror. "Mama!" I cry, throwing my arms around her. Her lips move, and I feel her warm breath on my cheek, but, without uttering a word, she bursts into vehement weeping. "Who told you? You know?" she whispers between sobs. The pall of death seems to have descended upon our home. The house is oppressively silent. Everybody walks about in slippers, and the piano is kept locked. Only monosyllables, in undertone, are exchanged at the dinner table. Mother's seat remains vacant. She is very ill, the nurse informs us. No one is to see her. The situation bewilders me. I keep wondering what has happened to Maxime. Was my vision of the Palach a presentiment, or the echo of an accomplished tragedy? Vaguely, I feel guilty of Mother's illness. The shock of my question may be responsible for her condition. Yet there must be more to it. I try to persuade my troubled spirit. One afternoon, finding my eldest brother Maxime, named after Mother's favorite brother, in a very cheerful mood, I call him aside and ask, in a boldly assumed confidential manner, "Maximushka, tell me, what is a nihilist?" "Go to the devil, Molokosos, you!" he cries, angrily. With a show of violence quite inexplicable to me, Maxim throws his paper on the floor, jumps from his seat, upsetting the chair, and leaves the room. The fate of Uncle Maxim remains a mystery, the question of nihilism unsolved. I am absorbed in my studies, yet a deep interest, curiosity about the mysterious and forbidden, slumbers in my consciousness, when quite unexpectedly it is roused into keen activity by a school incident. I am 15 now, in the 4th grade of the classic gymnasium at Kovno. By direction of the Ministry of Education, compulsory religious instruction is being introduced in the state schools. Special classes have been opened at the gymnasium for the religious instruction of Jewish pupils. The parents of the latter resent the innovation. Almost every Jewish child receives religious training at home or in Cheder. But the school authorities have ordered the gymnasiasts of Jewish faith to attend classes in religion. The roll call at the first session finds me missing. Summoned before the director for an explanation, I state that I failed to attend because I have a private Jewish tutor at home, and, anyway, I do not believe in religion. The prime director looks inexpressibly shocked. "Young man," he addresses me in the artificial guttural voice he affects on solemn occasions. "Young man, When, permit me to ask, did you reach so profound a conclusion? His manner disconcerts me, but the sarcasm of his words and the offensive tone rouse my resentment. Impulsively, defiantly, I discover my cherished secret. Since I wrote the essay, "There is no God," I reply with secret exultation. But the next instant I realize the recklessness of my confession. I have a fleeting sense of coming trouble, at school and at home. Yet somehow I feel I have acted like a man. Uncle Maxim, the nihilist, would act so in my position. I know his reputation for uncompromising candor, and love him for his bold, frank ways. "Oh, that is interesting," I hear, as in a dream, the unpleasant guttural voice of the director. "When did you write it?" 3 years ago. How old were you then?" 12. "Have you the essay?" "Yes." "Where?" "At home." "Bring it to me tomorrow. Without fail, remember." His voice grows stern. The words fall upon my ears with the harsh metallic sound of my sister's piano that memorable evening of our musical, when, in a spirit of mischief, I hid a piece of gas pipe in the instrument tuned for the occasion. "Tomorrow, then, you are dismissed." The educational board, in conclave assembled, reads the essay. My disquisition is unanimously condemned. Exemplary punishment is to be visited upon me for precocious godlessness, dangerous tendencies, and insubordination. I am publicly reprimanded and reduced to the 3rd class. The peculiar sentence robs me of a year, and forces me to associate with the children my senior class looks down upon with undisguised contempt. I feel disgraced, humiliated. Thus, vision chases vision, memory succeeds memory, while the interminable hours creep towards the afternoon, and the station clock drones like an endless old woman. Section 3. Over at last. All aboard. On and on rushes the engine, every moment bringing me nearer to my destination. The conductor drawling at the stations, the noisy going and coming produce almost no conscious impression on my senses. Seeing and hearing every detail of my surroundings, I am nevertheless oblivious to them. Faster than the train rushes my fancy, as if reviewing a panorama of vivid scenes, apparently without organic connection with each other, yet somehow intimately associated in my thoughts of the past. But how different is the present. I am speeding towards Pittsburgh, the very heart of the industrial struggle of America. America. I dwell wonderingly on the unuttered sound. Why in America? And again unfold pictures of old scenes. I am walking in the garden of our well-appointed country place, in a fashionable suburb of St. Petersburg, where the family generally spends the summer months. As I pass the veranda, Dr. Semenov, the celebrated physician of the resort, steps out of the house and beckons to me. "Alexander Osipovich," he addresses me in his courtly manner, "your mother is very ill. Are you alone with her?" "We have servants, and 2 nurses are in attendance," I reply. To be sure, to be sure." The shadow of a smile hovers about the corners of his delicately chiseled lips. "I mean of the family." "Oh, yes, I am alone here with my mother." "Your mother is rather restless today, Alexander Osipovich. Could you sit up with her tonight?" Certainly, certainly," I quickly assent, wondering at the peculiar request. Mother has been improving, the nurses have assured me. My presence at her bedside might prove irksome to her. Our relations have been strained since the day when, in a fit of anger, she slapped Rose, our new chambermaid, whereupon I resented Mother's right to inflict physical punishment on the servants. I can see her now, erect and haughty, facing me across the dinner table, her eyes ablaze with indignation. "You forget you are speaking to your mother, Alexander." She pronounces the name in 4 distinct syllables, as is her habit when angry with me. "You have no right to strike the girl," I retort defiantly. "You forget yourself. My treatment of the menial is no concern of yours." I cannot suppress the sharp reply that springs to my lips. "The low servant girl is as good as you." I see Mother's long, slender fingers grasp the heavy ladle, and the next instant a sharp pain pierces my left hand. Our eyes meet. Her arm remains motionless, her gaze directed to the spreading blood stain on the white tablecloth. The ladle falls from her hand. She closes her eyes, and her body sinks limply to the chair. Anger and humiliation extinguish my momentary impulse to rush to her assistance. Without uttering a word, I pick up the heavy salt cellar and fling it violently against the French mirror. At the crash of the glass, my mother opens her eyes in amazement. I rise and leave the house. My heart beats fast as I enter Mother's sick room. I fear she may resent my intrusion. The shadow of the past stands between us. But she is lying quietly on the bed, and has apparently not noticed my entrance. I sit down at the bedside. A long time passes in silence. Mother seems to be asleep. It is growing dark in the room, and I settle down to pass the night in the chair. Suddenly, I hear Sasha called in a weak, faint voice. I bend over her. Drink of water. As I hold the glass to her lips, she slightly turns away her head, saying very low, "Ice water, please." I start to leave the room. "Sasha," I hear behind me, and, quickly tiptoeing to the bed, I bring my face closely, very closely to hers, to catch the faint words, "Help me turn to the wall." Tenderly, I wrap my arms around the weak, emaciated body, and an overpowering longing seizes me to touch her hand with my lips, and on my knees beg for her forgiveness. I feel so near to her. My heart is overflowing with compassion and love. But I dare not kiss her. We have become estranged. Affectionately, I hold her in my arms for just the shadow of a second, dreading lest she suspect the storm of emotion raging within me. Caressingly, I turn her to the wall, and, as I slowly withdraw, I feel as if some mysterious, yet definite something has at the very instant left her body. In a few minutes I return with a glass of ice water. I hold it to her lips, but she seems oblivious of my presence. She cannot have gone to sleep so quickly, I wonder. "Mother," I call softly. No reply. "Little mother, Mamochka." She does not appear to hear me. "Dearest Golubchik," I cry, in a paroxysm of sudden fear, pressing my hot lips upon her face. Then I become conscious of an arm upon my shoulder, and hear the measured voice of the doctor. "My boy, you must bear up. She is at rest." Section 4. "Wake up, young feller. What you're sighing for?" Bewildered, I turn around to meet the coarse, yet not unkindly face of a swarthy laborer in the seat back of me. "Oh, nothing. Just dreaming," I reply, not wishing to encourage conversation. I pretend to become absorbed in my book. How strange is the sudden sound of English. Almost as suddenly had I been transplanted to American soil. 6 months passed after my mother's death. Threatened by the educational authorities with a wolf's passport on account of my dangerous tendencies, which would close every professional avenue to me, in spite of my otherwise very satisfactory standing, the situation aggravated by a violent quarrel with my guardian, Uncle Nathan, I decided to go to America. There, beyond the ocean, was the land of noble achievement, a glorious free country where men walked erect in the full stature of manhood, the very realization of my youthful dreams. And now I am in America, the blessed land. The disillusionment, the disappointments, the vain struggles. The kaleidoscope of my brain unfolds them all before my view. Now I see myself on a bench in Union Square Park, huddled close to Fedya and Mikhail, my roommates. The night wind sweeps across the cheerless park, chilling us to the bone. I feel hungry and tired, fagged out by the day's fruitless search for work. My heart sinks within me as I glance at my friends. Nothing, each had morosely reported at our nightly meeting, after the day's weary tramp. Fedya groans in uneasy sleep, his hand groping about his knees. I pick up the newspaper that had fallen under the seat, spread it over his legs, and tuck the ends underneath. But a sudden blast tears the paper away and whirls it off into the darkness. As I press Fedya's hat down on his head, I am struck by his ghastly look. How these few weeks have changed the plump, rosy-cheeked youth. Poor fellow, no one wants his labor. How his mother would suffer if she knew that her carefully reared boy passes the nights in the... What is that pain I feel? Someone is bending over me, looming unnaturally large in the darkness. Half dazed, I see an arm swing to and fro, with short, semicircular backward strokes, and with every movement I feel a sharp sting, as of a lash. Oh, it's in my soles. Bewildered, I spring to my feet. A rough hand grabs me by the throat, and I face a policeman. "Are you thieves?" he bellows. Mikhail replies, sleepily, "We Russians want work." "Get out of here! Off with you!" Quickly, silently, we walk away, Fedya and I in front, Mikhail limping behind us. The dimly lighted streets are deserted, save for a hurrying figure here and there, closely wrapped, flitting mysteriously around the corner. Columns of dust rise from the grey pavements, are caught up by the wind, rush to some distance, then carried in a spiral upwards, to be followed by another wave of choking dust. From somewhere, a tantalizing odor reaches my nostrils. The bakery on 2nd Street, Fedya remarks. Unconsciously, our steps quicken. Shoulders raised, heads bent, and shivering, we keep on to the lower Bowery. Mikhail is steadily falling behind. Damn it, I feel bad, he says, catching up with us, as we step into an open hallway. A thorough inspection of our pockets reveals the possession of 12 cents all around. Mikhail is to go to bed, we decide, handing him a dime. The cigarettes purchased for the remaining 2 cents are divided equally, each taking a few puffs of the 4th in the box. Fedya and I sleep on the steps of the city hall. Pittsburgh, Pittsburgh. The harsh cry of the conductor startles me with the violence of a shock. Impatient as I am of the long journey, the realization that I have reached my destination comes unexpectedly, overwhelming me with the dread of unpreparedness. In a flurry, I gather up my things, but, noticing that the other passengers keep their places, I precipitately resume my seat, fearful lest my agitation be noticed. To hide my confusion, I turn to the open window. Thick clouds of smoke overcast the sky, shrouding the morning with sombre gray. The air is heavy with soot and cinders. The smell is nauseating. In the distance, giant furnaces vomit pillars of fire. The lurid flashes accentuating a line of frame structures, dilapidated and miserable. They are the homes of the workers who have created the industrial glory of Pittsburgh, reared its millionaires, its Carnegies and Fricks. The sight fills me with hatred of the perverse social justice that turns the needs of mankind into an infernal of brutalizing toil. It robs man of his soul, drives the sunshine from his life, degrades him lower than the beasts, and between the millstones of divine bliss and hellish torture grinds flesh and blood into iron and steel, transmutes human lives into gold, countless gold. The great, noble people. But is it really great and noble to be slaves and remain content? No, no. They are awakening. End of Section 1. Section 2 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Seat of War. Contentedly peaceful, the Monongahela stretches before me, its waters lazily rippling in the sunlight, and softly crooning to the murmur of the woods on the hazy shore. But the opposite bank presents a picture of sharp contrast. Near the edge of the river rises a high board fence, topped with barbed wire, the menacing aspect heightened by warlike watchtowers and ramparts. The sinister wall looks down on me with 1,000 hollow eyes, whose evident murderous purpose fully justifies the name of Fort Frick. Groups of excited people crowd the open spaces between the river and the fort, filling the air with the confusion of many voices. Men carrying Winchesters are hurrying by, their faces grimy, eyes bold yet anxious. From the mill yard gape the black mouths of cannon, dismantled breastworks bar the passages, and the ground is strewn with burning cinders, empty shells, oil barrels, broken furnace stacks, and piles of steel and iron. The place looks the aftermath of a sanguinary conflict, the symbol of our industrial life, of the ruthless struggle in which the stronger, the sturdy man of labor is always the victim because he acts weakly. But the charred hulks of the Pinkerton barges at the landing place, and the blood-bespattered gangplank bear mute witness that for one the battle went to the really strong, to the victim who dared. A group of working men approaches me. Big, stalwart men, the power of conscious strength in their step and bearing. Each of them carries a weapon, some Winchesters, others shotguns. In the hand of one I notice the gleaming barrel of a Navy revolver. "Who are you?" the man with the revolver sternly asks me. "A friend, a visitor." "Can you show me credentials or a union card?" Presently, satisfied as to my trustworthiness, they allow me to proceed. In one of the mill yards I come upon a dense crowd of men and women of various types. The short, broad-faced Slav, elbowing his tall American fellow striker. The swarthy Italian, heavy-mustached, gesticulating and talking rapidly to a cluster of excited countrymen. The people are surging about a raised platform, on which stands a large, heavy man. I press forward. "Listen, gentlemen, listen," I hear the speaker's voice. "Just a few words, gentlemen. You all know who I am, don't you?" "Yes, yes, Sheriff," several men cry. "Go on." "Yes," continues the speaker, "you all know who I am. Your sheriff. The sheriff of Allegheny County, of the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania." "Go ahead," someone yells impatiently. "If you don't interrupt me, gentlemen, I'll go ahead." "Shh! Order!" The speaker advances to the edge of the platform. Men of Homestead, it is my sworn duty as sheriff to preserve the peace. Your city is in a state of lawlessness. I have asked the governor to send the militia, and I hope— No, many voices protest. To hell with you. The tumult drowns the words of the sheriff, shaking his clenched fist, his foot stamping the platform. He shouts at the crowd, but his voice is lost amid the general uproar. O'Donnell, O'Donnell, comes from several sides, the cry swelling into a tremendous chorus. O'Donnell! I see the popular leader of the strike nimbly ascend the platform. The assembly becomes hushed. Brothers, O'Donnell begins in a flowing, ingratiating manner, we have won a great, noble victory over the company. We have driven the Pinkerton invaders out of our city. Damn the murderers! Silence! Order! You have won a big victory, O'Donnell continues, a great significant victory, such as was never before known in the history of labor's struggle for better conditions. Vociferous cheering interrupts the speaker. But, he continues, you must show the world that you desire to maintain peace and order along with your rights. The Pinkertons were invaders. We defended our homes and drove them out. Rightly so. But you are law-abiding citizens. You respect the law and the authority of the state. Public opinion will uphold you in your struggle if you act right. Now is the time, friends. He raises his voice in waxing enthusiasm. Now is the time. Welcome the soldiers. They are not sent by that man Frick. They are the people's militia. They are our friends. Let us welcome them as friends. Applause, mixed with cries of impatient disapproval, greets the exhortation. Arms are raised in angry argument, and the crowd sways back and forth, breaking into several excited groups. Presently, a tall, dark man appears on the platform. His stentorian voice gradually draws the assembly closer to the front. Slowly, the tumult subsides. Don't you believe it, men? The speaker shakes his finger at the audience, as if to emphasize his warning. Don't you believe that the soldiers are coming as friends? Soft words these, Mr. O'Donnell. They'll cost us dear. Remember what I say, brothers. The soldiers are no friends of ours. I know what I am talking about. They are coming here because that damned murderer Frick wants them. Hear, hear! Yes, the tall man continues, his voice quivering with emotion. I can tell you just how it is. The scoundrel of a sheriff there asked the governor for troops, and that damned Frick paid the sheriff to do it, I say. No, yes, no. The clamor is renewed, but I can hear the speaker's voice rising above the din. Yes, bribed him. You all know this cowardly sheriff. Don't you let the soldiers come, I tell you. First they'll come, then the blacklegs. You want 'em? No, no, roars the crowd. Well, if you don't want the damned scabs, keep out the soldiers, you understand? If you don't, they'll drive you out from the homes you have paid for with your blood. You and your wives and children they'll drive out, and out you will go from these. The speaker points in the direction of the mills. That's what they'll do, if you don't look out. We have sweat and bled in these mills. Our brothers have been killed and maimed there. We have made the damned company rich, and now they send the soldiers here to shoot us down like the Pinkerton thugs have tried to. And you want to welcome the murderers, do you? Keep them out, I tell you. Amid shouts and yells, the speaker leaves the platform. McLucky, Amos McLucky, a voice is heard on the fringe of the crowd, and as one man the assembly takes up the cry, Honest McLucky. I am eager to see the popular burgess of Homestead, himself a poorly paid employee of the Carnegie Company. A large-boned, good-natured-looking working man elbows his way to the front, the men readily making way for him with nods and pleasant smiles. I haven't prepared any speech, the burgess begins haltingly, but I want to say, I don't see how you are going to fight the soldiers. There was a good deal of truth in what the brother before me said, but if you stop to think on it, he forgot to tell you just one little thing. The how. How is he going to do it, to keep the soldiers out? That's what I'd like to know. I'm afraid it's bad to let them in. The blacklegs might be hiding in the rear. But then again, it's bad not to let the soldiers in. You can't stand up against them. They are not Pinkertons. And we can't fight the government of Pennsylvania. Perhaps the governor won't send in the militia. But if he does, I reckon the best way for us will be to make friends with them. Guess it's the only thing we can do. That's all I have to say. The assembly breaks up, dejected, dispirited. End of Section 2. Section 3 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Spirit of Pittsburgh. Section 1. Like a gigantic hive, the Twin Cities jut out on the banks of the Ohio, heavily breathing the spirit of feverish activity and permeating the atmosphere with the rage of life. Ceaselessly flow the streams of human ants, meeting and diverging, their paths crossing and recrossing, leaving in their trail 1,000 winding passages, mounds of structure, peaked and domed. Their huge shadows overcast the yellow thread of gleaming river that curves and twists its painful way, now hugging the shore, now hiding in affright, and again timidly stretching its arms towards the wrathful monsters that belch fire and smoke into the midst of the giant hive. And over the whole is spread the gloom of thick fog, oppressive and dispiriting, the symbol of our existence, with its darkness and cold. This is Pittsburgh, the heart of American industrialism, whose spirit molds the life of the great nation. The spirit of Pittsburgh, the Iron City, cold as steel, hard as iron, its products. These are the keynote of the great republic, dominating all other chords, sacrificing harmony to noise, beauty to bulk. Its torch of liberty is a furnace fire, consuming, destroying, devastating, a countrywide furnace, in which the bones and marrow of the producers, their limbs and bodies, their health and blood, are cast into Bessemer steel, rolled into armor plate, and converted into engines of murder to be consecrated to Mammon by his high priests, the Carnegies, the Fricks. The spirit of the Iron City characterizes the negotiations carried on between the Carnegie Company and the Homestead men. Henry Clay Frick, in absolute control of the firm, incarnates the spirit of the furnace, is the living emblem of his trade. The olive branch held out by the workers after their victory over the Pinkertons has been refused. The ultimatum issued by Frick is the last word of Caesar. The union of the steel workers is to be crushed, completely and absolutely, even at the cost of shedding the blood of the last man in Homestead. The company will deal only with individual workers, who must accept the terms offered without question or discussion. He, Frick, will operate the mills with non-union labor, even if it should require the combined military power of the state and the union to carry the plan into execution. Millmen disobeying the order to return to work under the new schedule of reduced wages are to be discharged forthwith and evicted from the company houses. Section 2. In an obscure alley in the town of Homestead, there stands a one-story frame house, looking old and forlorn. It is occupied by the widow Johnson and her 4 small children. 6 months ago, the breaking of a crane buried her husband under 200 tons of metal. When the body was carried into the house, the distracted woman refused to recognize in the mangled remains her big, strong Jack. For weeks the neighborhood resounded with her frenzied cry, "My husband! Where's my husband?" But the loving care of kind-hearted neighbors has now somewhat restored the poor woman's reason. Accompanied by her 4 little orphans, she recently gained admittance to Mr. Frick. On her knees, she implored him not to drive her out of her home. Her poor husband was dead, she pleaded. She could not pay off the mortgage. The children were too young to work. She herself was hardly able to walk. Frick was very kind, she thought. He had promised to see what could be done. She would not listen to the neighbors urging her to sue the company for damages. The crane was rotten, her husband's friends informed her. The government inspector had condemned it. But Mr. Frick was kind, and surely he knew best about the crane. Did he not say it was her poor husband's own carelessness? She feels very thankful to good Mr. Frick for extending the mortgage. She had lived in such mortal dread lest her own little home, where dear John had been such a kind husband to her, be taken away, and her children driven into the street. She must never forget to ask the Lord's blessing upon the good Mr. Frick. Every day she repeats to her neighbors the story of her visit to the great man, how kindly he received her, how simply he talked with her, just like us folks, the widow says. She is now telling the wonderful story to neighbor Mary, the hunchback, who, with undiminished interest, hears the recital for the 20th time. It reflects such importance to know someone that had come in intimate contact with the Iron King, why, into his very presence, and even talked to the great magnate. "Dear Mr. Frick," says I, the widow is narrating. "Dear Mr. Frick," I says, "look at my poor little angels." A knock on the door interrupts her. "Must be One-Eyed Kate," the widow observes. Come in," she calls out, cheerfully. "Poor Kate," she remarks with a sigh, "her man's got the consumption. Won't last long, I fear." A tall, rough-looking man stands in the doorway. Behind him appear 2 others. Frightened, the widow rises from the chair. One of the children begins to cry, and runs to hide behind his mother. "Beg your pardon, ma'am," the tall man says. "Have no fear. We are deputy sheriffs. Read this." He produces an official-looking paper. "Order to dispossess you. Very sorry, ma'am, but get ready. Quick, got a dozen more of—" There is a piercing scream. The deputy sheriff catches the limp body of the widow in his arms. Section 3. East End, the fashionable residence quarter of Pittsburgh, lies basking in the afternoon sun. The broad avenue looks cool and inviting. The stately trees touch their shadows across the carriage road, gently nodding their heads in mutual approval. A steady procession of equipages fills the avenue, a richly caparisoned horses and uniformed flunkies lending color and life to the scene. A cavalcade is passing me. The laughter of the ladies sounds joyous and carefree. Their happiness irritates me. I am thinking of Homestead. In mind I see the sombre fence, the fortifications and cannon. The piteous figure of the widow rises before me, the little children weeping, and again I hear the anguished cry of a broken heart, a shattered brain. And here all is joy and laughter. The gentlemen seem pleased, the ladies are happy. Why should they concern themselves with misery and want? The common folk are fit only to be their slaves, to feed and clothe them, build these beautiful palaces, and be content with the charitable crust. Take what I give you, Frick commands. Why, here is his house, a luxurious place, with large garden, barns, and stable. That stable there, it is more cheerful and habitable than the widow's home. Ah, life could be made livable, beautiful. Why should it not be? Why so much misery and strife? Sunshine, flowers, beautiful things are all around me. That is life. Joy and peace. No, there can be no peace with such as Frick and these parasites in carriages riding on our backs and sucking the blood of the workers. Fricks, vampires, all of them. I almost shout aloud. They are all one class. All in a cabal against my class. The toilers, the producers. An impersonal conspiracy, perhaps, but a conspiracy nevertheless. And the fine ladies on horseback smile and laugh. What is the misery of the people to them? Probably they are laughing at me. Laugh, laugh, you despise me. I am of the people, but you belong to the Fricks. Section 4 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Attentat. The door of Frick's private office, to the left of the reception room, swings open as the colored attendant emerges, and I catch a flitting glimpse of a black-bearded, well-knit figure at a table in the back of the room. "Mr. Frick is engaged. He can't see you right now, sir," the Negro says, handing back my card. I take the pasteboard, return it to my case, and walk slowly out of the reception room. But quickly retracing my steps, I pass through the gate separating the clerks from the visitors, and, brushing the astounded attendant aside, I step into the office on the left, and find myself facing Frick. For an instant the sunlight, streaming through the windows, dazzles me. I discern two men at the further end of the long table. "Frick," I begin. The look of terror on his face strikes me speechless. It is the dread of the conscious presence of death. He understands, it flashes through my mind. With a quick motion I draw the revolver. As I raise the weapon, I see Frick clutch with both hands the arm of the chair, and attempt to rise. I aim at his head. Perhaps he wears armor, I reflect. With a look of horror he quickly averts his face, as I pull the trigger. There is a flash, and the high-ceiling room reverberates as with the booming of cannon. I hear a sharp, piercing cry, and see Frick on his knees, his head against the arm of the chair. I feel calm and possessed, intent upon every movement of the man. He is lying head and shoulders under the large armchair, without sound or motion. Dead, I wonder? I must make sure. About 25 feet separate us. I take a few steps toward him, when suddenly the other man, whose presence I had quite forgotten, leaps upon me. I struggle to loosen his hold. He looks slender and small. I would not hurt him. I have no business with him. Suddenly I hear the cry, "Murder! Help!" My heart stands still as I realize that it is Frick shouting. Alive, I wonder. I hurl the stranger aside and fire at the crawling figure of Frick. The man struck my hand. I have missed. He grapples with me, and we wrestle across the room. I try to throw him, but spying an opening between his arm and body, I thrust the revolver between his side and aim at Frick, cowering behind the chair. I pull the trigger. There is a click, but no explosion. By the throat I catch the stranger, still clinging to me, when suddenly something heavy strikes me on the back of the head. Sharp pains shoot through my eyes. I sink to the floor, vaguely conscious of the weapon slipping from my hands. "Where is the hammer?" Hit him, Carpenter! Confused voices ring in my ears. Painfully, I strive to rise. The weight of many bodies is pressing on me. Now, it's Frick's voice. Not dead. I crawl in the direction of the sound, dragging the struggling men with me. I must get the dagger from my pocket. I have it. Repeatedly, I strike with it at the legs of the man near the window. I hear Frick cry out in pain. There is much shouting and stamping. My arms are pulled and twisted, and I am lifted bodily from the floor. Police, clerks, workmen in overalls surround me. An officer pulls my head back by the hair, and my eyes meet Frick's. He stands in front of me, supported by several men. His face is ashen gray, the black beard is streaked with red, and blood is oozing from his neck. For an instant a strange feeling, as of shame, comes over me, but the next moment I am filled with anger at the sentiment, so unworthy of a revolutionist. With defiant hatred I look him full in the face. Mr. Frick, do you identify this man as your assailant? Frick nods weakly. The street is lined with a dense, excited crowd. A young man in civilian dress, who is accompanying the police, inquires, not unkindly, "Are you hurt? You're bleeding." I pass my hand over my face. I feel no pain, but there's a peculiar sensation about my eyes. "I've lost my glasses," I remark, involuntarily. "You'll be damn lucky if you don't lose your head," an officer retorts. End of Section 4. Section 5 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Third Degree. Section 1. The clinking of the keys grows fainter and fainter. The sound of footsteps dies away. The officers are gone. It is a relief to be alone. Their insolent looks and stupid questions, insinuations and threats, how disgusting and tiresome it all is. A sense of complete indifference possesses me. I stretch myself out on the wooden bench running along the wall of the cell, and at once fall asleep. I awake feeling tired and chilly. All is quiet and dark around me. Is it night? My hand gropes blindly, hesitantly. Something wet and clammy touches my cheek. In sudden affright I draw back. The cell is damp and musty. The foul air nauseates me. Slowly my foot feels the floor, drawing my body forward, all my senses on the alert. I clutch the bars. The feel of iron is reassuring. Pressed close to the door, my mouth in the narrow opening, I draw quick, short breaths. I am hot, perspiring. My throat is dry to cracking. I cannot swallow. "Water! I want water!" The voice frightens me. Was it I that spoke? The sound rolls up. It rises from gallery to gallery, and strikes the opposite corner under the roof. Now it crawls underneath, knocks in the distant hollows, and abruptly ceases. "Halloa there! What you're in for?" The voice seems to issue at once from all sides of the corridor, but the sound relieves me. Now the air feels better. It is not so difficult to breathe. I begin to distinguish the outline of a row of cells opposite mine. There are dark forms at the doors. The men within look like beasts, restlessly pacing their cages. "What you're in for?" It comes from somewhere alongside. "Can't talk, eh? Sorterly guess." What am I in for? Oh, yes, it's Frick. Well, I shall not stay here long, anyhow. They will soon take me out. They will lean me against a wall, a slimy wall like this, perhaps. They will bandage my eyes, and the soldiers there. No, they are going to hang me. Well, I shall be glad when they take me out of here. I am so dry. I'm suffocating. The upright irons of the barred door grow faint, and melt into a single line. It adjusts itself crosswise between the upper and side sills. It resembles a scaffold, and there's a man sinking the beam into the ground. He leans it carefully against the wall, and picks up a spade. Now he stands with one foot in the hole. It is the carpenter. He hit me on the head. From behind too, the coward. If he only knew what he had done. He is one of the people. We must go to them, enlighten them. I wish he'd look up. He doesn't know his real friends. He looks like a Russian peasant, with his broad back. What hairy arms he has! If he would only look up. Now he sinks the beam into the ground. He is stamping down the earth. I will catch his eye as he turns around. Ah, he didn't look. He has his eyes always on the ground, just like the musique. Now he is taking a few steps backward, critically examining his work. He seems pleased. How peculiar the crosspiece looks. The horizontal beam seems too long, out of proportion. I hope it won't break. I remember the feeling I had when my brother once showed me the picture of a man dangling from the branch of a tree. Underneath was inscribed, "The execution of Stenka Rezim." "Didn't the branch break?" I asked. "No, Sasha," Mother replied. "Stenka, well, he weighed nothing," and I wondered at the peculiar look she exchanged with Maxime. But Mother smiled sadly at me, and wouldn't explain. Then she turned to my brother. "Maxime, you must not bring Sashenka such pictures. He is too young." "Not too young, Mamochka, to learn that Stenka was a great man." "What? You young fool!" Father bristled with anger. "He was a murderer, a common rioter." But Mother and Maxime bravely defended Stenka, and I was deeply incensed at Father, who despotically terminated the discussion. "Not another word now. I won't hear any more of that peasant criminal." The peculiar divergence of opinion perplexed me. Anybody could tell the difference between a murderer and a worthy man. Why couldn't they agree? He must have been a good man, I finally decided. Mother wouldn't cry over a hanged murderer. I saw her stealthily wipe her eyes as she looked at that picture. Yes, Stenka Rezin was surely a noble man. I cried myself to sleep over the unspeakable injustice, wondering how I could ever forgive them the killing of the good Stenka, and why the weak-looking branch did not break with his weight. Why didn't it break? The scaffold they will prepare for me might break with my weight. They'll hang me like Stenka, and perhaps a little boy will some day see the picture, and they will call me a murderer, and only a few will know the truth, and the picture will show me hanging from... No, they shall not hang me. My hand steals to the lapel of my coat, and a deep sense of gratification comes over me as I feel the nitroglycerin cartridge secure in the lining. I smile at the imaginary carpenter. Useless preparations. I have myself prepared for the event. No, they won't hang me. My hand caresses the long, narrow tube. Go ahead. Make your gallows. Why, the man is putting on his coat. Is he done already? Now he is turning around. He's looking straight at me. Why, it's Frick. Alive? My brain is on fire. I press my head against the bars and groan heavily. Alive? Have I failed? Failed? Section 2. Heavy footsteps approach nearer. The clanking of the keys grows more distinct. I must compose myself. Those mocking, unfriendly eyes shall not witness my agony. They could allay this terrible uncertainty, but I must seem indifferent. Would I take lunch with the chief? I decline, requesting a glass of water. Certainly, but the chief wishes to see me first. Flanked on each side by a policeman, I pass through winding corridors, and finally ascend to the private office of the chief. My mind is busy with thoughts of escape as I carefully note the surroundings. I am in a large, well-furnished room, the heavily curtained windows built unusually high above the floor. A brass railing separates me from the roll-top desk, at which a middle-aged man, of distinct Irish type, is engaged with some papers. "Good morning," he greets me, pleasantly. "Have a seat," pointing to a chair inside the railing. "I understand you asked for some water." "Yes." "Just a few questions first. Nothing important. Your pedigree, you know. Mere matter of form. Answer frankly, and you shall have everything you want." His manner is courteous, almost ingratiating. "Now tell me, Mr. Berkman, what is your name? Your real name, I mean." "That's my real name." "You don't mean you gave your real name on the card you sent in to Mr. Frick?" "I gave my real name." "And you are an agent of a New York employment firm?" "No." "That was on your card." "I wrote it to gain access to Frick." "And you gave the name Alexander Berkman to gain access?" "No, I gave my real name. Whatever might happen, I did not want anyone else to be blamed." "Are you a Homestead striker?" "No." "Why did you attack Mr. Frick?" "He is an enemy of the people." "You got a personal grievance against him?" "No, I consider him an enemy of the people." "Where do you come from?" "From the station cell." "Come now, you may speak frankly, Mr. Berkman. I am your friend. I am going to give you a nice, comfortable cell. The other, worse than a Russian prison," I interrupt, angrily. "How long did you serve there?" "Where?" "In the prison in Russia." "I was never before inside a cell." "Come on now, Mr. Berkman, tell the truth." He motions to the officer behind my chair. The window curtains are drawn aside, exposing me to the full glare of the sunlight. My gaze wanders to the clock on the wall. The hour hand points to 5. The calendar on the desk reads July 23rd, Saturday. Only 3 hours since my arrest? It seems so long in the cell. You can be quite frank with me, the Inquisitor is saying. I know a good deal more about you than you think. We've got your friend, Rakhmetov. With difficulty, I suppress a smile at the stupidity of the intended trap. In the register of the hotel where I passed the first night in Pittsburgh, I signed Rakhmetov, the name of the hero in Chernevsky's famous novel. Yes, we've got your friend, and we know all about you. Then why do you ask me? Don't you try to be smart now. Answer my questions, you hear? His manner has suddenly changed. His tone is threatening. Now answer me. Where do you live? Give me some water. I am too dry to talk. Certainly, he replies, coaxingly. You shall have a drink. Do you prefer whiskey or beer? I never drink whiskey, and beer very seldom. I want water. Well, you'll get it as soon as we get through. Don't let us waste time then. Who are your friends? Give me a drink. The quicker we get through, the sooner you'll get a drink. I'm having a nice cell fixed up for you, too. I want to be your friend, Mr. Berkman. Treat me right, and I'll take care of you. Now, tell me, where did you stop in Pittsburgh? I have nothing to tell you. Answer me, or I'll... His face is purple with rage. With clenched fist, he leaps from his seat. But, suddenly controlling himself, he says, with a reassuring smile, Now be sensible, Mr. Berkman. You seem to be an intelligent man. Why don't you talk sensibly? What do you want to know? Who went with you to Mr. Frick's office? Impatient of the comedy, I rise with the words. I came to Pittsburgh alone. I stopped at the Merchant's Hotel, opposite the B&O depot. I signed the name Rakhmetov in the register there. It's a fictitious name. My real name is Alexander Berkman. I went to Frick's office alone. I had no helpers. That's all I have to tell you. Very good, very good. Take your seat, Mr. Berkman. We're not in any hurry. Take your seat. You may as well stay here in the cell. It's pleasanter. But I'm going to have another cell fixed up for you. Just tell me, where do you stay in New York? I have told you all there is to tell. Now, don't be stubborn. Who are your friends? I won't say another word. Damn you, you'll think better of it. Officers, take him back. Same cell. Every morning and evening, during 3 days, the scene is repeated by new inquisitors. They coax and threaten. They smile in rage in turn. I remain indifferent. But water is refused to me, my thirst aggravated by the salty food they have given me. It consumes me. It tortures and burns my vitals through the sleepless nights passed on the hard wooden bench. The foul air of the cell is stifling. The silence of the grave torments me. My soul is in an agony of uncertainty. End of Section 5. Section 6 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Jail. Section 1. The days ring with noisy clamor. There is constant going and coming. The clatter of levers, the slamming of iron doors, continually reverberates through the corridors. The dull thud of a football in the cell above hammers on my head with maddening regularity. In my ears is the yelling and shouting of coarse voices. Cell number 11, to court, right away. A prisoner hurriedly passes my door. His step is nervous, and his look expectant fear. Hurry there, to court. Good luck, Jimmy. The man flushes and diverts his face as he passes a group of visitors clustered about an overseer. Who is that, officer? One of the ladies advances, lorgnette in hand, and stares boldly at the prisoner. Suddenly, she shrinks back. A man is being led past by the guards. His face is bleeding from a deep gash, his head swathed in bandages. The officers thrust him violently into a cell. He falls heavily against the bed. Oh, don't! For Jesus' sake, don't! The shutting of the heavy door drowns his cries. The visitors crowd about the cell. What did he do? He can't come out now, officer. No, ma'am. He's safe. The lady's laugh rings clear and silvery. She steps closer to the bars, eagerly peering into the darkness. A smile of exciting security plays about her mouth. What has he done, officer? Stole some clothes, ma'am. Disdainful disappointment is on the lady's face. Where is that man who, we read in the papers yesterday? You know, the newspaper artist who killed, that girl in such a brutal manner. Oh, Jack Tarlin. Murderer's Row. This way, ladies. Section 2. The sun is slowly nearing the blue patch of sky, visible from my cell in the western wing of the jail. I stand close to the bars to catch the cheering rays. They glide across my face with tender, soft caress, and I feel something melt within me. Closer I press to the door. I long for the precious embrace to surround me, to envelop me, to pour its soft balm into my aching soul. The last rays are fading away, and something out of my heart is departing with them. But the lengthening shadows on the grey flagstones spread quiet. Gradually, the clamor ceases, the sounds die out. I hear the creaking of rusty hinges, there is the click of a lock, and all is hushed and dark. The silence grows gloomy, oppressive. It fills me with mysterious awe. It lives. It pulsates with slow, measured breathing, as of some monster. It rises and falls, approaches, recedes. It is misery asleep. Now it presses heavily against my door. I hear its quickened breathing. Oh, it is the guard. Is it the death watch? His outline is lost in the semi-darkness, but I see the whites of his eyes. They stare at me. They watch and follow me. I feel their gaze upon me as I nervously pace the floor. Unconsciously my step quickens, but I cannot escape that glint of steel. It grimaces and mocks me. It dances before me. It is here and there, all around me. Now it flits up and down. It doubles, triples. The fearful eyes stare at me from 100 depressions in the wall. On every side they surround me and bar my way. I bury my head in the pillow. My sleep is restless and broken. Ever the terrible gaze is upon me, watching, watching, the white eyeballs turning with my every movement. Section 3. The line of prisoners files by my cell. They walk in twos, conversing in subdued tones. It is a motley crowd from the ends of the world. The native of the western part of the state, the Pennsylvania Dutchman of stolid mien, passes slowly, in silence. The son of southern Italy, stocky and black-eyed, alert suspicion on his face, walks with quick, nervous step. The tall, slender Spaniard, swarthy and of classic feature, looks about him with suppressed disdain. Each, in passing, casts a furtive glance into my cell. The last in the line is a young Negro, walking alone. He nods and smiles broadly at me, exposing teeth of dazzling whiteness. The guard brings me up the rear. He pauses at my door, his sharp eye measuring me severely, critically. You may fall in. The cell is unlocked, and I join the line. The Negro is at my side. He loses no time in engaging me in conversation. He is very glad, he assures me, that they have at last permitted me to fall in. It was a shame to deprive me of exercise for 4 days. Now they will call de night dog off. Must be a fear to suicide, he explains. His flow of speech is incessant. He seems not a whit disconcerted by my evident disinclination to talk. Would I have a cigarette? May smoke in the cell. One could buy de weed here, if he has de dough, buy anything except booze. He is full of the prison gossip. That tall man there is Jack Tinford of Homestead, sure to swing, threw dynamite at the Pinkertons. That little doggo will keep Jack company, cut his wife's throat. The duchy there is Bugs, choked his son in sleep. Presently, my talkative companion volunteers the information that he also is waiting for trial. Nothing worse than second-degree murder, though. Can't hang him, he laughs gleefully. His man didn't croak till after the 9th day. He lightly waves aside my remark concerning the 9th day superstition. He is convinced they won't hang him. Can't do it, he reiterates, with a happy grin. Suddenly, he changes the subject. What am you doing here? Only murder cases on this gallery. Your man didn't croak. Evidently, he expects no answer, immediately assuring me that I am all right. Guess they believe it I am most safe for yo, but can't hang yo, can't hang yo. He grows excited over the recital of his case. Minutely, he describes the details. Dat big nigger, guess he thoughts I afeard of him. He know better now, he chuckles. Dis I chilly I'm afeard of none of 'em. I ain't. Gwan way, nigger. I says to him, ya better leave my gal be. And dat big black nigger grabbed a cleaver. We's in de hotel kitchen, ya see. Nigger drop dat, I hollows, and he come at me. Den dis I coon pull his trusty lil brudder. He taps his pocket significantly, and I lets the ordinary nigger have it. Plumb in the belly, yassa, I does, and he drops his cleaver, and I pulls my knife out 2 inches, 'bout, and den I gives it a half twist, like, and shoves it in again, and he illustrates the ghastly motion. Dat bad nigger never bother me again, no nobody else, I guess. But they can't hang me, no sah, they can't, 'cause my man croaked 2 weeks later. I's lucky, yassa, I is. His face is reft in a broad grin, his teeth shimmer white. Suddenly, he grows serious. Yo am striker? No? Not a steel worker? With utter amazement. What you want to shoot Frick for? He does not attempt to disguise his impatient incredulity as I essay an explanation. Afeard to tell. Yo am deep all right, I lick. Dat your name? But yo am right, yes sah, yo am right. Don't tell nobody. Dey's mostly crooks, that they need watch and show. Yo jest 'member dat. There is a peculiar movement in the marching line. I notice a prisoner leave his place. He casts an anxious glance around and disappears in the niche of a cell door. The line continues on its march, and, as I near the man's hiding place, I hear him whisper, "Fall back, Alec." Surprised at being addressed in such a familiar manner, I slow down my pace. The man is at my side. "Say, Burke, you don't want to be seen walking with that dinge." The sound of my shortened name grates harshly on my ear. I feel the impulse to resent the mutilation. The man's manner suggests a lack of respect, offense to my dignity as a revolutionist. "Why?" I ask, turning to look at him. He is short and stocky. The thin lips and pointed chin of the elongated face suggest the fox. He meets my gaze with a sharp look from above his smoked glass spectacles. His voice is husky, his tone unpleasantly confidential. "It is bad for a white man to be seen with a nigger," he informs me. "It will make feeling against me." He himself is a Pittsburgh man for the last 20 years, but he was born and raised in the South, in Atlanta. "They have no use for niggers down there," he assures me. "They must be taught to keep their place, and they are no good anyway." I had better take his advice, for he is friendly disposed toward me. I must be very careful of appearances before the trial. My inexperience is quite evident, but he knows the ropes. I must not give them an opportunity to say anything against me. My behavior in jail will weigh with the judge in determining my sentence. He himself expects to get off easy. He knows some of the judges, mostly good men. Section 7 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Trial. The courtroom breathes the chill of the graveyard. The stained windows cast sickly rays into the silent chamber. In the somber light, the faces look funereal, spectral. Anxiously, I scan the room. Perhaps my friends, the girl, have come to greet me. Everywhere, cold eyes meet my gaze. Police and court attendants on every side. Several newspaper men draw near. It is humiliating that through them I must speak to the people. "Prisoner at the bar, stand up!" The Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, the clerk vociferates, charges me with felonious assault on H.C. Frick with intent to kill, felonious assault on John G.A. Leishman, feloniously entering the offices of Carnegie Company on 3 occasions, each constituting a separate indictment, and with unlawfully carrying concealed weapons. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? I protest against the multiplication of the charges. I do not deny the attempt on Frick, but the accusation of having assaulted Leishman is not true. I have visited the Carnegie offices only. Do you plead guilty or not guilty? The judge interrupts. Not guilty. I want to explain. Your attorneys will do that. I have no attorney. The court will appoint one to defend you. I need no defense. I want to make a statement. You will be given an opportunity at the proper time. Impatiently, I watch the proceedings. Of what use are all these preliminaries? My conviction is a foregone conclusion. The men in the jury box there, they are to decide my fate. As if they could understand. They measure me with cold, unsympathetic looks. Why were the talesmen not examined in my presence? They were already seated when I entered. When was the jury picked? I demand. You have 4 challenges, the prosecutor retorts. The names of the talesmen sound strange, but what matter who are the men to judge me? They, too, belong to the enemy. They will do the master's bidding. Yet I may, even for a moment, clog the wheels of the juggernaut. At random, I select 4 names from the printed list, and the new jurors file into the box. The trial proceeds. A police officer and 2 Negro employees of Frick in turn take the witness stand. They had seen me 3 times in the Frick office, they testify. They speak falsely, but I feel indifferent to the hired witnesses. A tall man takes the stand. I recognize the detective who so brazenly claimed to identify me in the jail. He is followed by a physician who states that each wound of Frick might have proved fatal. John G. A. Leishman is called. I attempted to kill him, he testifies. It's a lie, I cry out angrily, but the guards force me into the seat. Now Frick comes forward. He seeks to avoid my eye as I confront him. The prosecutor turns to me. I decline to examine the witnesses for the state. They have spoken falsely, there is no truth in them, and I shall not participate in the mockery. Call the witnesses for the defense, the judge commands. I have no need of witnesses. I wish to proceed with my statement. The prosecutor demands that I speak English, but I insist on reading my prepared paper in German. The judge rules to permit me the services of the court interpreter. I address myself to the people, I begin. Some may wonder why I have declined a legal defense. My reasons are twofold. In the first place, I am an anarchist. I do not believe in man-made law, designed to enslave and oppress humanity. Secondly, an extraordinary phenomenon like an attentat cannot be measured by the narrow standards of legality. It requires a view of the social background to be adequately understood. A lawyer would try to defend or palliate my act from the standpoint of the law. Yet the real question at issue is not a defense of myself, but rather the explanation of the deed. It is mistaken to believe me on trial. The actual defendant is society, the system of injustice, of the organized exploitation of the people. The voice of the interpreter sounds cracked and shrill. Word for word he translates my utterance, the sentences broken, disconnected, in his inadequate English. The vociferous tones pierce my ears, and my heart bleeds at his meaningless declamation. Translate sentences, not single words, I remonstrate. With an impatient gesture, he leaves me. Oh, please, go on, I cry in dismay. He returns hesitatingly. Look at my paper, I adjure him, and translate each sentence as I read it. The glazy eyes are turned to me in a blank, unseeing stare. The man is blind. Let us continue, he stammers. We have heard enough, the judge interrupts. I have not read a third of my paper, I cry in consternation. It will do. I have declined the services of attorneys to get time to... We will allow you 5 more minutes. But I can't explain in such a short time. I have the right to be heard. We'll teach you differently. I am ordered from the witness chair. Several jurymen leave their seats, but the district attorney hurries forward and whispers to them. They remain in the jury box. The room is hushed as the judge rises. Have you anything to say why sentence should not be passed upon you? You would not let me speak, I reply. Your justice is a farce. Silence! In a daze, I hear the droning voice on the bench. Hurriedly, the guards lead me from the courtroom. The judge was easy on you, the warden jeers. 22 years? Pretty stiff, eh? End of Section 7. Section 8 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. Desperate Thoughts. Section 1. Make yourself at home now. You'll stay here a while, huh? As in a dream, I hear the harsh tones. Is the man speaking to me, I wonder? Why is he laughing? I feel so weary. I long to be alone. Now the voice has ceased. The steps are receding. All is silent, and I am alone. A nameless weight oppresses me. I feel exhausted, my mind a void. Heavily I fall on the bed, head buried in the straw pillow, my heart breaking, I sink into deep sleep. My eyes burn as with hot irons. The heat sears my sight and consumes my eyelids. Now it pierces my head. My brain is aflame. It is swept by a raging fire. Oh! I wake in horror. A stream of dazzling light is pouring into my face. Terrified, I press my hands to my eyes, but the mysterious flow pierces my lids and blinds me with a maddening torture. Get up and undress. What's the matter with you anyhow? The voice frightens me. The cell is filled with a continuous glare. Beyond, all is dark, the guard invisible. Now lay down and go to sleep. Silently, I obey, when suddenly all grows black before my eyes. A terrible fear grips my heart. Have I gone blind? I grope for the bed, the wall. I can't see. With a desperate cry, I spring to the door. A faint click reaches my tense ear. The streaming lightning burns into my face. Oh, I can see. I can see. What the hell's the matter with you, eh? Go to sleep, you hear? Quiet and immovable, I lie on the bed. Strange horrors haunt me. What a terrible place this must be. This agony, I cannot support it. 22 years. Oh, it is hopeless, hopeless. I must die. I'll die tonight. With bated breath, I creep from the bed. The iron bedstead creaks. In a fright, I draw back, feigning sleep. All remains silent. The guard did not hear me. I should feel the terrible bullseye even with closed lids. Slowly, I open my eyes. It is dark all around. I grope about the cell. The wall is damp, musty. The odors are nauseating. I cannot live here. I must die. This very night. Something white glimmers in the corner. Cautiously, I bend over. It is a spoon. For a moment, I hold it indifferently. Then a great joy overwhelms me. Now I can die. I creep back into bed, nervously clutching the tin. My hand feels for my heart. It is beating violently. I will put the narrow end of the spoon over here, like this. I will force it in, a little lower, a steady pressure, just between the ribs. The metal feels cold. How hot my body is. Caressingly, I pat the spoon against my side. My fingers seek the edge. It is dull. I must press it hard. Yes, it is very dull. If I only had my revolver. But the cartridge might fail to explode. That's why Frick is not well, and I must die. How he looked at me in court. There was hate in his eyes, and fear, too. He turned his head away. He cannot face me. I saw that he felt guilty. Yet he lives. I didn't crush him. Oh, I failed. Keep quiet there, I'll put you in the hole. The gruff voice startles me. I must have been moaning. I'll draw the blanket over my head, so... What was I thinking about? No, I remember. He is well, and I am here. I failed to crush him. He lives. Of course, it does not really matter. The opportunity for propaganda is there as a result of my act. That was the main purpose. But I failed to kill him, and he lives. My speech, too, failed. They tricked me. They kept the date secret. They were afraid my friends would be present. It was maddening the way the prosecuting attorney and the judge kept interrupting me. I did not even read a third of my statement, and the whole effect was lost. How that man interpreted. The poor old man. He was deeply offended when I corrected his translation. I did not know he was blind. I called him back, and suffered renewed torture at his screeching. I was almost glad when the judge forced me to discontinue. That judge, he acted as indifferently as if the matter did not concern him. He must have known that the sentence meant death. 22 years! As if it is possible to survive such a sentence in this terrible place. Yes, he knew it. He spoke of making an example of me. The old villain. He has been doing it all his life, making an example of social victims, the victims of his own class, of capitalism. The brutal mockery of it. Had I anything to say why sentence should not be passed? Yet, he wouldn't permit me to continue my statement. The court has been very patient. I am glad I told him that I didn't expect justice, and did not get it. Perhaps I should have thrown in his face the epithet that sprang to my lips. No, it was the best that I controlled my anger. Else they would have rejoiced to proclaim the anarchists vulgar criminals. Such things help to prejudice the people against us. We, criminals. We, who are ever ready to give our lives for liberty, criminals. And they, our accusers. They break their own laws. They knew it was not legal to multiply the charges against me. They made 6 indictments out of 1 act, as if the minor offenses were not included in the major, made necessary by the deed itself. They thirsted for blood. Legally, they cannot give me more than 7 years. But I am an anarchist. I had attempted the life of a great magnate. In him capitalism felt itself attacked. Of course, I knew they would take advantage of my refusal to be legally represented. 22 years. The judge imposed the maximum penalty on each charge. Well, I expected no less, and it makes no difference now. I am going to die anyway. I clutch the spoon in my feverish hand, its narrow end against my heart. I test the resistance of the flesh. A violent blow will drive it between the ribs. 1, 2, 3. The deep metallic bass floats upon the silence, resonant, compelling. Instantly, all is motion. Overhead, on the sides, everything is vibrant with life. Men yawn and cough. Chairs and beds are noisily moved about. Heavy feet pace stone floors. In the distance sounds a low rolling, as of thunder. It grows nearer and louder. I hear the officer's sharp command, the familiar click of locks, doors opening and shutting. Now the rumbling grows clearer, more distinct. With a moan, the heavy bread wagon stops at my cell. A guard unlocks the door. His eyes rest on me curiously, suspiciously, while the trustee hands me a small loaf of bread. I have barely time to withdraw my arm before the door is closed and locked. Want coffee? Hold your cup. Between the narrow bars, the beverage is poured into my bent, rusty tin can. In the semi-darkness of the cell, the steaming liquid overflows, scalding my bare feet. With a cry of pain, I drop the can. In the dimly lit hall, the floor looks stained with blood. "What did you mean by that?" the guard shouts at me. "I couldn't help it." "Want to be smart, don't you? Well, we'll take it out of you. Hey, there, Sam," the officer motions to the trustee. "No dinner for A7, you hear?" "Yes, sir, yes, sir." "No more coffee either." "Yes, sir." The guard measures me with a look of scornful hatred. Malice mirrors in his face. Involuntarily, I step back into the cell. His gaze falls on my naked feet. "Ain't you got no shoes?" "Yes." "Yes? Can't you say, sure? Got shoes?" "Yes." "Put 'em on, damn you." His tongue sweeps the large quid of tobacco from one cheek to the other. With a hiss, a thick stream of brown splashes on my feet. "Damn you, put 'em on." The clatter and noises have ceased. The steps have died away. All is still in the dark hall. Only occasional shadows flit by, silent, ghost-like. Section 2. Forward! March! The long line of prisoners, in stripes and lockstep, resembles an undulating snake, wriggling from side to side, its black and grey body moving forward, yet apparently remaining in the same spot. 1,000 feet strike the stone floor in regular tempo, with alternate rising and falling ascent, as each division, flanked by officers, approaches and passes my cell. Brutal faces, repulsive in their stolid indifference or malicious leer. Here and there a well-shaped head, intelligent eye, or sympathetic expression, but accentuates the features of the striped line, coarse and sinister, with the guilty treacherous look of the ruthlessly hunted. Head bent, right arm extended, with hand touching the shoulder of the man in front, all uniformly clad in horizontal black and grey. The men seem will-less cogs in a machine, oscillating to the shouted command of the tall guards on the flanks, stern and alert. The measured beat grows fainter and dies with the hollow thud of the last football behind the closed double door leading into the prison yard. The pall of silence descends upon the cell house. I feel utterly alone, deserted and forsaken amid the towering pile of stone and iron. The stillness overwhelms me with almost tangible weight. I am buried within the narrow walls. The massive rock is pressing down upon my head, my sides. I cannot breathe. The foul air is stifling. Oh, I can't live here. I can't suffer this agony. 22 years. It is a lifetime. No, it's impossible. I must die. I will. Now. Clutching the spoon, I throw myself on the bed. My eyes wander over the cell, faintly lit by the light in the hall, the whitewashed walls, yellow with damp, the splashes of dark red blood at the head of the bed, the clumps of vermin around the holes in the wall, the small table and the rickety chair, The filthy floor, black and gray in spots. Why, it's stone. I can sharpen the spoon. Cautiously, I crouch in the corner. The tin glides over the greasy surface, noiselessly, smoothly, till the thick layer of filth is worn off. Then it scratches and scrapes. With the pillow, I deaden the rasping sound. The metal is growing hot in my hand. I pass the sharp edge across my finger. Drops of blood trickle down to the floor. The wound is ragged, but the blade is keen. Stealthily, I crawl back into bed. My hand gropes for my heart. I touch the spot with the blade. Between the ribs, here. I'll be dead when they find me. If Frick had only died. So much propaganda could be made, that damned Most, if he hadn't turned against me. He will ruin the whole effect of the act. It's nothing but cowardice. But what is he afraid of? They can't implicate him. We've been estranged for over a year. He could easily prove it, the traitor. Preached propaganda by deed all his life. Now he repudiates the first attentat in this country. What tremendous agitation he could have made of it. Now he denies me. He doesn't know me, the wretch. He knew me well enough, and trusted me too, when together we set up the first circular in the Freiheit office. It was in William Street. We waited for the other compositors to leave, then we worked all night. It was to recommend me. I planned to go to Russia then. Yes, to Russia. Perhaps I might have done something important there. Why didn't I go? What was it? Well, I can't think of it now. It's peculiar, though. But America was more important. Plenty of revolutionists in Russia. And now... Oh, I'll never do anything more. I'll be dead soon. They'll find me cold, a pool of blood under me. The mattress will be red. No, it will be dark red, and the blood will soak through the straw. I wonder how much blood I have. It'll gush from my heart. I must strike right here, strong and quick. It will not pain much. But the edge is ragged. It may catch or tear the flesh. They say the skin is tough. I must strike hard. Perhaps better to fall against the blade? No, the tin may bend. I'll grasp it close, like this, then a quick drive, right into my heart. It's the surest way. I must not wound myself. I would bleed slowly. They might discover me still alive. No, I must die at once. They'll find me dead. My heart, they'll feel it, not beating. The blade still in it. They'll call the doctor. He's dead. And the girl and Fedya and the others will hear of it. She'll be sad, but she will understand. Yes, she will be glad. They couldn't torture me here. She'll know I cheated them. Yes, she... Where is she now? What does she think of it all? Does she too think I failed? And Fedya also? If I'd only hear from her, just once, it would be easier to die. But she'll understand. She... Get off that bed. Don't you know the rules, eh? Get out of there. Horrified, speechless, I spring to my feet. The spoon falls from my relaxed grip. It strikes the floor, clinking on the stone loudly, damningly. My heart stands still as I face the guard. There was something repulsively familiar about the tall man, his mouth drawn into a derisive smile. It's the officer of the morning. Foxy, ain't ya? Give me that spoon. The coffee incident flashes through my mind. Loathing and hatred of the tall guard fill my being. For a second, I hesitate. I must hide the spoon. I cannot afford to lose it. Not to this brute. Cap'n, here! I am dragged from the cell. The tall keeper carefully examines the spoon, a malicious grin stealing over his face. Look, Cap'n, sharp as a razor. Pretty desperate, eh? Take him to the deputy, Mr. Fellings. Section 3. In the rotunda connecting the north and south cell houses, the deputy stands at a high desk. Angular and bony, with slightly stooped shoulders, his face is a mess of minute wrinkles seamed on yellow parchment. The curved nose overhangs thin, compressed lips. The steely eyes measure me coldly, unfriendly. Who is this? The low, almost feminine voice sharply accentuates the cadaver-like face and figure. The contrast is startling. A7. What is the charge, officer? 2 charges, Mr. McPain. Laying in bed and trying suicide. A smile of satanic satisfaction slowly spreads over the deputy's wizened face. The long, heavy fingers of his right hand worked convulsively, as if drumming stiffly on an imaginary board. Yes, yes. A7, 2 charges. How did he try to commit suicide? With this spoon, Mr. McPain, sharp as a razor. Yes, yes, wants to die. We have no such charges, as trying suicide in this institution. Sharpened spoon, a grave offense. I'll see about that later. For breaking the rules, by laying in bed out of hours, 3 days. Take him down, officer. He will, cool off. I am faint and weary. A sense of utter indifference possesses me. Vaguely, I am conscious of the guards leading me through dark corridors, dragging me down steep flights, half undressing me, and finally thrusting me into a black void. I am dizzy. My head is awhirl. I stagger and fall on the flagstones of the dungeon. The cell is filled with light. It hurts my eyes. Someone is bending over me. A bit feverish. Better take him to the cell. Doctor, he is in punishment. Not safe, Mr. McPain. We'll postpone it then. Take him to the cell, officers. Get up. My legs seem paralyzed. They refuse to move. I am lifted and carried up the stairs, through corridors and halls, and then thrown heavily on a bed. I feel so weak. Perhaps I shall die now. It would be best. But I have no weapon. They have taken away the spoon. There is nothing in the cell that I could use. These iron bars, I could beat my head against them. But, it is such a horrible death. My skulls would break, and the brains ooze out. But the bars are smooth. Would my skull break with one blow? I'm afraid it might only crack, and I should be too weak to strike again. If I only had a revolver, that is the easiest and quickest. I've always thought I'd prefer such a death to be shot. The barrel close to the temple, one couldn't miss. Some people have done it in front of a mirror, but I have no mirror. I have no revolver either. Though the mouth, it is also fatal. That Moscow student, Rusov was his name. Yes, Ivan Rusov. He shot himself through the mouth. Of course, he was foolish to kill himself for a woman, but I admired his courage. How coolly he had made all preparations. He even left a note directing that his gold watch be given to the landlady, because, he wrote, after passing through his brain, the bullet might damage the wall. Wonderful! It actually happened that way. I saw the bullet embedded in the wall near the sofa, and Ivan lay so still and peaceful, I thought he was asleep. I had often seen him like that in my brother's study after our lessons. What a splendid tutor he was! I liked him from the first. When Mother introduced him, Sasha, Ivan Nikolaevich will be your instructor in Latin during vacation time. My hand hurt all day. He had gripped it so powerfully, like a vice. But I was glad I didn't cry out. I admired him for it. I felt he must be very strong and manly to have such a handshake. Mother smiled when I told her about it. Her hand pained her too, she said. Sister blushed a little. Rather energetic, she observed. And Maxim felt so happy over the favorable impression made by his college chum. What did I tell you? He cried in glee. Ivan Nikolaevich Molodets. Think of it, he's only 20. Graduates next year. The youngest alumnus since the foundation of the university. Molodets. But how red were Maxim's eyes when he brought the bullet home. He would keep it, he said, as long as he lived. He had dug it out, with his own hands, from the wall of Ivan Nikolaevich's room. At dinner, he opened the little box, unwrapped the cotton, and showed me the bullet. Sister went into hysterics, and Mama called Max a brute. For a woman, an unworthy woman, Sister moaned. I thought he was foolish to take his life on account of a woman. I felt a little disappointed. Ivan Nikolaevich should have been more manly. They all said she was very beautiful, the acknowledged belle of Kovno. She was tall and stately, but I thought she walked too stiffly. She seemed self-conscious and artificial. Mother said I was too young to talk of such things. How shocked she would have been had she known that I was in love with Nadia, my sister's chum. And I had kissed our chambermaid, too. Dear little Rosa, I remember she threatened to tell Mother. I was so frightened I wouldn't come to dinner. Mama sent the maid to call me, but I refused to go till Rosa promised not to tell. The sweet girl, with those red apple cheeks. How kind she was. But the little imp couldn't keep a secret. She told Tatiana, the cook of our neighbor, the Latin instructor at the gymnasium. Next day, he teased me about the servant girl. Before the whole class, too. I wish the floor would open and swallow me. I was so mortified. How far off it all seems. Centuries away. I wonder what has become of her. Where is Rosa now? Why, she must be here, in America. I had almost forgotten. I met her in New York. It was such a surprise. I was standing on the stoop of the tenement house where I boarded. I had then been only a few months in the country. A young lady passed by. She looked up at me, then turned and ascended the steps. "Don't you know me, Mr. Berkman? Don't you really recognize me?" Some mistake, I thought. I had never before seen this beautiful, stylish young woman. She invited me into the hallway. "Don't tell these people here. I am Rosa. Don't you remember? Why, you know, I was your mother's maid." She blushed violently. Those red cheeks. Why, certainly, it's Rosa. I thought of the stolen kiss. Would I dare it now? I wondered, suddenly conscious of my shabby clothes. She seemed so prosperous. How our positions have changed. She looked the very barishnya, like my sister. "Is your mother here?" she asked. "Mother? She died, just before I left." I glanced apprehensively at her. Did she remember that terrible scene when Mother struck her? "I didn't know about your mother." Her voice was husky, a tear glistened in her eye. The dear girl, always generous-hearted. I ought to make amends to her for Mother's insult. We looked at each other in embarrassment. Then she held out a gloved hand. Very large, I thought. Red, too, probably. "Goodbye, Господин Berkman," she said. "I'll see you soon again. Please don't tell these people who I am." I experienced a feeling of guilt and shame. Господин Berkman. Somehow it echoed the servile barinya with which the domestics used to address my mother. For all her finery, Rosa had not gotten over it. Too much bred in, poor girl. She has not become emancipated. I never saw her at our meetings. She is conservative, no doubt. She was so ignorant, she could not even read. Perhaps she has learned in this country. Now she will read about me, and she'll know how I died. Oh, I haven't the spoon. What shall I do? What shall I do? I can't live. I couldn't stand this torture. Perhaps if I had 7 years, I would try to serve the sentence. But I couldn't anyhow. I might live here a year or two, but 22 years. What is the use? No man could survive it. It's terrible. 22 years. Their cursed justice. They always talk of law. Yet, legally, I shouldn't have gotten more than 7 years. Legally. As if they care about legality. They wanted to make an example of me. Of course, I knew it beforehand, but if I had 7 years, perhaps I might live through it. I would try. But 22, it's a lifetime. A whole lifetime. 17 is no better. That man Jamestown got 17 years. He celled next to me in the jail. He didn't look like a highway robber. He was so small and puny. He must be here now. A fool to think he could live here 17 years. And this hell, what an imbecile he is. He should have committed suicide long ago. They sent him away before my trial. It's about 3 weeks ago. Enough time. Why hasn't he done something? He will soon die here anyway. It will be better to suicide. A strong man might last 5 years. I doubt it, though. Perhaps a very strong man might. I couldn't, no. I know I couldn't. Perhaps 2 or 3 years at most. We had often spoken about this, the girl, Fedya, and I. I had then such a peculiar idea of prison. I thought I would be sitting on the floor in a gruesome black hole, with my hands and feet chained to the wall, and the worms would crawl over me, and slowly devour my face and my eyes, and I, so helpless, chained to the wall. The girl in Fedya had a similar idea. She said she might bear prison life a few weeks. I could for a year, I thought, but was doubtful. I pictured myself fighting the worms off with my feet. It would take the vermin that long to eat all my flesh, till they got to my heart. That would be fatal. And the vermin here, those big brown bedbugs, they must be like those worms, so vicious and hungry. Perhaps there are worms here too. There must be in the dungeon. There was a wound in my foot. I don't know how it happened. I was unconscious in that dark hole. It was just like my old idea of prison. I couldn't live even a week there. It's awful. Here it is a little better, but it's never light in this cell, always in semi-darkness, and so small and narrow, no windows, and smells so foully all the time. The walls are wet and clammy, smeared with blood too. Bedbugs, it's nauseating. Not much better than that black hole with my hands and arms chained to the wall. Just a trifle better. My hands are not chained. Perhaps I could live here a few years, no more than 3 or maybe 5. But these brutal officers. No, I couldn't stand it. I want to die. I die here soon anyway. They will kill me. But I won't give the enemy the satisfaction. They shall not be able to say that they are torturing me in prison, or that they killed me. No, I'd rather kill myself. Yes, kill myself. I shall have to do it. With my head against the bars. No, not now. At night, when it's all dark. They couldn't save me then. It'll be a terrible death, but it must be done. If I only knew about them in New York, the girl and Fedya, it would be easier to die then. What are they doing in the case? Are they making propaganda out of it? They must be waiting to hear of my suicide. They know I can't live here long. Perhaps they wonder why I didn't suicide right after the trial. But I could not. I thought I should be taken from the court to my cell in jail. Sentenced prisoners usually are. I had prepared to hang myself that night, but they must have suspected something. They brought me directly here from the courtroom. Perhaps I should have been dead now. "Supper. Want coffee? Hold your tin," the trustee shouts into the door. Suddenly he whispers, "Grab it, quick." A long dark object is shot between the bars into the cell, dropping at the foot of the bed. The man is gone. I pick up the parcel, tightly wrapped in brown paper. What can it be? The outside cover protects 2 layers of old newspaper. Then a white object comes to view. A towel. There's something round and hard inside. It's a cake of soap. A sense of thankfulness steals into my heart as I wonder who the donor may be. It is good to know that there is at least one being here with a friendly spirit. Perhaps it's someone I knew in the jail. But how did he procure these things? Are they permitted? The towel feels nice and soft. It is a relief from the hard straw bed. Everything is so hard and coarse here. The language, the guards. I pass the towel over my face. It soothes me somewhat. I ought to wash up. My head feels so heavy. I haven't washed since I got here. When did I come? Let me see, what is today? I don't know. I can't think. But my trial, it was on Monday, the 19th of September. They brought me here in the afternoon. No, in the evening. And that guard, he frightened me so with the bullseye lantern. Was it last night? No, it must have been longer than that. Have I been here only since yesterday? Why, it seems such a long time. Can this be Tuesday? Only Tuesday? I'll ask the trustee the next time he passes. I'll find out who sent this towel too. Perhaps I could get some cold water from him. Or maybe there is some here. My eyes are growing accustomed to the semi-darkness of the cell. I discern objects quite clearly. There is a small wooden table and an old chair. In the furthest corner, almost hidden by the bed, is the privy. Near it, in the center of the wall opposite the door, is a water spigot over a narrow circular basin. The water is lukewarm and muddy, but it feels refreshing. The rub-down with the towel is invigorating. The stimulated blood courses through my veins with a pleasuring tingle. Suddenly, a sharp sting, as of a needle, pricks my face. There's a pin in the towel. As I draw it out, something white flutters to the floor. A note. With ear alert for a passing step, I hastily read the penciled writing. Be sure to tear this up as soon as you read it. It's from a friend. We is going to make a break, and you can come along. We know you're on the level. Lay low and keep your lamps lit at night. Watch the screws in the stools, they's worse than bulls. Dump is full of them and don't have nothing to say. So long, we'll see you tomorrow. A true friend. I read the note carefully, repeatedly. The peculiar language baffles me. Vaguely, I surmise its meaning. Evidently, an escape is being planned. My heart beats violently as I contemplate the possibilities. If I could escape... Oh, I should not have to die. Why haven't I thought of it before? What a glorious thing it would be. Of course, they would ransack the country for me, and I should have to hide. But what does it matter? I'd be at liberty. And what tremendous effect. It would make great propaganda. People would become much interested. And I should have new opportunities. The shadow of suspicion falls over my joyous thought, overwhelming me with despair. Perhaps a trap. I don't know who wrote the note. A fine conspirator I'd prove to be duped so easily. But why should they want to trap me? And who? Some guard? What purpose could it serve? But they are so mean, so brutal. That tall officer, the deputy, called him Fellings. He seems to have taken a bitter dislike to me. This may be his work, to get me in trouble. Would he really stoop to such an outrage? These things happen. They have been done in Russia. And he looks like a provocateur, the scoundrel. No, he won't get me that way. I must read the note again. It contains so many expressions I don't understand. I should keep my lamps lit. What lamps? There are none in the cell. Where am I to get them? And what screws must I watch? And the stools? I have only a chair here. Why should I watch it? Perhaps it's to be used as a weapon. No, it must mean something else. The note says he will call tomorrow. I'll be able to tell by his looks whether he can be trusted. Yes, that will be best. I'll wait till tomorrow. Oh, I wish it were here. End of Section 8. Section 9 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Will to Live. Section 1. The days drag interminably in the semi-darkness of the cell. The gong regulates my existence with depressing monotony. But the tenor of my thoughts has been changed by the note of the mysterious correspondent. In vain I have been waiting for his appearance, yet the suggestion of escape has germinated hope. The will to live is beginning to assert itself, growing more imperative as the days go by. I wonder that my mind dwells upon suicide more and more rarely, ever more cursorily. The thought of self-destruction fills me with dismay. Every possibility of escape must first be exhausted, I reassure my troubled conscience. Surely I have no fear of death when the proper time arrives. But haste would be highly imprudent, worse, quite unnecessary. Indeed, it is my duty as a revolutionist to seize every opportunity for propaganda. Escape would afford me many occasions to serve the cause. It was thoughtless on my part to condemn that man Jamestown. I even resented his seemingly unforgivable delay in committing suicide, considering the impossible sentence of 17 years. Indeed, I was unjust. Jamestown is, no doubt, forming his plans. It takes time to mature such an undertaking. One must first familiarize himself with the new surroundings, get one's bearings in the prison. So far, I have had but little chance to do so. Evidently, it is the policy of the authorities to keep me in solitary confinement, and in consequent ignorance of the intricate system of hallways, double gates, and winding passages. At liberty to leave this place, it would prove difficult for me to find, unaided, my way out. Oh, if I possessed the magic ring I dreamed of last night! It was a wonderful talisman, secreted, I fancied in the dream, by the goddess of the social revolution. I saw her quite distinctly, tall and commanding, the radiance of all-conquering love in her eyes. She stood at my bedside, a smile of surpassing gentleness suffusing the queenly countenance, her arm extended above me, half in blessing, half pointing toward the dark wall. Eagerly I looked in the direction of the arched hand. There, in a crevice, something luminous glowed with the brilliancy of fresh dew in the morning sun. It was a heart-shaped ring cleft in the center. Its scintillating rays glorified the dark corner with the aureole of great hope. Impulsively I reached out, and pressed the parts of the ring into a close-fitting hole, when, lo! The rays burst into a fire that spread and instantly melted the iron and steel, and dissolved the prison walls, disclosing to my enraptured gaze green fields and woods, and men and women playfully at work in the sunshine of freedom. And then, something dispelled the vision. Oh, if I had that magic heart now, to escape, to be free. Maybe my unknown friend will yet keep his word. He is probably perfecting plans, or perhaps it is not safe for him to visit me. If my comrades could aid me, escape would be feasible, but the girl and Fedya will never consider the possibility. No doubt they refrain from writing because they momentarily expect to hear of my suicide. How distraught the poor girl must be. Yet she should have written. It is now 4 days since my removal to the penitentiary. Every day I anxiously await the coming of the chaplain who distributes the mail. There he is! The quick, nervous step has become familiar to my ear. Expectantly, I follow his movements. I recognize the vigorous slam of the door and the click of the spring lock. The short steps patter on the bridge connecting the upper rotunda with the cell house and pass along the gallery. The solitary footfall amid the silence reminds me of the timid haste of one crossing a graveyard at night. Now the chaplain pauses. He is comparing the number of the wooden block hanging outside the cell with that on the letter. Someone has remembered a friend in prison. The steps continue and grow faint as the postman rounds the distant corner. He passes the cell row on the opposite side, ascends the topmost tier, and finally reaches the ground floor containing my cell. My heart beats faster as the sound approaches. There must surely be a letter for me. He is nearing the cell. He pauses. I can't see him yet, but I know he is comparing numbers. Perhaps the letter is for me. I hope the chaplain will make no mistake. Range K, cell 6, number A7. Something light flaps on the door of the next cell, and the quick, short step has passed me by. No mail for me. Another 24 hours must elapse before I may receive a letter, and then, too, perhaps the faint shadow will not pause at my door. Section 2. The thought of my 22-year sentence is driving me desperate. I would make use of any means, however terrible, to escape from this hell, to regain liberty. Liberty! What would it not offer me after this experience? I should have the greatest opportunity for revolutionary activity. I would choose Russia. The Molstanier has forsaken me. I will keep aloof, but they shall learn what a true revolutionist is capable of accomplishing. If there is a spark of manhood in them, they will blush for their despicable attitude toward my act, their shameful treatment of me. How eager they will then be to prove their confidence by exaggerated devotion, to salve their guilty conscience. I should not have to complain of a lack of financial aid, were I to inform our intimate circles of my plans regarding future activity in Russia. It would be glorious, glorious. It's the chaplain. Section 10 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. Spectral Silence. The silence grows more oppressive, the solitude unbearable. My natural buoyancy is weighted down by a nameless dread. With dismay I realize the failing elasticity of my step, the gradual loss of mental vivacity. I feel worn in body and soul. The regular tolling of the gong, calling to toil or meals, accentuates the enervating routine. It sounds ominously amid the stillness, like the portent of some calamity, horrible and sudden. Unshaped fears, the more terrifying because vague, fill my heart. In vain I seek to drown my riotous thoughts by reading and exercise. The walls stand, immovable sentinels, hemming me in on every side, till movement grows into torture. In the constant dusk of the windowless cell, the letters dance before my eyes, now forming fantastic figures, now dissolving into corpses and images of death. The morbid pictures fascinate my mind. The hissing gas jet in the corridor irresistibly attracts me. With eyes half shut, I follow the flickering light. Its diffusing rays form a kaleidoscope of variegated pattern, now crystallizing into scenes of my youth, now converging upon the image of my New York life, with grotesque illumination of the tragic moments. Now the flame is swept by a gust of wind. It darts hither and thither, angrily contending with the surrounding darkness. It whizzes and strikes into its adversary, who falters, then advances with giant shadow, menacing the light with frenzied threats on the whitewashed wall. Look! The shadow grows and grows, till it mounts the iron gates that fall heavily behind me, as the officers lead me through the passage. "You're home now," the guard mocks me. I look back. The gray pile looms above me, cold and forbidding, and on its crest stands the black figure leering at me in triumph. The walls frown upon me. They seem human in their cruel immobility. Their huge arms tower into the night, as if to crush me on the instant. I feel so small, unutterably weak and defenseless amid all the loneliness. The breath of the grave is on my face. It draws closer, it surrounds me, and shuts the last rays from my sight. In horror, I pause. The chain grows taut, the sharp edges cut into my wrist. I lurch forward and wake on the floor of the cell. Restless dream and nightmare haunt the long nights. I listen eagerly for the tolling of the gong, bidding darkness depart. But the breaking day brings neither hope nor gladness. Gloomy as yesterday, devoid of interest as the tomorrows at its heels, endlessly dull and leaden, the rumbling carts, with their loads of half-baked bread, the tasteless brown liquid, the passing lines of striped misery, the coarse commands, the heavy tread, and then the silence of the tomb. Why continue the unprofitable torture? No advantage could accrue to the cause from prolonging this agony. All avenues of escape are closed, the institution is impregnable. The good people have generously fortified this modern Bastille. The world at large may sleep in peace, undisturbed by the anguish of cavalry. No cry of tormented soul shall pierce these walls of stone, much less the heart of man. Why, then, prolong the agony? None heeds, none cares, unless perhaps my comrades, and they are far away and helpless. Helpless, quite helpless. Ah, if our movement were strong, the enemy would not dare commit such outrages, knowing that quick and merciless vengeance would retaliate for injustice. But the enemy realizes our weakness. To our everlasting shame, the crime of Chicago has not yet been avenged. Vae vitis, they shall forever be the victims. Only might is respected. It alone can influence tyrants. Had we strength, but if the judicial murders of 1887 failed to arouse more than passive indignation, can I expect radical developments in consequence of my brutally excessive sentence? It is unreasonable. 5 years, indeed, have passed since the Haymarket tragedy. Perhaps the people have since been taught in the bitter school of oppression and defeat. Oh, if labor would realize the significance of my deed, if the worker would understand my aims and motives, he could be roused to strong protest, perhaps to active demand. Ah, yes. But when? When will the dullard realize things? When will he open his eyes? Blind to his own slavery and degradation, can I expect him to perceive the wrong suffered by others? And who is to enlighten him? No one conceives the truth as deeply and clearly as we anarchists. Even the socialists dare not advocate the whole, unvarnished truth. They have closed the goddess of liberty with a fig leaf. Religion, the very fountainhead of bigotry and injustice, has officially been declared privastash. Henceforth, these timid world liberators must be careful not to tread upon the toes of prejudice and superstition. Soon they will grow to bourgeois respectability, a party of practical politics and sound morality. What a miserable descent from the peaks of nihilism that proclaim defiance of all established institutions because they were established, hence wrong. Indeed, there is not a single institution in our pseudo-civilization that deserves to exist. But only the anarchists dare wage war upon all and every form of wrong, and they are few in number, lacking in power. These internal divisions, too, aggravate our weakness, and now even most has turned apostate. The Jewish comrades will be influenced by his attitude. Only the girl remains, but she is young in the movement, and almost unknown. Undoubtedly, she has talent as a speaker, but she is a woman, in rather poor health. In all the movement, I know of no one capable of propaganda by deed, or of an avenging act, except the twin. At least I can expect no other comrade to undertake the dangerous task of a rescue. The twin is a true revolutionist, somewhat impulsive and irresponsible, perhaps, with slight aristocratic leanings, yet quite reliable in matters of revolutionary import. But he would not harbor the thought. We held such queer notions of prison, the sight of a police uniform, an arrest, suggested visions of a bottomless pit, irrevocable disappearance, as in Russia. How can I broach the subject to the twin? All mail passes through the hands of the censor. My correspondence, especially a long-timer and an anarchist, will be minutely scrutinized. There seems no possibility. I am buried alive in this stone grave. Escape is hopeless. In this agony of living death, I cannot support it. End of Section 10. Section 11 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. A ray of light. I yearn for companionship. Even the mere sight of a human form is a relief. Every morning, after breakfast, I eagerly listen for the familiar swish-swash on the flagstones of the hallway. It is the old rangeman sweeping up. The sensitive mouth puckered up in an inaudible whistle. The one-armed prisoner swings the broom with his left, the top of the handle pressed under the armpit. "Hello, Alec. How are you feeling today?" He stands opposite my cell, at the further end of the wall, the broom suspended in mid-stroke. I catch an occasional glance of the kind blue eyes, while his head is in constant motion, turning to right and left, alert for the approach of a guard. "How are you, Alec?" Nothing extra." "I know how it is, Alec. I've been through the mill. Keep up your nerve. You'll be all right, old boy. You're young yet." "Old enough to die," I say bitterly. "Shh! Don't speak so loud. The screw's got long ears." "The screw?" A wild hope trembles in my heart. The screw! The puzzling expression in the mysterious note. Perhaps this man wrote it. In anxious expectancy, I watch the rangeman. His back turned toward me, head bent, he hurriedly plies the broom with the quick, short stroke of the one-armed sweeper. "Shh!" he cautions, without turning, as he crosses the line of my cell. I listen intently. Not a sound, save the regular swish-swash of the broom. But the more practiced ear of the old prisoner did not err. A long shadow falls across the hall. The tall guard of the malicious eyes stands at my door. "What are you prying out for?" he demands. "I am not prying." "Don't you contradict me. Stand back on your hole there. Don't you be leaning on the door, d'ye hear?" Down the hall the guard shouts. "Hey, you, cripple, talking there, wasn't you?" "No, sir." "Don't you dare lie to me. You was." "Swear to God I wasn't." "Well, I'll ever catch you talking to that son of a bitch, I'll fix ya." The scratching of the broom has ceased. The rangeman is dusting the doors. The even strokes of the cat-o'-nine tails sound nearer. Again the man stops at my door, his head turning right and left, the while he diligently plies the duster. "Alec," he whispers, "be careful of that screw. He's a bitch. See him jump on me?" "What would he do to you if he saw you talking to me?" "Throw me in the hole. The dungeon, you know. I'd lose my job, too." "Then better don't talk to me." "Oh, I ain't scared of him. He can't catch me. Not he. He didn't see me talking. Just bluffed. Can't bluff me, though." "But be careful." "It's all right. He's gone out in the yard now. He has no biz in the block, anyhow, 'cept at feeding time. He's just looking for trouble. Mean skunk he is, that cornbread Tom." "Who?" "That screw, fellings. We call him Cornbread Tom, because he swipes our corn dodger." "What's corn dodger?" "Ha ha! Tuesdays and Saturdays we gets a chunk of cornbread for breakfast. It ain't much, but better'n stale punk. Know what punk is? Not long on lingo, are ya? Punk's bread, and then some kids is punk." He chuckles merrily, as at some successful bon mot. Suddenly, he pricks up his ears, and with a quick gesture of warning, tiptoes away from the cell. In a few minutes he returns, whispering, "All okay, road's clear. Tom's been called to the shop. Won't be back till dinner, thank the Lord. Only the cap is on the block, old man Mitchell, in charge of this wing. North block it's called." "The women are in the south block?" "Nope, the girls got a special building. South block's the new cell house, just finished. Crowded already and fresh fish coming every day. Court's busy in Pittsburgh all right. Know anyone here?" "No." "Well, get acquainted, Alec. It'll give you an interest. Guess that's what you need. I know how you feel, boy. Thought I'd die when I landed here. Awful dump. A guy advised me to take an interest to make friends. I thought he was kidding me, but he was on the level all right. Get acquainted, Alec. You'll go bugs if you don't. Must vamoose now. See you later. My name's Wingie." "Wingie?" "That's what they call me here. I'm an old soldier. Was at Bull Run. Run so damn fast I lost my right wing. Ha ha ha. Slong." Eagerly, I look forward to the stolen talks with Wingie. They are the sole break in the monotony of my life. But days pass without the exchange of a word. Silently, the one-armed prisoner walks by, apparently oblivious of my existence, while with beating heart I peer between the bars for a cheering sign of recognition. Only the quick wink of his eye reassures me of his interest, and gives warning of the spying guard. By degrees the ingenuity of Wingie affords us more frequent snatches of conversation, and I gather valuable information about the prison. The inmates sympathize with me, Wingie says. They know I'm on the level. I'm sure to find friends, but I must be careful of the stool pigeons, who report everything to the officers. Wingie is familiar with the history of every keeper. Most of them are rotten, he assures me. Especially the captain of the night watch is fierce and an ex-fly. Only 3 screws are on night duty in each block, but there are a few hundred overseers to run the dub during the day. Wingie promises to be my friend, and to furnish more pointers been by. End of Section 11. Section 12 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Shop. Section 1. I stand in line with a dozen prisoners in the anteroom of the deputy's office. Humiliation overcomes me as my eye falls, for the first time in the full light of day, upon my striped clothes. I am degraded to a beast. My first impression of a prisoner in stripes is painfully vivid. He resembled a dangerous brute. Somehow, the idea is associated in my mind with a wild tigress, and I, too, must now look like that. The door of the rotunda swings open, admitting the tall, lank figure of the deputy warden. Hands up! The deputy slowly passes along the line, examining a hand here and there. He separates the men into groups. Then, pointing to the one in which I am included, he says in his feminine accents, "None crippled. Officers, take them, to number 7. Turn them over to Mr. Hood's. Fall in. Forward, march." My resentment at the cattle-like treatment is merged into eager expectation. At last I am assigned to work. I speculate on the character of number 7, and on the possibilities of escape from there. Flanked by guards, we cross the prison yard in close lockstep. The centennials on the wall, their rifles resting loosely on crooked arm, face the striped line winding snake-like through the open space. The yard is spacious and clean, the lawn well kept and inviting. The first breath of fresh air in 2 weeks violently stimulates my longing for liberty. Perhaps the shop will offer an opportunity to escape. The thought quickens my observation. Bounded north, east, and south by the stone wall, the 2 blocks of the cell house form a parallelogram, enclosing the shops, kitchen, hospital, and, on the extreme south, the women's quarters. Break ranks. We enter number 7, a mat shop. With difficulty I distinguish the objects in the dark, low-ceilinged room, with its small barred windows. The air is heavy with dust. The rattling of the looms is deafening. An atmosphere of noisy gloom pervades the place. The officer in charge assigns me to a machine occupied by a lanky prisoner in stripes. "Jim, show him what to do." Considerable time passes without Jim taking the least notice of me. Bent low over the machine, he seems absorbed in the work, his hands deftly manipulating the shuttle, his foot on the treadle. Presently he whispers, hoarsely, "Fresh fish?" "What did you say?" "You bloke long here?" 2 weeks. "What you doing?" 21 years. "Quit your kiddin'." "It's true." "Honest?" "Holy gee." The shuttle flies to and fro. Jim is silent for a while, then he demands, abruptly, "What they put you here for?" "I don't know." "Been kickin'?" "No." "Den use the bugs?" "Why so?" "Dis here is crank shop. They never put a mug here except he's bugs, or else they got it in for you." "How do you happen to be here?" "Me? The goddamn bitch got it in for me. See dis?" He points to a deep gash over his temple. "Had a scap wid the screws. Almost knocked me glimmer out. It was that big bull dare, Pete Hoods. I'll get even wid him, all right. Damn his rotten soul. I'll kill him. By God I will. I'll croak here anyhow." "Perhaps it isn't so bad," I tried to encourage him. "It ain't, eh? What do you know about it? I've got the combat, splitting blood every night. Dis dust killin' me. Kill you too, damn quick." As if to emphasize his words, he is seized with a fit of coughing, prolonged and hollow. The shuttle has, in the meantime, become entangled in the fringes of the matting. Recovering his breath, Jim snatches the knife at his side, and with a few deft strokes releases the metal. To and fro flies the gleaming thing, and Jim is again absorbed in his task. "Don't bother me no more," he warns me. "I'm behind with me work." Every muscle tense, his long body almost stretched across the loom, in turn pulling and pushing, Jim bends every effort to hasten the completion of the day's task. The guard approaches. "How's he doing?" he inquires, indicating me with a nod of the head. "He's all right, but say, Hoods, this here is no place for de kid. He's got a 21 spot. "Shut your damn trap," the officer retorts angrily. The consumptive bends over his work, fearfully eyeing the keeper's measuring stick. As the officer turns away, Jim pleads, "Mr. Hoods, I'd lose time teach him. Won't you please take off a bit? De task is more'n I can do, and I'm sick." "Nonsense. There's nothing the matter with you, Jim. You're just lazy, that's what you are. Don't be shamming now. It don't go with me." At noon, the overseer calls me aside. "You're green here," he warns me. "Pay no attention to Jim. He wanted to be bad, but we showed him different. He's all right now. You have a long time. See that you behave yourself. This is no playhouse, you understand?" As I am about to resume my place in the line forming to march back to the cells for dinner, he recalls me. "Say, Alec, you'd better keep an eye on that fellow Jim. He is a little off, you know." He points toward my head with his significant rotary motion. Section 2. The mat shop is beginning to affect my health. The dust has inflamed my throat, and my eyesight is weakening in the constant dusk. The officer in charge has repeatedly expressed dissatisfaction with my slow progress in the work. "I'll give you another chance," he cautioned me yesterday, "and if you don't make a good map by next week, down in the hole you go." He severely upbraided Jim for his inefficiency as instructor. As the consumptive was about to reply, he suffered an attack of coughing. The emaciated face turned greenish-yellow, but in a moment he seemed to recover and continued working. Suddenly, I saw him clutch at the frame. A look of terror spread over his face. He began panting for breath, and then a stream of dark blood gushed from his mouth, and Jim fell to the floor. The steady whir of the looms continued. The prisoner at the neighboring machine cast a furtive look at the prostrate form, and bent lower over his work. Jim lay motionless, the blood dyeing the floor purple. I rushed to the officer. "Mr. Hoods, Jim has—" "Back to your place, damn you," he shouted at me. "How dare you leave it without permission?" "I just get back, I tell you," he roared, raising the heavy stick. I returned to my place. Jim lay very still, his lips parted, his face ashen. Slowly, with measured step, the officer approached. "What's the matter here?" I pointed at Jim. The guard glanced at the unconscious man, then lightly touched the bleeding face with his foot. "Get up, Jim, get up!" The nerveless head rolled to the side, striking the leg of the loom. "Guess he isn't shamming," the officer muttered. Then he shook his finger at me, menacingly. "Don't you ever leave your place without orders. Remember, you—" After a long delay, causing me to fear that Jim had been forgotten, the doctor arrived. It was Mr. Rankin, the senior prison physician, a short, stocky man of advanced middle age, with a humorous twinkle in his eye. He ordered the sick prisoner taken to the hospital. "Did anyone see the man fall?" he inquired. "This man did," the keeper replied, indicating me. While I was explaining, the doctor eyed me curiously. Presently he asked my name. "Oh, the celebrated case," he smiled. "I know Mr. Frick quite well. Not such a bad man at all. But you'll be treated well here, Mr. Berkman. This is a democratic institution, you know. By the way, what is the matter with your eyes? They are inflamed. Always that way?" "Only since I am working in this shop." "Ah, he is all right, doctor," the officer interposed. "He's only been here a week." Mr. Rankin cast a quizzical look at the guard. "You want him here?" "Yes, we're short of men." "Well, I am the doctor, Mr. Hoods." Then, turning to me, he added, "Report in the morning on the sick list." Section 3. The doctor's examination has resulted in my removal to the hosiery department. The change has filled me with renewed hope. A disciplinary shop, to which are generally assigned the hard cases, inmates in the first stages of mental derangement, or exceptionally unruly prisoners. The mat shop is the point of special supervision and severest discipline. It is the best guarded shop, from which escape is impossible. But in the hosiery department, a recent addition to the local industries, I may find the right opportunity. It will require time, of course, but my patience shall be equal to the great object. The working conditions, also, are more favorable. The room is light and airy, the discipline not so stringent. My nearsightedness has secured for me immunity from machine work. The deputy at first insisted that my eyes were good enough to see the numerous needles of the hosiery machine. It is true, I could see them, but not with sufficient distinctness to ensure the proper insertion of the initial threads. To admit partial ability would result, I knew, in being ordered to produce the task, and failure, or faulty work, would be severely punished. Necessity drove me to subterfuge. I pretended total inability to distinguish the needles. Repeated threats of punishment failing to change my determination, I have been assigned to the comparatively easy work of turning the stockings. The occupation, though tedious, is not exacting. It consists in gathering the hosiery manufactured by the knitting machines, whence the product issues without soles. I carry the pile to the table provided with an iron post, about 18 inches high, topped with a small inverted disc. On this instrument the stockings are turned inside out by slipping the article over the post, then quickly undressing it. The hosiery thus turned is forwarded to the looping machines, by which the product is finished and sent back to me, once more to be turned, preparatory to sorting and shipment. Monotonously the days and weeks pass by. Practice lends me great dexterity in the work, but the hours of drudgery drag with heavy heel. I seek to hasten time by forcing myself to take an interest in the task. I count the stockings I turn, the motions required by each operation, and the amount accomplished within a given time. But in spite of these efforts, my mind persistently reverts to unprofitable subjects, my friends and the propaganda, the terrible injustice of my excessive sentence, suicide and escape. My nights are restless. Oppressed with a nameless weight, or tormented by dread, I awake with a start, breathless and affrighted, to experience the momentary relief of danger past. But the next instant I am overwhelmed by the consciousness of my surroundings, and plunged into rage and despair, powerless, hopeless. Thus, day succeeds night, and night succeeds day, in the ceaseless struggle of hope and discouragement, of life and death, amid the externally placid tenor of my Pennsylvania nightmare. End of Section 12. Section 13 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. My First Letter. Section 1. Direct to Box A7, Allegheny City, Pennsylvania, October 19th, 1892. Dear Sister, it is just a month today, since my coming here. I keep wondering, can such a world of misery and torture be compressed into one short month? How I have longed for this opportunity. You will understand, a month's stay is required before we are permitted to write. But many, many long letters I have written to you in my mind, dear Sonia. Where shall I begin now? My space is very limited, and I have so much to say to you and to the twin. I received your letters. You need not wait till you hear from me. Keep on writing. I am allowed to receive all mail sent of moral contents in the phraseology of the rules, and I shall write whenever I may. Dear Sonia, I sense bitterness and disappointment in your letter. Why do you speak of failure? You, at least, you and Fedya, should not have your judgment obscured by the mere accident of physical results. Your lines pained and grieved me beyond words, not because you should write thus, but that you, even you, should think thus. Need I enlarge? True morality deals with motives, not consequences. I cannot believe that we differ on this point. I fully understand what a terrible blow the apostasy of verse must have been to you, but however it may minimize the effect, it cannot possibly alter the fact or its character. This you seem to have lost sight of. In spite of verse, a great deal could have been accomplished. I don't know whether it has been done. Your letter is very meagre on this point. Yet it is of supreme interest to me. But I know, Sonia, of this one thing, at least, I am sure. You will do all that is in your power. Perhaps it is not much, but the twin and part of Orchard Street will be with you. Why that note of disappointment, almost of resentment, as to Tolstoy-Gubb's relation to Darwinian theory? You must consider that the layman cannot judge of the intricacies of scientific hypotheses. The scientist would justly object to such presumption. I embrace you both. The future is dark, but then, who knows? Write often. Tell me about the movement, yourself and friends. It will help to keep me in touch with the outside world, which daily seems to recede further. I clutch desperately at the thread that still binds me to the living. It seems to unravel in my hands. The thin skeins are breaking, one by one. My hold is slackening. But the Sonia thread, I know, will remain taut and strong. I have always called you the immutable. Alex. Section 2. I posted the letter in the prisoner's mailbox when the line formed for work this morning. But the moment the missive left my hands, I was seized with a great longing. Oh, if some occult means would transform me into that slip of paper. I should now be hidden in that green box. With bated breath, I'd flatten myself in the darkest recess and wait for the chaplain to collect the mail. My heart beats tumultuously as the wild fancy flutters in my brain. I am oblivious of the forming lines, the sharp commands, the heavy tread. Automatically, I turn the hosiery, counting 1, 2, 1 pair, 3, 4, 2 pair. Whose voice is it I hear? I surely know the man. There is something familiar about him. He bends over the looping machines and gathers the stockings. Now he is counting. 1, 2, 1 pair, 3, 4, 2 pair. Just like myself. Why, he looks like myself. And the men all seem to think it is I. Ha ha ha. The officer also. I just heard him say, "Alec, work a little faster, can't you? See the piles there? You're falling behind." He thinks it's I. What a clever substitution. And all the while the real me is snugly lying here in the green box, peeping through the keyhole on the watch for the postman. Shh, I hear a footstep. Perhaps it is the chaplain. He will open the box with his quick, nervous hands, seize a handful of letters, and thrust them into the large pocket of his black serge coat. There are so many letters here, I'll slip among them into the large pocket. The chaplain will not notice me. He'll think it's just a letter. Ha ha! He'll scrutinize every word, for it's the letter of a long-timer. His first one, too. But I am safe. I'm invisible. And when they call the roll, they will take that man there for me. He is counting 19, 20, 10 pair, 21, 22. What was that? 22. Oh, yes, 22. That's my sentence. The imbeciles, they think I'm going to serve it. I had to kill myself first. But it will not be necessary, thank goodness. It was such a lucky thought, this going out in my letter. But what has become of the chaplain? If he'd only come, why is he so long? They might miss me in the shop. Section 14 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. Wingie. The hours at work help to dull the acute consciousness of my environment. The hosiery department is past the stage of experiment. The introduction of additional knitting machines has enlarged my task, necessitating increased effort and more sedulous application. The shop routine now demands all my attention. It leaves little time for thinking or brooding. My physical condition alarms me. The morning hours completely exhaust me, and I am barely able to keep up with the line returning to the cell house for the noon meal. A feeling of lassitude possesses me. My feet drag heavily, and I experience great difficulty in mastering my sleepiness. I have grown indifferent to the meals. The odor of the food nauseates me. I am nervous and morbid. The sight of a striped prisoner disgusts me. The proximity of a guard enrages me. The shop officer has repeatedly warned me against my disrespectful and surly manner. But I am indifferent to consequences. What matter what happens? My waning strength is a source of satisfaction. Perhaps it indicates the approach of death. The thought pleases me in a quiet, impersonal way. There will be no more suffering, no anguish. The world at large is non-existent. It is centered in me, and yet I myself stand aloof and see it falling into gradual peace and quiet, into extinction. Back in my cell after the day's work, I leave the evening meal of bread and coffee untouched. My candle remains unlit. I sit listlessly in the gathering dusk, conscious only of the longing to hear the gong's deep bass, the 3 bells tolling the order to retire. I welcome the blessed permission to fall into bed. The coarse straw mattress beckons invitingly. I yearn for sleep, for oblivion. Occasional mail from friends rouses me from my apathy, but the awakening is brief. The tone of the letter is guarded, their contents too general in character. The matters that might kindle my interest are missing. The world and its problems are drifting from my horizon. I am cast into the darkness. No ray of sunshine holds out the promise of spring. At times, the realization of my fate is borne in upon me with the violence of a shock, and I am engulfed in despair, now threatening to break down the barriers of sanity, now affording melancholy satisfaction in the wild play of fancy. Existence grows more and more unbearable with the contrast of dream and reality. Weary of the day's routine, I welcome the solitude of the cell, impatient even of the greeting of the passing convict. I shrink from the uninvited familiarity of these men, the horizontal gray and black constantly reviving the image of the tigress, with their stealthy, vicious cunning. They are not of my world. I would aid them, as in duty bound to the victims of social injustice, but I cannot be friends with them. They do not belong to the people, to whose service my life is consecrated. Unfortunates, indeed, yet parasites upon their producers, less in degree, but no less in kind than the rich exploiters. By virtue of my principles, rather than their deserts, I must give them my intellectual sympathy. They touch no chord in my heart. Only Wingie seems different. There is a gentle note about his manner that breathes cheer and encouragement. Often I long for his presence, yet he seldom finds opportunity to talk with me, save Sundays during church service, when I remain in the cell. Perhaps I may see him today. He must be careful of the block captain on his rounds of the galleries, counting the church delinquents. The captain is passing on the range now. I recognize the uncertain step, instantly ready to halt at the sight of a face behind the bars. Now he is at the cell. He pencils in his notebook the number of the wooden block over the door, A7. "Catholic?" he asks mechanically, then looking up, he frowns on me. "You're no Catholic, Berkman. What do you stay in for?" "I am an atheist." "A what?" "An atheist. A non-believer." "Oh, an infidel are you? You'll be damned sure enough." The wooden stairs creak beneath the officer's weight. He has turned the corner. Wingie will take advantage now. I hope he will come soon. Perhaps somebody is watching. "Hello, Alec. Want a piece of pie? Here, grab it." "Pie, Wingie?" I whisper wonderingly. "Where do you get such luxuries?" "Swipe from the screw's poke. Cornbread Tom's dinner basket, you know. The cheap guy saved it after breakfast. Rotten, ain't he?" "Why so?" "Why, you greenie, he's a stomach robber. That's what he is. It's our pie, Alec, made here in the bakery. That's why our punk is stale, see? They steals the yeast to make pies for the screws. Are you next? How do you like the grub, anyhow?" "The bread is generally stale, Wingie, and the coffee tastes like tepid water." "Coffee, you call it? Heh heh, coffee hell. It ain't no damn coffee. 'Twas never near coffee. It's just bootleg, Alec, bootleg. Know how it's made?" No." "Well, I've been 3 months in the kitchen. You collect all the old punk that the cons dump out with their dinner pans. Only the crusts used, see? Like as not some stiff coon spit on it. Some's mean enough to do it, you know. Makes no diff, though. Orders is, cut off the crust and burn 'em to a good black crisp. Then you pour boiling water over it and dump it in the kettle, inside a bag, you know, and throw a little dirty chicory in. There's your coffee. I never touch the rotten stuff. It ruins your stomach, that's what it does, Alec. You oughtn't drink the swill." "I don't care if it kills me." Come, Alec, cheer up, old boy. You got a tough bit, I know, but don't take it so hard. Don't think of your time. Forget it. Oh, yes, you can. You just take my word for it. Make some friends. Think who you want to see tomorrow, and then try to see 'em. That's what you want to do, Alec. It'll keep you hustlin'. Best thing for the blues, kitty." For a moment he pauses in his hurried whisper. The soft eyes are full of sympathy, the lips smile encouragingly. He leans the broom against the door, glances quickly around, hesitates an instant, and then deftly slips a slender, delicate hand between the bars and gives my cheek a tender pat. Involuntarily, I step back, with the instinctive dislike of a man's caress. Yet I would not offend my kind friend. But Wingie must have noticed my annoyance. He eyes me critically, wonderingly. Presently picking up the broom, he says with a touch of diffidence, "You are all right, Alec. I like you for it. Just wanted to try you, see?" "How try me, Wingie?" "Oh, you ain't next. Well, you see," he hesitates, a faint flush stealing over his prison pallor. "You see, Alec, it's... wait till I pipe the screw." Poor Wingie, the ruse is too transparent to hide his embarrassment. I can distinctly follow the step of the block captain on the upper galleries. He is the sole officer in the cell house during church service. The unlocking of the yard door would apprise us of the entrance of a guard before the latter could observe Wingie at my cell. I ponder over the flimsy excuse. Why did Wingie leave me? His flushed face, the halting speech of the usually loquacious rangeman, the subterfuge employed to sneak off, as he himself would characterize his hasty departure, all seem very peculiar. What could he have meant by trying me? But before I have time to evolve a satisfactory explanation, I hear Wingie tiptoeing back. "It's all right, Alec. They won't come from the chapel for a good while yet." "What did you mean by trying me, Wingie?" Well, he stammers. "Never mind, Alec. You're a good boy, all right. You don't belong here. That's what I say." "Well, I am here, and the chances are I'll die here." "Now, don't talk so foolish, boy. I load you look down at the mouth. Now, don't you fill your head with such stuff and nonsense. Croak here, hell. You ain't going to do nothing of the kind. Don't you go broodin' now. You listen to me, Alec? That's your friend talkin', see? You're so young. Why, you're just a kid. 21, ain't ya? And talkin' about dyin'? Shame on you. Shame." His manner is angry, but the tremor in his voice sends a ray of warmth to my heart. Impulsively, I put my hand between the bars. His firm clasp assures me of returned appreciation. "You must brace up, Alec. Look at the lifers. You'd think they'd be black as night. Nit, my boy, the jolliest lot in the dump. You seen old Henry? No? Well, you ought see him. He's the oldest man here in 15 years. A lifer, and hasn't a friend in the world, but he's happy as the day's long. And you got plenty friends, true blue too. I know you have." "I have, Wingie, but what could they do for me?" "How you talk, Alec. Could do anything. You got rich friends, I know. You was mixed up with Frick. Well, your friends are all right, ain't they?" "Of course. What could they do, Wingie?" "Get you pardon in 2-3 years maybe, see? You must make a good record here." I don't care for a pardon." "What? You're kiddin'." "No, Wingie, quite seriously. I am opposed to it on principle." "You're sure bugs. What you talking about? Principle fiddlesticks. Want to get out of here?" "Of course I do." "Well then, quit your principle racket. What's principle got to do with it? Your principle against getting out?" "No, but against being pardoned." "You're beyond me, Alec. Guess you're joshing me." "Now listen, Wingie. You see, I wouldn't apply for a pardon because it would be asking favors from the government, and I am against it, you understand? It would be of no use anyhow, Wingie. And if you could get a pardon for the asking, you won't ask, Alec. That's what you mean?" "Yes." "You're hot stuff, Alec. What they call you, narchist? Hot stuff, by gosh. Can't make you out, though. Seems daffy. Listen to me, Alec. If I was you, I'd take anything I could get and then tell 'em to go to hell. That's what I would do, my boy." He looks at me quizzically, searchingly. The faint echo of the captain's step reaches us from a gallery on the opposite side. With a quick glance to the right and left, Wingie leans over toward the door. His mouth between the bars, he whispers very low, "Principles opposed to get away, Alec?" The sudden question bewilders me. The instinct of liberty, my revolutionary spirit, the misery of my existence, all flame into being, rousing a wild, tumultuous beating of my heart, pervading my whole being with hope, intense to the point of pain. I remain silent. Is it safe to trust him? He seems kind and sympathetic. "You may trust me, Alec," Wingie whispers, as if reading my thoughts. "I'm your friend." "Yes, Wingie, I believe you. My principles are not opposed to an escape. I have been thinking about it, but so far, shh, easy. Walls have ears. Any chance here, Wingie?" Well, it's a damn tough dump, this here is, but there's many a star in heaven, Alec, and you may have a lucky one. Hasn't been a getaway here since Paddy McGaw sneaked over the roof. That's, 6-7 years ago bout. How did he do it? I asked, breathlessly. Jest Irish luck. They was finishing the new block, you know. Paddy was helping lay the roof. When he got it good and ready, he just goes to work and slides down the roof. Swiped stuff from the mat shop and spliced a rope together, see? They never got him either. Was he in stripes, Wingie? Sure he was, only been in a few months. How did he manage to get away in stripes? Wouldn't he be recognized as an escaped prisoner? That bother you, Alec? Why, it's easy. Get planted till dark, then hold up the first bloke you see and take his duds. Or push in the back door of a rag joint. Plenty of 'em in Allegheny. Is there any chance now through the roof? Nit, my boy. Nothing doing there. But a feller's got to be alive. Many ways to kill a cat, you know. Remember the stiff you got in them things, towel and soap? You know about it, Wingie? I ask in amazement. Do I? Heh heh, you little... The click of steel sounds warning. Wingie disappears. End of section 14. Section 15 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. To the Girl. Direct to Box A7, Allegheny City, Pennsylvania, November 18th, 1892. My dear Sonia, it seems an age since I wrote to you, yet it is only a month. But the monotony of my life weights down the heels of time. The only break in the terrible sameness is afforded me by your dear, affectionate letters, and those of Fedya. When I return to the cell for the noon meal, my step is quickened by the eager expectation of finding mail from you. About 11 in the morning, the chaplain makes his rounds. His practiced hand shoots the letter between the bars, toward the bed or onto the little table in the corner. But if the missive is light, it will flutter to the floor. As I reach the cell, the position of the little white object at once apprises me whether the letter is long or short. With closed eyes I sense its weight, like the warm pressure of your own dear hand, the touch reaching softly to my heart, till I feel myself lifted across the chasm into your presence. The bars fade, the walls disappear, and the air grows sweet with the aroma of fresh air and flowers. I am again with you, walking in the bright July moonlight. The touch of Velikhrushin in your eyes and hair conjures up the Volga, our beautiful bogatyr, and the strains of the Doblinushka, trembling with suffering and yearning, float about me. The meal remains untouched. I dream over your letter, and again I read it, slowly, slowly, lest I reach the end too quickly. The afternoon hours are hollowed by your touch and your presence, and I am conscious only of the longing for my cell. In the quiet of the evening, freed from the nightmare of the immediate, I walk in the garden of our dreams. And the following morning, at work in the shop, I pass in anxious wonder whether some cheering word from my own, my real world, is awaiting me in the cell. With a glow of emotion I think of the chaplain, perhaps at the very moment your letter is in his hands. He is opening it, reading. Why should strange eyes... But the chaplain seems kind and discreet. Now he is passing along the galleries, distributing the mail. The bundle grows meager as the postman reaches the ground floor. Ugh, if he does not come to my cell quickly, he may have no letters left. But the next moment I smile at the childish thought. If there is a letter for me, no other prisoner will get it. Yet some error might happen. No, it is impossible. My name and prison number, and the cell number marked by the chaplain across the envelope, all ensure the mail against any mistake in delivery. Now the dinner whistle blows. Eagerly I hasten to the cell. There is nothing on the floor. Perhaps on the bed, on the table. I grow feverish with the dread of disappointment. Possibly the letter fell under the bed, or in that dark corner. No, none there. But it can't be that there is no mail for me today. I must look again. It may have dropped among the blankets. No, there is no letter. Thus pass my days, dear friend, in thought I am ever with you and Fedya, in our old haunts and surroundings. I shall never get used to this life, nor find an interest in the reality of the moment. What will become of me, I don't know. I hardly care. We are revolutionists, dear. Whatever sacrifices the cause demands, though the individual perish, humanity will profit in the end. In that consciousness we must find our solace. Alex. Sub Rosa. Last day of November, 1892. Beloved girl. I thought I would not survive the agony of our meeting, but human capacity for suffering seems boundless. All my thoughts, all my yearnings, were centered in the one desire to see you, to look into your eyes, and there read the beautiful promise that has filled my days with strength and hope. An embrace, a lingering kiss, and the gift of Ling would have been mine. To grasp your hand, to look down for a mute, immortal instant into your soul, and then die at your hands, beloved, with the warm breath of your caress wafting me into peaceful eternity. Oh, it were bliss supreme, the realization of our daydreams, when, in transports of ecstasy, we kissed the image of the social revolution. Do you remember that glorious face, so strong and tender, on the wall of our little Houston Street hall room? How far, far in the past are those inspired moments. But they have filled my hours with hollow thoughts, with exulting expectations. And then you came. I glanced at your face, and I knew my doom to terrible life. I read it in the evil look of the guard. It was the deputy himself. Perhaps you had been searched. He followed our every moment, like a famished cat that feigns indifference, yet is alert with every nerve to spring upon the victim. Oh, I know the calculated viciousness beneath that meek exterior. The accelerated movement of his drumming fingers, as he deliberately seated himself between us, warned me of the beast, hungry for prey. The halo was dissipated. The words froze within me, and I could meet you only with a vapid smile, and on the instant it was mirrored in my soul as a leer, and I was filled with anger and resentment at everything about us, myself, the deputy. I could have throttled him to death, and at you, dear. Yes, Sonia, even at you, the quick come to bury the dead. But the next moment, the unworthy throb of my agonized soul was stilled by the passionate pressure of my lips upon your hand. How it trembled! I held it between my own, and then, as I lifted my face to yours, the expression I beheld seemed to bereave me of my own self. It was you who were I. The drawn face, the look of horror, your whole being the cry of torture. Were you not the real prisoner? Or was it my vision suffering that cemented the spiritual bond, annihilating all misunderstanding, all resentment, and lifting us above time and place in the afflatus of martyrdom? Mutely I held your hand. There was no need for words. Only the prying eyes of the cat-like presence disturbed the sacred moment. Then we spoke, mechanically, trivialities. What though the cadaverous deputy with brutal gaze timed the seconds, and forbade the sound of our dear Russian? Nor heaven nor earth could violate the sacrament sealed with our pain. The echo accompanied my step as I passed through the rotunda on my way to the cell. All was quiet in the block. No whir of loom reached me from the shops. Thanksgiving Day, all activities were suspended. I felt at peace in the silence. But when the door was locked, and I found myself alone, all alone within the walls of the tomb, the full significance of your departure suddenly dawned on me. The quick had left the dead. Terror of the reality seized me, and I was swept by a paroxysm of anguish. I must close. The friend who promised to have this letter mailed sub rosa is at the door. He is a kind unfortunate who has befriended me. May this letter reach you safely. In token of which, send me postal of indifferent contents, casually mentioning the arrival of news from my brother in Moscow. Remember to sign Sister. With a passionate embrace, your Shasha. End of Section 15. Section 16 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. Persecution. Section 1. Suffering and ever-present danger are quick teachers. In the 3 months of penitentiary life, I have learned many things. I doubt whether the vague terrors pictured by my inexperience were more dreadful than the actuality of prison existence. In one respect, especially, the reality is a source of bitterness and constant irritation. Notwithstanding all its terrors, perhaps because of them, I had always thought of prison as a place where, in a measure, nature comes into its own. Social distinctions are abolished, artificial barriers destroyed. No need of hiding one's thoughts and emotions. One could be his real self, shedding all hypocrisy and artifice at the prison gates. But how different is this life? It is full of deceit, sham, and farism, an aggravated counterpart of the outside world. The flatterer, the backbiter, the spy, these find here a rich soil. The ill will of a guard portends disaster, to be averted only by truckling and flattery, and servility fawns for the reward of an easier job. The dissembling soul in stripes winds his conversation into the pleased ears of the Christian ladies, taking care he be not surprised without tract or Bible, and presently simulated piety secures a pardon, for the angels rejoice at the sinner's return to the fold. It sickens me to witness these scenes. The officers make the alternative quickly apparent to the new inmate. To protest against injustice is unavailing and dangerous. Yesterday I witnessed in the shop a characteristic incident, a fight between Johnny Davis and Jack Bradford, both recent arrivals and mere boys. Johnny, a manly-looking fellow, works on a knitting machine, a few feet from my table. Opposite him is Jack, whose previous experience in a reformatory has put him wise, as he expresses it. My 3-month stay has taught me the art of conversing by an almost imperceptible motion of the lips. In this manner I learned from Johnny that Bradford is stealing his product, causing him repeated punishment for shortage in the task. Hoping to terminate the thefts, Johnny complained to the overseer, though without accusing Jack. But the guard ignored the complaint and continued to report the youth. Finally Johnny was sent to the dungeon. Yesterday morning he returned to work. The change in the rosy-cheeked boy was startling. Pale and hollow-eyed, he walked with a weak, halting step. As he took his place at the machine, I heard him say to the officer, "Mr. Coulson, please put me somewhere else." "Why so?" the guard asked. "I can't make the task here. I'll make it on another machine. Please, Mr. Coulson." "Why can't you make it here?" "I'm missing socks." "Ho ho, playing the old game, are ya? Want to go to the hole again, eh?" "I couldn't stand the hole again, Mr. Coulson. Swear to God I couldn't. But my socks is missing here." "Missing, hell! Who's stealing your box, eh? Don't come with no such bluff. Nobody can't steal your socks while I'm around. You go to work now, and you better make the task, understand?" Late in the afternoon, when the count was taken, Johnny proved 18 pairs short. Bradford was over. I saw Mr. Coulson approach Johnny. 30 machine 30, he shouted. "You won't make the task, eh? Put your coat and cap on." Fatal words. They meant immediate report to the deputy and the inevitable sentence to the dungeon. "Oh, Mr. Coulson," the youth pleaded, "it ain't my fault. So help me God it isn't." "It ain't, eh? Whose fault is it? Mine?" Johnny hesitated. His eyes sought to the ground, then wandered toward Bradford, who studiously avoided the look. "I can't squeal," he said, quietly. "Oh, hell! You ain't got nothing to squeal. Get your coat and cap." Johnny passed the night in the dungeon. This morning he came up, his cheeks more sunken, his eyes more hollow. With desperate energy he worked. He toiled steadily, furiously, his gaze fastened upon the growing pile of hosiery. Occasionally he shot a glance at Bradford, who, confident of the officer's favor, met the look of hatred with a sly winking of the left eye. Once Johnny, without pausing in the work, slightly turned his head in my direction. I smiled encouragingly, and at that same instant I saw Jack's hand slip across the table and quickly snatch a handful of Johnny's stockings. The next moment a piercing shriek threw the shop into commotion. With difficulty they tore away the infuriated boy with the prostrate Bradford. Both prisoners were taken to the deputy for trial, with Senior Officer Coulson as the sole witness. Impatiently I awaited the result. Through the open window I saw the overseer return. He entered the shop, a smile about the corners of his mouth. I resolved to speak to him when he passed by. "Mr. Coulson," I said, with simulated respectfulness, "may I ask you a question?" "Why, certainly, Burke. I won't eat you. Fire away." "What have they done with the boys?" "Johnny got 10 days in the hole. Pretty stiff, eh? You see, he started the fight, so he won't have to make the task. Oh, I'm next to him, all right. They can't fool me so easy, can they, Burke?" "Well, I should say not, Mr. Coulson. Did you see how this fight started?" "No. But Johnny admitted he struck Bradford first. That's enough, you know. Brad will be back in the shop tomorrow. I got him off easy, see? He's a good worker. Always makes more than the task. He'll just lose his supper. Guessed he could stand it. Ain't much to lose, is there, Burke?" "No, not much," I assented. "But, Mr. Coulson, it was all Bradford's fault." "How so?" the guard demanded. He has been stealing Johnny's stocks. You didn't see him do it. Yes, Mr. Casson, I saw him Look here, Burke, it's all right. Johnny is no good anyway. He's too fresh. You better say nothing about it, see? My word goes with the deputy. The terrible injustice preys on my mind. Poor Johnny is already the 4th day in the dreaded dungeon. His 3rd time, too, and yet absolutely innocent. My blood boils at the thought of the damnable treatment and the officer's perfidy. It is my duty as a revolutionist to take the part of the persecuted. Yes, I will do so. But how proceed in the manner? Complaint against Mr. Cosson would in all likelihood prove futile, and the officer, informed of my action, will make life miserable for me. His authority in the shop is absolute. The several plans I resolve in my mind do not prove, upon closer examination, feasible. Considerations of personal interest struggle against my sense of duty. The vision of Johnny in the dungeon, his vacant machine, and Bradford's smile of triumph keep the accusing conscience awake, till silence grows unbearable. I determine to speak to the deputy warden at the first opportunity. Several days pass. Often I am assailed by doubts. Is it advisable to mention the matter to the deputy? It cannot benefit Johnny, it will involve me in trouble. But the next moment I feel ashamed of my weakness. I call to mind the much-admired hero of my youth, the celebrated Mishkin. With an overpowering sense of my own unworthiness, I review the brave deeds of the Hippolyte Nikitch. What a man! Single-handed he essayed to liberate Chernevsky from prison. Ah, the curse of poverty! But for that, Mishkin would have succeeded, and the great inspirer of the youth of Russia would have been given back to the world. I dwell on the details of the almost successful escape, Mishkin's fight with the pursuing Cossacks, his arrest, and his remarkable speech in court. Sentenced to 10 years of hard labor in the Siberian mines, he defied the Russian tyrant by his funeral oration at the grave of Domesky, his boldness resulting in an additional 15 years of katorga. Minutely, I follow his repeated attempts to escape, the transfer of redoubtable prisoner to the Petroplaviska fortress, and thence to the terrible Schusselburg prison, where Mishkin braved death by avenging the maltreatment of his comrades on a high government official. Ah, thus acts the revolutionist, and yes, I am decided. No danger shall seal my lips against outrage and injustice. At last an opportunity is at hand. The deputy enters the shop. Tall and grey, slightly stooping, with head carried forward, he resembles a wolf following the trail. Mr. McPain, 1 moment, please. Yes. I think Johnny Davis is being punished innocently. You think, And who is this innocent Johnny, Davis? His fingers drum impatiently on the table. He measures me with mocking, suspicious eyes. Machine 30, deputy. Ah, yes, Machine 30, Reddy Davis. He had a fight. The other man stole his stockings. I saw it, Mr. McPain. So. And why, did you see it, my good man? You confess, then, you were not, attending to your own work? That is bad, very bad, Mr. Cosson. The guard hastens to him. Mr. Cosson, this man has made a charge against you. Prisoner, don't interrupt me. What is your number? A7. Mr. Cosson, A7 makes a, complaint against the officer, in charge of this shop. Please, note it down. Both draw aside, conversing in low tones. The words kicker, his kid, reach my ears. The deputy nods at the overseer, his steely eyes fastened on me in hatred. Section 2. I feel helpless, friendless. The consolation of Wingie's cheerful spirit is missing. My poor friend is in trouble. From snatches of conversation in the shop, I have pieced together the story. Dutch Adams, a third-timer and the deputy's favorite stool pigeon, had lost his month's allowance of tobacco on a prize fight bet. He demanded that Wingie, who was stakeholder, share the spoils with him. Infuriated by refusal, Dutch reported my friend for gambling. The unexpected search of Wingie's cell discovered the tobacco, thus apparently substantiating the charge. Wingie was sent to the dungeon. But after the expiration of 5 days, my friend failed to return to his old cell, and I soon learned that he has been ordered to the solitary confinement for refusing to betray the men who had trusted him. The fate of Wingie preys on my mind. My poor kind friend is breaking down under the effects of the dreadful sentence. This morning, chancing to pass his cell, I hailed him, but he did not respond to my greeting. Perhaps he did not hear me, I thought. Impatiently, I waited for the noon return to the block. "Hello, Wingie," I called. He stood at the door, intently peering between the bars. He stared at me coldly, with blank, expressionless eyes. "Who are you?" he whimpered, brokenly. Then he began to babble. Suddenly, the terrible truth dawned on me. My poor, poor friend, the first to speak a kind word to me. He's gone mad. End of Section 16. Section 17 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Yegg. Section 1. Weeks and months pass without clarifying plans of escape. Every step, every movement is so closely guarded, I seem to be hoping against hope. I am restive and nervous, in a constant state of excitement. Conditions in the shop tend to aggravate my frame of mind. The task of the machine men has been increased. In consequence, I am falling behind in my work. My repeated requests for assistance have been ignored by the overseer, who improves every opportunity to insult and humiliate me. His feet wide apart, arms akimbo, belly disgustingly protruding, he measures me with narrow, fat eyes. "Oh, what's the matter with you?" he drawls. "Get a move on, won't you, Burke?" Then, changing his tone, he vociferates. "Don't stand there like a fool, d'ye hear? Next time I report you, to the hole you go. That's me talking, understand?" Often, I feel the spirit of Cain stirring within me. But for the hope of escape, I should not be able to bear this abuse and persecution. As it is, the guard is almost overstepping the limits of my endurance. His low cunning invents numerous occasions to mortify and harass me. The ceaseless dropping of the poison is making my days in the shop a constant torture. I seek relief, forgetfulness rather, in absorbing myself in the work. I bend my energies to outdo the efforts of the previous day. I compete with myself, and find melancholy pleasure in establishing and breaking high records for turning. Again, I tax my ingenuity to perfect means of communication with Johnny Davis, my young neighbor. Apparently intent upon our task, we carry on a silent conversation with eyes, fingers, and an occasional motion of the lips. To facilitate the latter method, I am cultivating the habit of tobacco chewing. The practice also affords greater opportunity for exchanging impressions with my newly acquired assistant, an old-timer, who introduced himself as Boston Red. I owe this development to the return of the warden from his vacation. Yesterday he visited the shop. A military-looking man, with benevolent white beard and stately carriage, he approached me, in company with the superintendent of prison manufactures. "Is this the celebrated prisoner?" he asked, a faint smile about the rather coarse mouth. "Yes, Captain, that's Berkman, the man who shot Frick." "I was in Naples at the time. I read about you in the English papers there, Berkman. How is his conduct, Superintendent?" "Good." "Well, he should have behaved outside." But noticing the mountain of unturned hosiery, the warden ordered the overseer to give me help, and thus Boston Red joined me at work the next day. My assistant is taking great pleasure in perfecting me in the art of lipless conversation. A large quid of tobacco inflating his left cheek, mouth slightly open and curved, he delights in recounting ghost stories, under the very eyes of the officers. Red is initiating me into the world of D Road, with its free life, so full of interest and adventure, its romance, joys, and sorrows. An interesting character, indeed, who facetiously pretends to look down upon the world from the sublime heights of applied cynicism. "Why, Red, you can talk good English," I admonish him. "Why do you use so much slang? It's rather difficult for me to follow you." "I'll learn you, pard. See, I should have said teach you, not learn. That's how they talk in school. Have I been there? Sure, boy. Gone through college. Went through it with a bucket of coal," he amplifies, with a sly wink. He turns to expectorate, sweeping the large shop with a quick, watchful eye. Head bent over the work, he continues in low, guttural tones. "Don't care for your classic language. I can use it all right, but give me the lingo, every time. You see, pard, I'm no gun. Don't need it in me biz. I'm a Yegg." "What's a Yegg, Red?" A supercilious world of cheerful idiots applies to my kind the term tramp. A Yegg, then, is a tramp, I am surprised that you should care for the life of a bum." A flush suffuses the prison pallor of the assistant. "You're as stupid as the rest of 'em," he retorts, with considerable heat, and I notice his lips move as in ordinary conversation. But in a moment he has regained composure, and a good-humored twinkle plays about his eyes. "Sir," he continues, with mock dignity, "to say the least, you are not discriminative in your terminology. No, sir, you are not. Now, looky here, pard, you're a good boy, but your education has been sadly neglected. Catch on? Don't call me that name again. It's offensive. It's an insult, entirely gratuitous, sir. Indeed, sir, I may say without fear of contradiction that this insult is quite supervecunious. Yes, sir, that's me. I ain't no bum, see? No such damn thing. Eliminate the disgraceful epithet from your vocabulary, sir, when you are addressing yours truly. I am a Yegg, Y-A-G-G, sir, of the honorable clan of Yeggmen. Some spell it Y-E-G-G, but I insist on the A, sir, as grammatically more correct, since the peerless word has no etymologic consanguinity with hen fruit, and should not be confounded by vulgar misspelling. What's the difference between a Yegg and a bum? All the diff in the world, pard. A bum is a low-down city bloke, whose intellectual horizon, sir, revolves around the back door, with a skinny handout as his center of gravity. He hasn't the nerve to forsake his native health and roam the wide world, a free and independent gentleman. That's the Yegg, me by. He dares to be and do, all bulls notwithstanding. He lives, aye, he lives, on the world of suckers, thank you, sir. Of them 'tis wisely said of the good book, they shall increase and multiply like the sands of the seashore, or words to that significant effect. A Yegg's the salt of the earth, pard. A real, true-blood Yegg will not deign to breathe the identical atmosphere with the city bum or gay cat. No siree. I am about to ask for an explanation of the new term, when the quick, short coughs of Red warn me of danger. The guard is approaching with heavy, measured tread, head thrown back, hands clasped behind, a sure indication of profound self-satisfaction. "How are you, Reddy?" he greets the assistant. "So-so. Ain't been out long, have you?" "2 and some." "That's pretty long for you." "Oh, I don't know. I've been out of 4 years one set." "Yes, you have. Been in Columbus then, I suppose." "Not on your life, Mr. Colson. It was Sing Sing." "Ha ha! You're all right, Red. But you'd better hustle up, fellers. I'm putting in 10 more machines, so look lively." "When's the machines coming, Mr. Colson?" "Pretty soon, Red." The officer passing on, Red whispers to me, "Alec, pretty soon is just the time I'll quit. Damn his work in the new machines. I ain't no gay cat to work. Think I'm a nigger, eh? No, sir. The world owes me a livin', and I generally manage to get it, you bet you. Only mules and niggers work. I'm a free man. I can live on my wits. See? I don't never work outside. Damn if I'll work here. I ain't no office seeker. What do I want to work for, eh? Can you tell me that?" "Are you going to refuse work?" "Refuse? Me? Nixie. That's a crude word, that. No, sir, I never refuse. They'll knock your damn block off if you refuse. I merely avoid, sir, discriminately and with steadfast purpose. Work is a disease, me by. One must exercise the utmost care to avoid contagium. It's a regular pest. You never worked, did you?" "You bloke," he hisses. "Shut your face. The screw'll pipe you. You'll get us in the hole for chewing the rag. What you're hee-hawing about?" he demands, repeating the maneuver of pretended expectoration. "Do you mean to tell me you work?" "I am a printer. A compositor," I inform him. "Get off. You're an anarchist. I read the papers, sir. You people don't believe in work. You want to divvy up. Well, it is all right. I'm with you. Rockefeller has no right to the whole world. He ain't satisfied with that either. He wants a fence around it. The anarchists don't want to divvy up, Red. You get your misinformation. Oh, never mind, pard. I don't take stock in reforming the world. It's good enough for suckers. And as Holy Writ says, sir, blessed be they that neither sow nor hog. All things shall be given unto them. Them's wise word, me by. Moreover, sir, neither you nor me will live to see it change, so why should I worry me not about it? It takes all my wits to dodge work. It's disgraceful to labor, and it keeps me industriously busy, sir, to retain my honor and self-respect. Why, you know, pard, Or perhaps you don't, Greenie. Columbus is a pretty tough dump. But d'ye think I worked the four-spot there? Not me, no sirree. Didn't you tell Cosson you were in Sing Sing, not in Columbus? Course I did. What of it? Think I'd open my guts to my Lord Bighead? I've never been within 30 miles of the York pen. It was Hail Columbia all right, but that's between you and I, savvy. Don't want the screws to get next. Well, Red, how did you manage to keep away from work in Columbus? Manage? That's right, sir. 'Tis a word of profound significance, quite adequately descriptive of my humble endeavors. Just what I did, buddy. I managed, with a capital M. To good purpose, too, me by. Not a stroke of work in a four-spot. How? I had Billy with me. That's me kid, you know, and a fine boy he was, too. I had him put a jigger on me. Kept it up for 4 years. There's perseverance and industry for you, sir. What's putting a jigger on? A jigger? Well, a jigger is... The noon whistle interrupts the explanation. With a friendly wink in my direction, the assistant takes his place in the line. In silence we march to the cell house, the measured footfall echoing a hollow threat in the walled quadrangle of the prison yard. Section 2. Conversation with Boston Red, young Davis, and occasional other prisoners helps to while away the tedious hours at work. But in the solitude of the cell, through the long winter evenings, my mind dwells in the outside world. Friends, the movement, the growing antagonisms, the bitter controversies between the Mostanier and the defendants of my act, fill my thoughts and dreams. By means of fictitious, but significant, names, Russian and German words written backward, and similar devices, the girl keeps me informed of the activities in our circles. I think admiringly, yet quite impersonally, of her strenuous militancy in championing my cause against all attacks. It is almost weak on my part, as a terrorist of Russian traditions, to consider her devotion deserving of particular commendation. She is a revolutionist. It is her duty to our common cause. Courage, whole-souled zeal, is very rare, it is true. The girl, Fedya, and a few others, hence the sad lack of general opposition in the movement to Most's attitude. But communications from comrades and unknown sympathizers germinate the hope of an approaching reaction against the campaign of denunciation. With great joy I trace the ascending revolutionary tendency in Der arme Teufel. I have persuaded the chaplain to procure the admission of the ingenious Robert Reitzel's publication. All the other periodicals addressed to me are regularly assigned to the wastebasket, by orders of the deputy. The latter refused to make an exception, even in regard to the Knights of Labor Journal. It is an incendiary anarchist sheet, he persisted. The arrival of the Teufel is a great event. What joy to catch sight of the paper snugly reposing between the legs of the cell table. Tenderly I pick it up, fondling the little visitor with quickened pulse. It is an animate, living thing, a ray of warmth in the dreary evenings. What cheering message does Reitzel bring me now? What beauties of his rich mind are hidden today in the quaint German type? Reverently I unfold the roll. The uncut sheet opens in the 4th page, and the stirring paean of Hope's prophecy greets my eyes. Gruß and Alexander Berkman. For days the music of the dawn rings in my ears. Again and again recurs the refrain of faith and proud courage. Schon rüste schiste Freiheitsschar, so heigelin Entscheidungsschlacht. Es senden 22 Jahr, wir lechten einer stürmisch Nacht. But in the evening, when I return to the cell, reality lays its heavy hand upon my heart. The flickering of the candle accentuates the gloom, and I sit brooding over the interminable succession of miserable days and evenings and nights. The darkness gathers around the candle, as I motionlessly watch its desperate struggle to be. Its dying agony, ineffectual and vain, presages my own doom, approaching, inevitable. Weaker and fainter grows the light, feebler, feebler, a last spasm, in all its utter blackness. 3 bells. Lights out. Alas, mine did not last its permitted hour. The sun streaming into the many-windowed shop routs the night, and dispels the haze of the fire-spitting city. Perhaps my little candle with its bold defiance has shortened the reign of darkness. Who knows? Perhaps the brave, uneven struggle coaxed the sun out of his slumbers and hastened the coming of the day. The fancy lures me with its warming embrace, when suddenly the assistant startles me. Say, pard, slept bad last night? You look boozy, me lad. Surprised at my silence, he admonishes me. Young man, keep a stiff upper lip. Just look at me. Permit me to introduce to you, sir, a gentleman who has sounded the sharps and flats of life, and faced the most intricate network, sir, of iron bars between York and Frisco. Always acquitted himself with flying colors, sir, merely by being wise and preserving a stiff upper lip. See the point? What are you driving at, Red? They's a-goin' to move me down on your row, now that I'm in this here shop. Dunno how long I shall choose to remain, sir, in this magnificent hosiery establishment, but I see there's a vacant cell next yours, and I'm going to try and land there. Are you next, me by? I'm going to learn you to be wise, sonny. I shall, so to speak, assume benevolent guardianship over you and your morals. Yes, sir, for you're my kid now, see? How? Your kid? How? My kid, of course. That's just what I mean. Any objections, sir, as the learned gentlemen of the law say in the honorable courts of the blind goddess? You bet your life she's blind. Blind as an owl on a sunny midsummer day. Not in your damn smoky city, though. Sun's ashamed here. But way down in my Kentucky home, down by the Suwannee River. Hold on, Red. You are romancing. You started to tell me about being your kid. Now explain. What do you mean by it? Really, He holds the unturned stocking suspended over the post, gazing at me with half-closed, cynical eyes, in which doubt struggles with wonder. In his astonishment, he has forgotten his wondered caution, and I warn him of the officer's watchful eye. Really, Alex? Well, now, damn, I've seen something of this here round globe, some mighty strange sights, too, and there ain't many things to surprise me, let me tell you. But you do, Alex. Yes, me lad, you do. Hadn't had such a stunning blow since I first met Cigarette Jimmy in Oil City. Innocent? Well, I should snicker. He was for sure. Never heard a ghost story. Was 14, too. Well, I got him all right. Now he's doing a 5-bit down in Kansas. Poor kitty. Well, he certainly was a surprise. But many tempestuous billows of life, sir, have since flown into the shoreless ocean of time. Yes, sir, they have. But I never got such a stunner as you just gave me. Why, man, it's a body blow, a regular knocking out to my knowledge of the world, sir. To my settled estimate of the world's supercilious righteousness. Well, damn if I'd ever believe it. Say, how old are you, Alex? I'm over 22, Red. But what has all this to do with the question I asked you? Everything, me by, everything. You're 22 and don't know what a kid is. Well, if it don't beat raw eggs, I don't know what it does. Green? Well, sir, it will be hard to find an adequate analogy to your inconsistent immaturity of mind. Aye, sir, I may well say of soul, except to compare it with the virtuous condition of green corn in the early summer moon. You know what moon is, don't you? He asks abruptly, with an evident effort to suppress a smile. I am growing impatient of his continuous avoidance of a direct answer, yet I cannot find it in my heart to be angry with him. The face expressive of a deep-felt conviction of universal wisdom, the eyes of humorous cynicism, and the ludicrous manner of mixing tramp slang with classic English all disarm my irritation. Besides, his droll chatter helps to while away the tedious hours at work. Perhaps I may also glean from this experienced old-timer some useful information regarding my plans of escape. Well, do you know a moon when you see it? Red inquires, chaffingly. I suppose I do. I'll bet you my corn dodger you don't. Sir, I can see by the tip of your olfactory organ that you are steeped in the slough of densest ignorance concerning the supreme science of moonology. Yes, sir, do not contradict me. I brook no skeptical attitude regarding my undoubted and proven perspicacity of the human nature. How's that for classic style, eh? That'll hold you down a moment, kid. As I was about to say when you interrupted... what? You didn't? Oh, what's the matter with you? Don't you go now and ruin the elegant flight of my rhetorical Pegasus with an insignificant interpolation of mere fact. None of your lip. Now, boy, and let me develop this sublime science of moonology before your wondering gaze. To begin with, sir, moonology is an exclusively aristocratic science. Not for the pretenders of Broad Street and Fifth Avenue, Nixie, but for the only genuine aristocracy of D Road, sir, for the pink of humankind, for the Yagmen, me lad, for yours truly and his clan. Yes, sirree. I don't know what you are talking about. I know you don't. That's why I'm going to chaperone you, kid. In plain English, sir, I shall endeavor to generate within you post-luminous comprehension, a discriminate conception of the subject at issue, sir, by divesting my lingo of the least shadow of imperspicuity or ambiguity. Moonology, my Mark Twainian innocent, is the truly Christian science of loving your neighbor, provided he be a nice little boy. Understand now? How can you love a boy? Are you really so dumb? You're not a rough boy, I can see that. Red, if you'd drop your stilted language and talk plainly, I'd understand better. Thought you liked the classic. But you ain't long on lingo neither. How can a self-respecting gentleman explain himself to you? But I'll try. You love a boy as you love a poet-sung heifer, see? Ever read Billy Shakespeare? Know the place? He's neither man nor woman, he's punk. Well, Billy knew. A punk's a boy that'll— What? Yes, sir. Give himself to a man. Now we's a-talkin' plain. Savvy now, innocent abroad? I don't believe what you are telling me, Red. You don't believe? What the devil? Damn me soul to hell, what do you mean? You don't believe? Gee, look out! The look of bewilderment on his face startles me. In his excitement, he had raised his voice almost to a shout, attracting the attention of the guard, who is now hastening towards us. Who's talking here? He demands, suspiciously eyeing the knitters. You, Davis? No, sir. Who was them? Nobody here, Mr. Coulson. Yes, they was. I heard hollerin'. Oh, that was me, Davis replies, with a quick glance at me. I hit my elbow against the machine. Let me see it. The guard scrutinizes the bared arm. Well, he says doubtfully, it don't look sore. It hurt, and I hollered. The officer turns to my assistant. Has he been talking ready? I don't think he was, Captain. Pleased with the title, Coulson smiles at Red and passes on, with a final warning to the boy. Don't you let me catch you at it again, you hear? During the rest of the day, the overseers exercise particular vigilance over our end of the shop. But emboldened by the increased din of the new knitting machinery, Red soon takes up the conversation again. Screws can't hear us now, he whispers, except they's close to us. But watch your lips, boy. The damn bull's got sharp lamps. And don't scare me again like that. Why, you talk so foolish. You make me plumb forget myself. Say, that kid is all to the good, ain't he? What's his name, Johnny Davis? Yes, a wise kid, all right. Just like me own Billy I told you about. He was no punk, either. And don't you forget it. True as steel, he was. Stuck to me through my four spot like the bark to a tree. Say, what's that you said? You don't believe what I endeavored so conscientiously, sir, to drive into your noodle? You was only kidding me, wasn't you? No, Red, I meant it quite seriously. You're spinning ghost stories, or whatever you call it. I don't believe in this kid love. And why don't you believe it? Why, well, I don't think it's possible. What isn't possible? You know what I mean. I don't think there can be such intimacy between those of the same sex. Ho ho, that's your point? Why, Alex, you're more of a damn fool than a casual observer, sir, would be apt to postulate. You don't believe it possible, you don't, eh? Well, you just give me half a chance and I'll show you. Red, don't you talk to me like that, I burst out angrily. If you— Easy, me bye, he interrupts good-naturedly. Don't get on your high horse. No harm meant, Alex, you're a good boy, but you just rattle me with your crazy talk. Why, you're bugs to say it's impossible. Man alive, the dump's chuck full of punks. It's done in every prison, and on the road, everywhere. Lord, if I had a plunk for every time I got the best of a kid, I'd rival Rockefeller, sir. I would, me bye. You actually confess to such terrible practices? You're disgusting. But I don't really believe it, Red. Confess hell. I confess nothing. Terrible, disgusting. You talk like a man up a tree, you holy sky pilot. Are there no women on the road? Pshaw. Who cares for a heifer when you can get a kid? Women are no good. I wouldn't look at him when I have my push on. Oh, it is quite evident, sir, you have not delved into the esoteric mysteries of moonology, nor tasted the mellifluous fruit on the forbidden tree of— Oh, quit. Well, you'll know better before your time's up, me virtuous sonny. For several days my assistant fails to appear in the shop on account of illness. He has been excused by the doctor, the guard informs me. I miss his help at work. The hours drag heavier for lack of Red's companionship. Yet I am gratified by his absence. His cynical attitude towards women and sex morality has roused in me a spirit of antagonism. The panegyrics of boy love are deeply offensive to my instincts. The very thought of the unnatural practice revolts and disgusts me. But I find solace in the reflection that Red's insinuations are pure fabrication. No credence is to be given them. Man, a reasonable being, could not fall to such depths. He cannot be guilty of such unspeakably vicious practices. Even the lowest outcast must not be credited with such perversion, such depravity. I should really take the matter more calmly. The assistant is a queer fellow. He is merely teasing me. These things are not credible. Indeed, I don't believe they are possible. And even if they were, no human being would be capable of such iniquity. I must not suffer Red's chaffing to disturb me. End of Section 17. Section 18 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. The Route Sub Rosa. March 4th, 1893. Girl and Twin. I am writing with despair in my heart. I was taken to Pittsburgh as a witness in the trial of Nolden Bower. I had hoped for an opportunity, you understand, friends. It was a slender thread, but I clung to it desperately, prepared to stake everything on it. It proved a broken straw. Now I am back, and I may never leave this place alive. I was bitterly disappointed not to find you in the courtroom. I yearned for the sight of your faces, but you were not there, nor anyone else of our New York comrades. I knew what it meant. You are having a hard struggle to exist. Otherwise, perhaps something could be done to establish friendly relations between Rakhmetov and Mr. Gibop. It would require an outlay beyond the resources of our own circle. Others cannot be approached in this matter. Nothing remains but the inside developments, a terribly slow process. This is all the hope I can hold out to you, dear friends. You'll think it quite negligible, yet it is the sole ray that has again and again kindled life in moments of utmost darkness. I did not realize the physical effects of my stay here. It is 5 months now, till my return from court. I suppose the excitement of being on the outside galvanized me for the nonce. My head was a whirl. I could not collect my thoughts. The wild hope possessed me. Pobeg. The click of the steel, as I was handcuffed to the deputy, struck my deaf nail. The unaccustomed noise of the streets, the people and loud voices in the courtroom, the scenes of the trial, all absorbed me in the moment. It seemed to me as if I were a spectator, interested, but personally unconcerned, in the surroundings. And these, too, were far away, of a strange world in which I had no part. Only when I found myself alone in the cell, the full significance of the lost occasion was borne in upon me with crushing force. But why sadden you? There is perhaps a cheerier side, now that Nold and Bauer are here. I have not seen them yet, but their very presence, the circumstance that somewhere within these walls there are comrades, men who, like myself, suffer for an ideal, the thought holds a deep satisfaction for me. It brings me closer, in a measure, to the environment of political prisoners in Europe. Whatever the misery and torture of their daily existence, the politicals, even in Siberia, breathe the atmosphere of solidarity, of appreciation. What courage and strength there must be for them and the inspiration radiated by a common cause. Conditions here are entirely different. Both inmates and officers are at loss to class me. They have never known political prisoners. That one should sacrifice or risk his life with no apparent personal motives is beyond their comprehension, almost beyond their belief. It is a desert of sordidness that constantly threatens to engulf one. I would gladly exchange places with our comrades in Siberia. The former Podpoelnaya was suspended because of the great misfortune that befell my friend Wingie, of whom I wrote to you before. This dove will be flown by Mr. Tirumshijik, an old soldier who really sympathizes with Wingie. I believe they served in the same regiment. He is a kindly man, who hates his despicable work. But there's a family at home, a sick wife. You know the old, weak-kneed tale. I had a hint from him the other day. He is being spied upon. It is dangerous for him to be seen at my cell, and so forth. It is all quite true, but what he means is that a little money would be welcome. You know how to manage the matter. Leave no traces. I hear the felt-soled step. It's the soldier. I bid my birdie a hasty goodbye. Sasha. End of Section 18.
Section 19 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist by Alexander Berkman. Part 2, Chapter 12, Zuchthausbluethen. 1. A dense fog rises from the broad bosom of the Ohio. It ensnares the riverbanks in its mysterious embrace, veils tree and rock with sombre mist, and mocks the sun with angry frown. Within the house of death is felt the chilling breath, and all is quiet and silent in the iron cages. Only an occasional knocking as on metal disturbs the stillness. I listen intently. Nearer and more audible seem the sounds, hesitating and apparently intentional. I am involuntarily reminded of the methods of communication practiced by Russian politicals, and I strive to detect some meaning in the tapping. It grows clearer as I approach the back wall of the cell, and instantly I am aware of a faint murmur in the privy. Is it fancy, or did I hear my name? "Hello?" I call into the pipe. The knocking ceases abruptly. I hear a suppressed, hollow voice. "That you, Alec?" "Yes. Who is it?" "Never mind. You must be deaf not to hear me calling you all this time. Take that cotton out of your ears." "I didn't know you could talk this way." "You didn't? Well, you know now. Them's empty pipes, no standing water, see? Fine to talk. Oh, damn it! The words are lost in the gurgle of rushing water. Presently the flow subsides, and the knocking is resumed. I bend over the privy. "Hello? Hello? That you, Alec?" "Get off that line, you jabbering idiot!" someone shouts into the pipe. "Lay down there!" "Take that trap out of the hole!" "Quit your fooling, hoss thief!" "Hey, boys, stop that now! That's me, fellas. It's Bob, hoss thief Bob. I'm talking business. Keep quiet now, will ya?" "Are you there, Alec?" "Yes? Well, pay no attention to them dubs. 'Twas that crazy Southside Slim that turned the water on." "Who you calling crazy, damn you?" a voice interrupts. "Oh, lay down, Slim, will ya? Who said you was crazy? Nay, nay, you're bugs." "Hey, Alec, you there?" "Yes, Bob." "Oh, got me name, have ya?" "Yes, I'm Bob, hoss thief Bob. Make no mistake when you see me. I'm Big Bob the hoss thief. Can you hear me? It's you, Alec?" "Yes, yes." "Sure it's you? Got to tell you something. What's your number?" "A7. "Right you are. What cell?" "6K. "And this is me, Big Bob, in—" "Windbag, Bob," a heavy bass comments from above. "Shut up, Curly. I'm on the line. I'm in 6F, Alec, top tier. Call me up any time I'm in. Ha! You see, pipe's running up and down, and you can talk to any range you want, but always to the same cell as you're in. Cell 6, understand? Now, if you want to talk to cell 14, to Shorty, you know—" "I don't want to talk to Shorty. I don't know him, Bob." "Yes, you do. You listen to what I tell you, Alec, and you'll be all right. That's me talking, Big Bob, see? Now, I say, if you like to chew the rag with Shorty, you just tell me. Tell Brother Bob, and he'll connect you, all right. Are you on? Know who's Shorty?" "No." "You oughta. That's Carl. Carl Nold. Know him, don't you?" "What?" I cry in astonishment. "Is it true, Bob? Is Nold up there on your gallery?" "Sure thing. Cell 14. Why didn't you say so at once? You've been talking 10 minutes now. Did you see him? What's your hurry, Alec? You can't see him. Not just now, anyway. Perhaps by, maybe. There's no hurry, Alec. You got plenty of time. A few years, rather. Ha ha. Hey there, horse thief. Quit that." I recognize Curly's deep bass. "What do you want to make the kid feel bad for?" "No harm meant, Curly," Bob returns. "I was just joshing him a bit." "Well, quit it." "You don't mind it, Alec, do you?" I hear Bob again, his tones softened. "I didn't mean to hurt your feelings. I'm your friend, Alec. You can bet your corn dodger on that. Say, I've got something for you from Shorty. I mean Carl, you savvy?" "What have you, Bob?" "Nixie through the hole. Ain't safe. I'm coffee boy on this here range. I'll sneak around to you in the morning when I go to fetch me can of bootleg. Now, jiggaroo. Screws coming." Footnote 37. Jiggaroo. Look out. End of footnote. 2. The presence of my comrades is investing existence with interest and meaning. It has brought to me a breeze from the atmosphere of my former environment. It is stirring the graves, where lie my soul's dead, into renewed life and hope. The secret exchange of notes lends colour to the routine. It is like a fresh mountain streamlet joyfully rippling through a stagnant swamp. At work in the shop, my thoughts are engrossed with our correspondence. Again and again I review the arguments, elucidating to my comrades the significance of my attentat. They too are inclined to exaggerate the importance of the purely physical result. The exchange of views gradually ripens our previously brief and superficial acquaintance into closer intimacy. There is something in Carl Knowles that especially attracts me. I sense in him a congenial spirit. His spontaneous frankness appeals to me. My heart echoes his grief at the realization of most unpardonable behaviour. But the ill-concealed antagonism of Bauer is irritating. It reflects his desperate clinging to the shattered idol. Presently, however, a better understanding begins to manifest itself. The big, jovial German has earned my respect. He braved the anger of the judge by consistently refusing to betray the man who aided him in distribution of the anarchist leaflet among the Homestead workers. On the other hand, both Carl and Henry appreciate my efforts on the witness stand to exonerate them from complicity in my act. Their condemnation as acknowledged anarchists was, of course, a foregone conclusion, and I am gratified to learn that neither of my comrades had entertained any illusions concerning the fate that awaited them. Indeed, both have expressed surprise that the maximum revenge of the law was not visited upon them. Their philosophical attitude exerts a soothing effect upon me. Carl even voices satisfaction that the sentence of 5 years will afford him a long-needed vacation from many years of ceaseless factory toil. He is facetiously anxious lest capitalist industry be handicapped by the loss of such a splendid carpenter as Henry, whom he good-naturedly chaffs on the separation from his newly affianced. The evening hours have ceased to drag. There is pleasure and diversion in the correspondence. The notes have grown into bulky letters, daily cementing our friendship. We compare views, exchange impressions, and discuss prison gossip. I learn the history of the movement of the Twin Cities, the personnel of anarchist circles, and collect a fund of anecdotes about Albrecht, the philosophic old shoemaker whose diminutive shop in Allegheny is the centre of the radical intelligentsia. With deep contrition, Bauer confesses how narrowly he escaped the role of my executioner. My unexpected appearance in their midst, at the height of the Homestead struggle, had waked suspicion among the Allegheny comrades. They sent an inquiry to most, whose reply proved a warning against me. Unknown to me, Bauer shared the room I occupied in Knowles' house. Through the long hours of the night he lay awake with revolver cocked. At the first sign of a suspicious move on my part, he had determined to kill me. The personal tenor of our correspondence is gradually broadening into the larger scope of socio-political theories, methods of agitation, and applied tactics. The discussions, prolonged and often heated, absorb our interest. The bulky notes necessitate greater circumspection. The difficulty of procuring writing materials assumes a serious aspect. Every available scrap of paper is exhausted. Margins of stray newspapers and magazines have been penciled on, the contents repeatedly erased, and the frayed tatters microscopically covered with ink. Even an occasional fly-leaf from library books has been sacrilegiously forced to leave its covers, and every evidence of its previous association dexterously removed. The problem threatens to terminate our correspondence, and fills us with dismay. But the genius, our faithful postman, of proud horse-thieving proclivities, proves equal to the occasion. Bob constitutes himself our commissary, designating the broom shop in which he is employed as the base of our future supplies. The unexpected affluence fills us with joy. The big rolls requisitioned by Horse Thief exclude the fear of famine. The smooth, yellow wrapping paper affords the luxury of larger and more legible chirography. The pride of sudden wealth germinates ambitious projects. We speculate on the possibility of converting our correspondence into a magazinelet and wax warm over the proposed lists of readers. Before long, the first issue of the Zuchthausbluethen. Footnote 38. Zuchthausbluethen. Prison blossoms. End of footnote. Is greeted with the encouraging approval of our sole subscriber, whose contribution surprises us in the form of a rather creditable poem on the last blank page of the publication. Elated at the happy acquisition, we unanimously crown him Meistersinger, with dominion over the department of poetry. Soon we plan more pretentious issues. The outward size of the publication is to remain the same, 3 by 5 inches, but the number of pages is to be enlarged, each issue to have a different editor to ensure equality of opportunity, the readers to serve as contributing editors. The appearance of the Bluethen is to be regulated by the time required to complete the circle of readers, whose identity is to be masked with certain initials to protect them against discovery. Henceforth, Bauer, physically a giant, is to be known as G. Because of my medium stature, I shall be designated with the letter M, and Nold as the smallest by K. Footnote 39. K. Initial of the German Klein, small. End of footnote. The poet, his history somewhat shrouded in mystery, is christened D for Dichter. M, K, G are to act in turn as editor-in-chief, whose province it is to start the Bluethen on its way, each reader contributing to the issue till it is returned to the original editor to enable him to read and comment upon his fellow contributors. The publication, its contents growing transit, is finally to reach the second contributor, upon whom will devolve the editorial management of the following issue. The unique arrangement proves a source of much pleasure and recreation. The little magazine is rich in contents and varied in style. The diversity of handwriting heightens the interest and stimulates speculation on the personality of our increasing readers-contributors. In the arena of the diminutive publication there rages the conflict of contending social philosophies. Here a political essay rubs elbow with a witty anecdote, and a dissertation on the nature of things is interspersed with prison small talk and personal reminiscence. Flashes of unstudied humour and unconscious rivalry of orthography lend peculiar charm to the unconventional editorials, and waft a breath of Josh Billings into the manuscript pages. But the success of the Zuchthausbluethen soon discovers itself a veritable Frankenstein, which threatens the original foundation and aims of the magazinelet. The popularity of joint editorship is growing at the cost of unity and tendency. The bard's astonishing facility at versification, coupled with his Jules Vernean imagination, causes us grave anxiety, lest his untamable Pegasus traverse the limits of our paper supply. The appalling warning of the commissary that the improvident drain upon his resources is about to force him on a strike imperatively calls a halt. We are deliberating policies of retrenchment and economy, when unexpectedly the arrival of 2 Homestead men suggests an auspicious solution. 3. The presence of Hugh F. Dempsey and Robert J. Beattie, prominent in the Knights of Labour organisation, offers opportunity for propaganda among workers representing the more radical element of American labour. Accused of poisoning the food served to the strike-breakers in the mills, Dempsey and Beattie appear to me men of unusual type. Be they innocent or guilty, the philosophy of their methods is in harmony with revolutionary tactics. Labour can never be unjust in its demands. Is it not the creator of all wealth in the world? Every weapon may be employed to return the despoiled people into its rightful ownership. Is not the terrorizing of scabbery, and ultimately of the capitalist exploiters, an effective means of aiding the struggle? Therefore Dempsey and Beattie deserve a claim. Morally certain of their guilt, I respect them the more for it, though I am saddened by their denial of complicity in the scheme of wholesale extermination of the scabs. The blackleg is also human, it is true, and desires to live, but one should starve rather than turn traitor to the cause of his class. Moreover, the individual, or any number of them, cannot be weighed against the interests of humanity. Infinite patience weaves the threads that bring us in contact with the imprisoned labour leaders. In the ceaseless duel of vital need against stupidity and malice, caution and wit are sharpened by danger. The least indiscretion, the most trifling negligence means discovery, disaster. But perseverance and intelligent purpose conquer. By the aid of the faithful horse-thief, communication with Dempsey and Beattie is established. With the aggressiveness of strong conviction, I present to them my views dwelling on the historic role of the Attentat, and the social significance of conscious individual protest. The discussion ramifies, the interest aroused soon transcending the limits of my paper supply. Presently I am involved in a correspondence with several men, whose questions and misinterpretations regarding my act I attempt to answer and correct with individual notes. But the method proves an impossible tax on our opportunities, and KGM finally decide to publish an English edition of the Zuchthausbluethen. The German magazine let is suspended, and in its place appears the first issue of the Prison Blossoms. End of section 19.
Section 20 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. Part 2, Chapter 13, Judas. Hey there, Sporty. My assistant greets me in the shop. Stand treat on this festive occasion. Yes, Red, have a chew, I reply with a smile, handing him my fresh plug of tobacco. His eyes twinkle with mischievous humor as he scrutinizes my changed suit of dark gray. The larger part of the plug swelling out his cheek, he flings to me the remnant across the table, remarking, "Don't care for it. Take back your chew. I'll keep my honor. Your plug, I mean, Sonny. A gentleman of my eminence, sir, a natural-born navigator on the high seas of social life. Are you on me by? A gentleman, I repeat, sir, whose canoe the mutations of all that is human have chucked on this dry, thrice-damned dry latitude, sir. This noxious plague spot of civilization. Say, kid, what the hell am I talking about? Damn if I ain't clean forgot." "I'm sure I don't know, Red." "Like hell you don't. It's your glad duds, kid, offering me a chew of tobacco. Christ, I'm dying for a drop of booze. This magnificent occasion deserves a wedding, sir. And say, Alec, it won't hurt your beauty to stretch them sleeves of yours a bit. You look like a scarecrow in them high-water pants. Ain't old Sandy the kin of Skinner's, though." "Whom do you mean, Red?" "Who I mean, you idiot, but that skunk of a warden, the Honorable Captain Edward S. Wright. If you please, sir, captain of old rotten old punks. That's what he is. You ask the screws. He's never smelt powder. Why, he's been here most of his life. But some of the screws been here longer, born here, damn 'em. Couldn't pull 'em out of there with those steam engine, you couldn't. They can tell you all about the captain, though. Old Sandy didn't have a plugged nickel to his name when you come here. Now the damn stomach robber is rich. Regular gold mine this dump for him. He only gets lousy 5,000 per year. Got big family and keeps carriages and servants. See, and I can't afford to go to Europe every year. And got a pile in the bank to boot. All the scurvy 5,000 a year. Good manager, ain't he? A regular church member, too. Damn his rotten soul to hell." "Is he as bad as all that, Red?" "Is he? A hypocrite dyed in the wool, that's what he is. Plays the humanitarian racket. He had a great deal to say in the papers. That's why I didn't believe the brutal way Zimes was punished by the Homestead colonel. What's his name? Colonel Streeter of the 10th Pennsylvania. That's the cur. He hung up Private Imes by the thumbs, till the poor little boy was almost dead. For nothing, too. Suppose you remember, don't you? Imes had called for 3 cheers for the man who shot Frick, and they pretty near killed him for it, and then drummed him out of the regiment, with his head half shaved. It was a most barbarous thing. And that damn Sandy swore in the papers he didn't believe in such things, and all the while the lying murderer is doing it himself. Not a day but some poor con is cuffed up in the hole. That's the kind of humanitarian he is. It makes me wild to think on it. Why, kid, I even get a big excited and forget that you, young sir, are attuned to the dulcet symphonies of classic English. But whenever that skunk of a warden is the subject of conversation, sir, even my usually imperturbable serenity of spirit and tranquil stoicism are not equal to patience on a monument smile at grief. Watch me, sonny. That's yours truly spilin'. Why, look at them dingy rags of yours. I like you better in the striped duds. They give you the hand-me-downs of that nigger that went out yesterday, and change you the books with a brand-new suit. See where Sandy gets his slice, eh? And say, kid, how long are you here?" "About 8 months, Red." "They beat you out of 2 months, all right. Suppose they obey their own rules. Nitzer, you are aware, my pleasure slam, that you are entitled to discard your polychromic vestments of zebra hue after your sojourn of 6 months in the benevolent dump. I bet that fresh fish at the looping machine there came up here some days ago. He won't be kept waiting more than 6 months for his black clothes." I glance in the direction of the recent arrival. He is a slender man with swarthy complexion and quick-shifting eye. The expression of guilty cunning is repelling. "Who is that man?" I whisper to the assistant. "Like him, don't you? Permit me, sir, to introduce you to the handiwork of his maker, a mealy-mouthed, oily-lipped, scurvy gay cat, a yellow cur, a sniveling, fawning stool, a filthy, oozy sneak, a snake in the grass whose very presence, sir, is a mortal insult to a self-respecting member of my clan, Mr. Patrick Gallagher, of the Honorable Pinkerton family, sir. Gallagher, I ask in astonishment. The informer who denounced Dempsey and Beatty? The very same. The dirty snitch that got those fellows railroaded here for 7 years. Dempsey was a fool to bunch up with such a vermin as Gallagher and Davison. He was master workman of some district of the Knights' Labor. Why in hell didn't he get his own men to do the job? Goes to work and hires a brace of gay cats. Sent him to the scab mills, you scabby. A sling hash for the blacklegs. And keep 'em posted on the goings-on, see? Suppose you have oriented yourself, sir, concerning the developments in the culinary experiment. Yes, croton oil is supposed to have been used to make the scabs sick with diarrhea. Make 'em sick? Why, me by scores of 'em croaked. I am surprised, sir, to use such a vulgar term as diarrhea. You offend my aestheticism. The learned gentleman who delved deeply into the bowels of the earth and man, sir, ascribed the sudden and phenomenal increase of unmentionable human obligations to nature. The mysterious and extravagant popularity of the houses of ill odor, sir, the automatic obedience to their call, as due entirely to the dumping of a lot of old lousy bums, sir, into filthy corridors, or to impurities of the liquid supply, or to, pardon my frankness, sir, to intestinal effeminacy, which, in flaccid excitability, persisted in ill-timed relaxation, unseemly in well-mannered Christians. Some future day, sir, they may well arise a poet to glorify with beauteous epic the heroic days of the modern bull-run. And I can tell you, laddie, they run and kept running top and bottom, or some lyric bard may put to a Hudiboristic verse. Watch me climbing the Parnassus, kid, the poetic feat, the numbers, the assonance, the strain of the inspiring days when croton oil was king. Yes, sirree, for yours truly, me hand in such pies, and moreover, sir, I make it an invariable rule of gentlemanly behavior to keep my snout out of other people's biz. Dempsey may be innocent, Red. Well, the jury don't think so, but there's no tellin', honest to God. Alec, that round scab of a Gallagher has the cast-pale hue of a resolution. If I may borrow old Billy Shake's slang, sir, over me generally settled convictions, you know, in the abundant plenitude of my heterogeneous experience with the sorts of conditions of rats and gay cats, sir, fortified by a natural genius of no mean order of 1859 vintage, damn if I ever run across such an acute form of confessionist as may infested by the loud of the looping machine here. You know what he done yesterday? What? Sent for the district attorney and made another confesh. Really? How do you know? Night Screw's a partner friend of mine, kid. I stands, you see. The mixer regular yahoo, can't hardly spell his own name. He daily requisitions upon my humble but abundant intelligence, sir, to make out his reports. Catch on, eh? I've never earned a handout with more dignified probity, sir. It's a cinch. Last night he give me a great slice of corn dodger. It was A1, I tell you. And 2 hard-boiled eggs, and half a tomato, juicy and luscious, sir. Didn't I enjoy it, though? Make your mouth water, eh, kid? Well, if you be good time, and you have can of what I got, I'll divvy up with you. Well, don't stand there and gape at me like a wooden Injun, as the unexpected revelation of my magnanimous generosity deprived you of your articulate utterance, sir. The sly wink with which he emphasizes the offer, and his sudden serious manner affect me unpleasantly. With pretended indifference, I declined to share his delicacies. You need those little extras for yourself, Red, I explained. You told me you suffer from indigestion. A change of diet now and then will do you good. But you haven't finished telling me about the new confession of Gallagher. Oh, you're a sly one, Alec. No flies on you. But it's all right. Me buy, maybe. I can do something for you some day. I'm your friend, Alec. Count on me. But that mud of a Gallagher, yes sirree, made another confession. Damn if it ain't his third one. Ever hear such a thing? I got it straight from the screw, all right. I can't take the damn snitch out. Undeservedly, I avow, sir, that incomprehensible vacillations of the honorable gentleman puzzle me noodle, and are calculated to disturb the repose of a right-thinking Yegg in the silken reap of Morpheus. What is game, anyhow? Shall we diagnose the peculiar mental menstruation as what's your learned opinion? My illustrations, colleague, eh? What you grinning for, Foraz? It's a serious matter, sir. A highly instructive phenomenon of intellectual vacuity, impregnated with the pernicious virus of Pinkertonism, sir, and transmuted in the alembic of Carnegie alchemy. A judicious injection of persuasive gems by the sagacious journal consuls of the House of Dempsey, and lo, 3 brand new confessions, mutually contradictory and exclusive. Does that strike you in the spot, sonny? In the second confession, he retracted his accusations against Dempsey. What's the third about, Red? Retracts his attraction me by. Guess why, Alec? I suppose he was paid to reaffirm his original charges. You're not far off. After that beauty of a Judas cleared the man, Sandy noted Reed and Docs. Them smart guys, all right. The attorneys of the Carnegie Company to interpret Madame Justica, sir, in a manner. I know, Red, I interrupt him. They are lawyers who prosecuted me. Even in court, they were giving directions to the district attorney and openly whispering to him questions to be asked the witnesses. He was just a figurehead and a tool for them, and it sounded so ridiculous when he told the jury that he was not in the service of any individual or corporation, but that he acted solely as an officer of the Commonwealth, charged with the sacred duty of protecting its interests in my prosecution. And all the time, he was the mouthpiece of Frick's lawyers. Hold on, kid. I don't get a chance to squeeze a word in edgewise when you start, John. Think you're on the platform, hard-graying, hog-headed crowd? You can't convert me, so save your breath, man. I shouldn't want to convert you, Red. You are intelligent, but a hopeless case. You are not the kind that could be useful to the cause. Glad you're next. Got me sized up all right, eh? Well, me saintly bye. I'm Johnny on the spot to serve the cause all right, and the cause is me with a big M, see? A fellow foot and not in a look for the number 1. I give it to you straight, Alec. What's them high-flown notions of yours oppressed humanity and suffering people fiddlesticks? There you go and shove your damn neck into the noose for the strikers. What have them fellows ever done for you, eh? Tell me that. They don't do a darn thing for you. Catch me swinging for the peel pole. The cattle don't deserve any better than they get, that's what I say. I don't want to discuss these questions with you, Red. You'll never understand anyhow. Get off now. You voice a sentiment, sir, that my adequate appreciation of myself will prompt me to resent to the field of honor, sir. But the unworthy spirit of acribuity is totally foreign to my nature, sir, and I shall preserve the blessed meekness of so becoming the true Christian, and shall follow the bidding of my master, my humbly offering of the other cheek, for the chaw of the weed I gave you. Dig down into your poke, kid. I hand him the remnant of my tobacco, remarking, You've lost the thread of our conversation as usual, Red. You said the warden sent for the Carnegie lawyers after Gallagher had recounted his original confession. Well, what did they do? Don't know what they done, but I told you that Martin had sent for the district attorney the same day and signed a third confession, while Dempsey was tickled to death of the cause. He ceases abruptly. His quick, short coughs warn me of danger, accompanied by the deputy of the shop officer. The warden is making the rounds of the machines, pausing here and there to examine the work and listen to the request of a prisoner. The youthfully sparkling eyes of a striking contrast to the sedate manner and seamed features framed in grayish white. Approaching the table, he greets us with a benign smile. Good morning, boys. Casting a glance at my assistant, the warden inquires. Your time must be up soon, Red. Been out and back again, Captain, the officer laughs. Yes, he is. Back home. The thin feminine accents of the deputy sound sarcastic. Didn't like it outside, Red, the warden sneers. A flush darkens the face of the assistant. There's more skunks out there than him, he retorts. The captain frowns. The deputy lifts a warning finger, but the warden laughs slightly and continues on his rounds. We work in silence for a while. Red looks restive. His eyes stealthily follow the departing official. Presently he whispers, See me hand it in to him, Alex? He knows I'm on to him, all right. Didn't look mad enough, though. Thought he'd burst. Sobered him up a bit. Pipe his lamps, kid. Yes, very bright eyes. Bright eyes your grandmother. Dope, that's what the matter is. Think I get off as easy if it wasn't chock full of this stuff? I know it ain't the minute I laid my eyes on him. I can tell by the shining glimmers and the slick smile of his when he's feeling good. Know the signals, all right. Always feeling fine when he's hit the pipe. That's the time you can get anything you want from him. Next time you see that smirk on him, hit him for something. He'll hand it to you right there. He's going down to the socks first thing you know. Yes, we need more help. Why don't you ask him? Me? Me ask favor of the damn swine? Not of your tiny type. You don't catch me with a vouchsafe the high and mighty, sir, the opportunity. All right, Red. I won't ask him either. I don't give a damn. For all I care, Alex, and well confidently speaking, sir, there might encourse this presence hoistery and the inflammable dehinance of the nibs, which is, of course, if I may venture my humble opinion, young sir, sufficiently generous in his expansiveness to regard the rugosity of his stocking turned inside out, sir. Do you follow the argument, me by? With difficulty, Red, I reply with a smile. What are you really talking about? I do wish you'd speak plainer. You do ya? And maybe you don't. Got to the train, you rag graduate, so to speak. It's only duty is pushing. We's gotta get out of help, you see. I ain't gonna kill myself working here like a nigga. I'll quit first. Do you think The shop officer is returning. Damn your imprudence, Red, he shouts at the assistant. Why don't you keep that tongue of yours in check? Why, Mr. Costin, what's the trouble? You know damn well what's the trouble. You made the old man mad clean enough. You ought to know better than that. He was nice as pie till he opened that big trap of yours. Everything went wrong then. You gave me the dickens about that pile you got lying round here. Why don't you take over the roopers, Burke? They have not been turned yet, I reply. What do you say? Not turned, he bristles. What in the hell you fellas doing, I'd like to know? We're doing more than we should, Red retorts defiantly. Shut up now and get a move on, you. On the rotten grub they feed us, the assistant persists. You better shut up, Red. Then give us some help. I will like hell. The whistle sounds the dinner hour. End of section 20.
Section 21 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. Chapter 19. The Dip. For a week, Boston Red is absent from work. My best efforts seem ineffectual in the face of the increasing mountain of unturned hosiery, and the officer grows more irritable and insistent. But the fear of clogging the industrial wheel presently forces him to give me assistance, and a dapper young man, keen-eyed and nervous, takes the vacant place. He's a dip, Johnny Davis whispers to me. A top-notcher, he adds admiringly. I experience a tinge of resentment at the equality implied by the forced association. I have never before come in personal contact with a professional thief, and I entertain the vaguest ideas concerning his class. But they are not producers, hence parasites, who deliberately prey upon society, upon the poor mostly. There can be nothing in common between me and this man. The new helper's conscious superiority is provoking. His distant manner piques my curiosity. How unlike his scornful mien and proudly independent bearing is my youthful impression of a thief. Vividly I remember the red-headed Kolya as he was taken from the classroom by a fierce gendarme. The boys had been missing their lunches, and Kolya confessed to the theft. We ran after the prisoner, and he hung his head and looked frightened, and so pale I could count each freckle on his face. He did not return to school, and I wondered what had become of him. The terror in his eyes haunted my dreams, the brown spots on his forehead shaping themselves into fiery letters, spelling the fearful word "Vor." That's a snap, the helper's voice breaks in on my reverie. He speaks in well-modulated tones, the accents nasal and decided. You needn't be afraid to talk, he adds patronizingly. I am not afraid. I impatiently resent the insinuation. Why should I be afraid of you? Not of me, of the officer I meant. I am not afraid of him either. Well then, let's talk about something. It will help while away the time, you know. His cheerful friendliness smooths my ruffled temper. The correct English, in striking contrast with the peculiar language of my former assistant, surprises me. I am sorry, he continues, they gave you such a long sentence, Mr. Berkman, but how do you know my name? I interrupt. You have just arrived. They call me Lightning Al, he replies, with a tinge of pride. I'm here only 3 days, but a fellow in my line can learn a great deal in that time. I had you pointed out to me. What do you call your line? What are you here for? For a moment he is silent. With surprise I watch his face blush darkly. "You're a dead giveaway. Oh, excuse me, Mr. Berkman." He corrects himself. "I sometimes lapse into lingo under provocation, you know. I meant to say, it's easy to see that you are not next to the way, not familiar, I mean, with such things. You should never ask a man what he is in for." "Why not?" "Well, you are ashamed." "Not a bit of it. Ashamed to fall, perhaps. I mean to be caught at it. It's no credit to a gun's rep, his reputation, you understand. But I'm proud of the jobs I've done. I'm pretty slick, you know." "But you don't like to be asked why you were sent here." "Well, it's not good manners to ask such questions." "Against the ethic of the trade, I suppose." How sarcastic we can be, Mr. Berkman. But it's true. It's not the ethics. And isn't a trade either. It's a profession. Oh, you may smile, but I'd rather be a gun, a professional, I mean, than one of your stupid factory hands. They're honest, though, honest producers, while you're a thief. Oh, there's no sting in that word for me. I take pride in being a thief. And what's more, I am an A number one gun. You see the point? The best dip in the States. A pickpocket, stealing nickels off passengers on the streetcars and... Me? A hell of a lot you know about it. Take me for such a small fry, do you? I work only on race tracks. You call it work? Sure, damn hard work too. Takes more brains than a whole shopful of your honest producers can show. And you prefer that to being honest? Do I? I spend more on gloves than a bricklayer makes in a year. Think I'm so dumb I have to slave all week for a few dollars? But you spent most of your life in prison. Not by a long shot. A real good gun's always got his full money planted. I mean, some ready coin in case of trouble. And a smart lawyer will spring you most every time. Beat the case, you know. I've never seen the fly cop you couldn't fix if you got enough dough. And most judges, too. Of course, now and then the best of us may fall, but it don't happen very often, and it's all in the game. The whole life is game, Mr. Berkman, and everyone's got his graft." "Do you mean there are no honest men?" I ask angrily. "Sha! I'm just as honest as Rockefeller or Carnegie, only they got the law with them. And I work harder than they, I'll bet you on that. I've got to eat, haven't I? Of course," he adds thoughtfully. "If I could be sure of my bread and butter, perhaps." The passing overseer smiles at the noted pickpocket, inquiring pleasantly, "How're you doing, Al?" "Tip-top, Mr. Carson. Hope you're feeling good today." "Never better, Al. A friend of mine often spoke to me about you, Mr. Carson." "Who was that?" "Barney. Jack Barney." "Jack Barney? Why, he worked for me in the broom shop." "Yes, he did, a three-spot. He often said to me, 'Al, if you ever land in Riverside,' he says, 'be sure you don't forget to give my best to Mr. Carson. Mr. Ed Carson,' he says. 'He's a good fellow.'" The officer looked pleased. "Yes, I treated him quite all right," he remarks, continuing on his rounds. "I knew he'd swallow it." The assistant sneers after him. "Always good to get on the right side of them." He adds with a wink, "Barney told me about him all right. Said he's the rottenest sneak in the dump. A swell head. Yep." "You see, Mr. Berkman, may I call you Alec? It's shorter." "Well, you see, Alec, I make it a point to find things out. It's wise to know the ropes. I'm next to the whole bunch here. That Jimmy McPain, the deputy, he's a regular brute. Killed his man all right. Barney told me all about it. He was doing his bit then. serving his sentence. You see, Alec," he lowers his voice confidentially, "I don't like to use slang. It grows on one, and every fly cop can spot you as a crook. It's necessary in my business to present a fine front and use good English, so I must not get the lingo habit. Well, I was speaking of Barney telling me about the deputy. He killed Con in cold blood. The fellow was Bughouse, D.T., saw snakes. He ran out of his cell one morning, swinging a chair and hollering, 'Murder! Kill 'em!' The deputy was just passing along, and he out with his gat his revolver, and bangs away. He pumped the poor loony fellow full of holes. He did, the murderer. Killed him dead. Never was tried, either. Warden told the newspapers it was done in self-defense. A damn lie. Sandy knew better. Everybody in the dump knew it was cold-blooded murder, with no provocation at all. It's a regular ring, you see, and that old Warden is the biggest grafton of them all. And that sky pilot, too, is an A1 fakir. Did you mean about the kid born here? Before your time? A big scandal. Since then the holy man's got to have a screw with him at Sunday service for the females, and I tell you, he needs watching all right." The whistle terminates the conversation. End of section 21. Section 22 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. Chapter 15. The Urge of Sex. Sunday night. My new cell on the upper gallery is hot and stuffy. I cannot sleep. Through the bars I gaze upon the Ohio. The full moon hangs above the river, bathing the waters in mellow light. The strains of a sweet lullaby wander through the woods, and the banks are merry with laughter. A girlish cadence rings like a silvery bell, and voices call in the distance. Life is joyous and near, terribly, tantalizingly near. But all is silent and dead around me. For days the feminine voice keeps ringing in my ears. It sounded so youthful and buoyant, so fondly alluring. A beautiful girl, no doubt. What joy to feast my eye on her! I have not beheld a woman for many months. I long to hear the soft accents, feel the tender touch. My mind persistently reverts to the voice on the river, the sweet strain in the woods, and fancy wreaths, sad-toned fugues upon the merry carol, paints vision and image as I pace the floor in agitation. They live, they breathe. I see the slender figure with the swelling bosom, the delicate white throat, the babyish face with large wistful eyes. Why, it is Luba! My blood tingles violently, passionately, as I live over again the rapturous wonder at the first touch of her maiden breast. How temptingly innocent sounded the immodest invitation on the velvety lips, how exquisite the suddenness of it all! We were in New Haven then. One by one we had gathered, till the little New York commune was complete. The girl joined me first, for I felt lonely in the strange city, drudging as a compositor on a country weekly, the evenings cold and cheerless in the midst of a conservative household. But the girl brought light and sunshine, and then came the twin and Mania. Luba remained in New York, but Mania, devoted little soul, yearned for her sister, and presently the three girls worked side by side in the corset factory. All seemed happy in the free atmosphere, and Luba was blooming into beautiful womanhood. There was a vague something about her that now and then roused in me a fond longing, a rapturous desire. Once, it was in New York, a year before, I had experienced a sudden impulse toward her. It seized me unheralded, unaccountably. I had called to try a game of chess with her father when he informed me that Luba had been ill. She was recovering now, and would be pleased to see me. I sat at the bedside, conversing in low tones, when I noticed the pillows slipping from under the girl's head. Bending over, I involuntarily touched her hair, loosely hanging down the side. The soft, dark chestnut thrilled me, and the next instant I stooped and stealthily pressed the silken waves to my lips. The momentary sense of shame was lost in the feeling of reverence for the girl with the beautiful hair, that bewildered and fascinated me, and a deep yearning suddenly possessed me, as she lay in exquisite disarray, full of grace and beauty. And all the while we talked, my eyes feasted on her ravishing form, and I felt envious of her future lover, and hated the desecration. But when I left her bedside, all traces of desire disappeared, and the inspiration of the moment faded like a vision affrighted by the dawn. Only a transient, vague inquietude remained, as of something unattainable. Then came that unforgettable moment of undreamed bliss. We had just returned from the performance of Tosca, with Sarah Bernhardt in her inimitable role. I had to pass through Luba's room on my way to the attic, in the little house occupied by the commune. She had already retired, but was still awake. I sat down on the edge of the bed, and we talked of the play. She glowed with inspiration of the great tragedienne. Then, somehow, she alluded to the décolleté of the actresses. "I don't mind a fine bust exposed on the stage," I remarked. "But I had a powerful opera glass. Their breasts looked fleshy and flabby. It was disgusting." "Do you think mine nice?" she asked suddenly. For a second I was bewildered, but the question sounded so enchantingly unpremeditated, so innocently eager. "I never Let me see them," I said impulsively. "No, no," she cried in aroused modesty. "I can't. I won't look, Luba. See, I close my eyes. Just a touch." "Oh, I can't. I'm ashamed. Only over the blanket, please, Sasha," she pleaded as my hand softly stole under the covers. She gripped the sheet tightly, and my arm rested on her side. The touch of the firm, round breast thrilled me with passionate ecstasy. In fear of arousing her maidenly resistance, I strove to hide my exultation, while cautiously and tenderly I released the coverlet. "They are very beautiful, Luba," I said, controlling the tremor of my voice. "You like them, really, Sasha?" The large eyes looked lustrous and happy. "They are Greek, dear," and snatching the last covering aside, I kissed her between the breasts. "I'm so glad I came here," she spoke dreamily. "Were you very lonesome in New York?" "It was terrible, Sasha." "You like the change?" "Oh, you silly boy, don't you know?" "What, Luba?" "I wanted you, dear." Her arms twined softly about me. I felt appalled. The girl, my revolutionary plans, flitted through my mind, chilling me with self-reproach. The pale hue of the attained cast its shadow across the spell, and I lay cold and quiet on Luba's breast. The coverlet was slipping down, and reaching for it, my hand inadvertently touched her knee. "Sasha, how can you?" she cried in alarm, sitting up with terrified eyes. "I didn't mean to, Luba. How could you think that of me?" I was deeply mortified. My hand relaxed on her breast. We lay in silent embarrassment. "It is getting late, Sasha." She tenderly drew my head to her bosom. "A little while yet, dear." And again the enchantment of the virgin breasts was upon me, and I showered wild kisses on them, and pressed them passionately, madly, till she cried out in pain. "You must go now, dear. Good night, Luba." "Good night, dearest. You haven't kissed me, Sashenka." I felt her detaining lips as I left. In the wakeful hours of the night the urge of sex grows more and more insistent. Scenes from the past live in my thoughts. The cell is peopled with familiar faces. Episodes long dead to memory rise animated before me. They emerge from the darkest chambers of my soul, and move with intense reality, like the portraits of my sires come to life in the dark, fearful nights of my childhood. Pert Masha smiles at me from her window across the street, and a bevy of girls pass me demurely with modestly averted gaze, and then call back saucily in thinly disguised voices. Again I am with my playmates, trailing the schoolgirls on their way to the river, and we chuckle gleefully at their affright and confusion as they discover the eyes glued to the peepholes we had cut in the booth. Inwardly I resent Nadia's bathing in her shirt, and in revenge dive beneath the boards, rising to the surface in the midst of the girls, who run to cover in shame and terror. But I grow indignant at Vainka, who badgers the girls with "Tsiba, tsiba, ba," and I soundly thrash Kolya for shouting nasty epithets across the schoolyard at little Nunia, whom I secretly adore. But the notes of the later days return again and again, and the scenes of youth recede into their dim frames. Clearer and more frequently appear Sonia and Luba, and the little sweetheart of my first months in America. What a goose she was! She would not embrace me, because it's a great sin, unless one is married. But how slyly she managed to arrange kissing games at the Sunday gatherings at her home, and always lose to me. She must be quite a woman now, with a husband, children. Quickly she flits by, the recollection even of her name lost in the glow of anarchist emotionalism and the fervent enthusiasm of my Orchard Street days. There flames the light that irradiates the vague longings of my Russian youth, and gives rapt interpretation to obscurely pulsating idealism. It sheds the halo of illuminating justification upon my blindly rebellious spirit, and visualizes my dreams on the sunlit mountains. The sordid misery of my greenhorn days assumes a new aspect. Ah, the wretchedness of those first years in America! And still, time's woof and warp unroll the tapestry of life in the New World, its joys and heart-throbs. I stand a lone stranger, bewildered by the flurry of Castle Garden, yet strong with hope and courage to carve my fate in freedom. The Czar is far away, and the fear of his hating Cossacks is past. How inspiring is liberty! The very air breathes enthusiasm and strength. and with confident ardor I embrace the new life. I join the ranks of the world's producers, and glory in the full manhood conferred by the dignity of labour. I resent the derision of my adopted country on the part of my family abroad, resent it hotly. I feel wronged by the charge of having disgraced my parents' respected name by turning a low, dirty working man. I combat their snobbishness vehemently, and revenge the indignity to labour by challenging comparison between the old and the new world. Behold the glory of liberty and prosperity, the handiwork of a nation that honours labour. The loom of time keeps weaving. Lone and friendless, I struggle in the new land. Life in the tenements is sordid, the fate of the worker dreary. There is no dignity of labour. Sweatshop bread is bitter. Oppression guards the golden promise, and servile brutality is the only earnest of success. Then, like a clarion note in the desert, sounds the call of the ideal. Strong and rousing rolls the battle cry of revolution. Like a flash in the night, it illumines my groping. My life becomes full of new meaning and interest, translated into the struggle of a world's emancipation. Fedia joins me, and together we are absorbed in the music of the new humanity. It is all far, far, yet every detail is sharply etched upon my memory. Swiftly pass before me the years of complete consecration to the movement, the self-imposed poverty and sacrifices, the feverish tide of agitation in the wake of the Chicago martyrdom, the evenings of spirited debate, the nights of diligent study, and over all looms the Fridays, in the little dingy hall in the Ghetto, where the handful of Russian refugees gather, where bold imprecations are thundered against the tyranny and injustice of the existing, and winged words prophesy the near approach of a glorious dawn. Beshawled women and men, long coated and piously bearded, steal into the hall after synagogue prayers, and listen with wondering eyes, vainly striving to grasp the strange Jewish, so perplexedly interspersed with the alien words of the new Evangel. How our hearts rejoice as, with exaggerated deference, we eagerly encourage the diffident questioner. Do you really mean, may the good Lord forgive me, there is no one in heaven above? Late in the evening the meeting resolves into small groups, heatedly contending over the speaker's utterances, the select circle finally adjourning to the corner. The obscure little tea-room resounds with the joust of learning and wit. Fascinating is the feast of reason, impassioned the flow of soul, as the passage at arms grows more heated with the advance of the night. The alert-eyed host diplomatically pacifies the belligerent factions. Gentlemen, gentlemen, shh! The police station is just across the street. There is a lull in the combat. The angry opponents frown at each other. And in the interim the Austrian student in his mellow voice begins an interminable story of personal reminiscence, apropos of nothing and starting nowhere, but intensely absorbing. With sparkling eyes he holds us spellbound, relating the wonderful journey taking us through the Nevsky in St. Petersburg, thence to the Caucasus, to engage in the blood feuds of the Cherkessy, or enmeshed in a perilous flirtation with an Albanian beauty in a Moslem harem, he descants on the philosophy of Mohammed, imperceptibly shifting the scene to the Nile to hunt the hippopotamus, and suddenly interrupting the amazing adventures by introducing an acquaintance of the evening. My excellent friend, the coming great Italian virtuoso from Odessa, gentlemen. He will entertain us with an aria from Trovatore. But the circle is not in a musical mood. Someone challenges the student's familiarity with the Moslem philosophy, and the twin hints at the gossiped intimacy of the Austrian with Christian missionaries. There are protestations and loud clamour for an explanation. The student smilingly assents, and presently he is launched upon the Chinese Sea, in the midst of a strange caravan, trading tea at Yakhta, and aiding a political to escape to Vladivostok. The night pales before the waking sun, the twin yawns, and I am drowsy with "Coffee, want coffee? Hey, get up there! Didn't you hear the bell?" End of section 22.
Section 23. The Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. Part 2, Chapter 16. The Warden's Threat. 1. The dying sun grows pale with haze and fog. Slowly the dark grey line undulates across the shop and draws its sinuous length along the gloaming yard. The shadowy waves cleave the thickening mist, vibrate ghost-like, and are swallowed in the yawning blackness of the cell-house. "Alec! Alec!" I hear an excited whisper behind me. "Quick, plant it! The screw's going to frisk me!" Something small and hard is thrust into my coat pocket. The guard in front stops short, suspiciously scanning the passing men. "Break ranks!" The overseer approaches me. "You are wanted in the office, Burke." The warden, blear-eyed and sallow, frowns as I am led in. "What have you got on you?" he demands abruptly. "I don't understand you." "Yes, you do. Have you money on you?" "I have not." "Who sends clandestine mail for you?" "What mail?" "The letter published in the Anarchist sheet in New York." I feel greatly relieved. The letter in question passed through official channels. "It went through the chaplain's hands," I reply boldly. "It isn't true. Such a letter could never pass, Mr. Milligan. Mr. Cosson," he turns to the guard, "fetch the newspaper from my desk." The warden's hands tremble as he points to the marked item. "Here it is. You talk of revolution and comrades and anarchism. Mr. Milligan never saw that, I'm sure. It's a nice thing for the papers to say you are editing, from the prison, mind you, editing an anarchist sheet in New York." "You can't believe everything the papers say," I protest. This time the papers, they may be right," the deputy interposes. "They surely didn't make the story, out of whole cloth." "They often do," I retort. "Didn't they write that I tried to jump over the wall? It's about 30 feet high, and that the guard shot me in the leg?" A smile flits across the warden's face. Impulsively I blurt out, "Was the story inspired, perhaps?" "Silence!" the warden thunders. "You're not to speak unless addressed, remember. Mr. McPain, please search him." The long bony fingers slowly creep over my neck and shoulders, down my arms and body, pressing in my armpits, gripping my legs, covering every spot, and immersing me in an atmosphere of clamminess. The loathsome touch sickens me, but I rejoice in the thought of my security. I have nothing incriminating about me. Suddenly the snake-like hand dips into my coat pocket. What's this?" He unwraps a small round object. "A knife, Captain." "Let me see," I cry in amazement. "Stand back," the warden commands. "This knife has been stolen from the shoe shop. On whom did you mean to use it?" "Warden, I didn't even know I had it. A fellow dropped it into my pocket as we—" "That'll do. You're not so clever as you think." "It's a conspiracy," I cry. He lounges calmly in the armchair, a peculiar smile dancing in his eyes. "Well, what have you got to say? It's a put-up job." "Explain yourself." "Someone threw this thing into my pocket as we were coming—" "Oh, no, we've already heard that. It's too fishy." "You searched me for money and secret letters." "That will do now. Mr. McPain, what is the sentence for the possession of a dangerous weapon?" "Warden," I interrupt, "it's no weapon. The blade is only half an inch, and—" "Silence! I spoke to Mr. McPain." 3 days, Captain." "Take him down." In the storeroom I am stripped of my suit of dark grey, and again clad in the hateful stripes. Coatless and shoeless, I am led through hallways and corridors, down a steep flight of stairs, and thrown into the dungeon. Total darkness. The blackness is massive, palpable. I feel its hand upon my head, my face. I dare not move, lest a misstep thrust me into the abyss. I hold my hand close to my eyes. I feel the touch of my lashes upon it, but I cannot see its outline. Motionless, I stand on one spot, devoid of all sense of direction. The silence is sinister. It seems to me I can hear it. Only now and then the hasty scrambling of nimble feet suddenly rends the stillness, and the gnawing of invisible river rats haunts the fearful solitude. Slowly the blackness pales. It ebbs and melts. Out of the sombre grey a wall looms above. The silhouette of a door rises dimly before me, sloping upward and growing compact and impenetrable. The hours drag in unbroken sameness. Not a sound reaches me from the cell-house. In the maddening quiet and darkness I am bereft of all consciousness of time, save once a day, when the heavy rattle of keys apprises me of the morning. The dungeon is unlocked, and the silent guards hand me a slice of bread and a cup of water. The double doors fall heavily to, the steps grow fainter and die in the distance, and all is dark again in the dungeon. The numbness of death steals upon my soul. The floor is cold and clammy, the gnawing grows louder and nearer, and I am filled with dread lest the starving rats attack my bare feet. I snatch a few unconscious moments, leaning against the door, and then again I pace the cell, striving to keep awake, wondering whether it be night or day, yearning for the sound of a human voice. Utterly forsaken, cast into the stony bowels of the underground, the world of man receding, leaving no trace behind. Eagerly I strain my ear, only the ceaseless, fearful gnawing. I clutch the bars in desperation. A hollow echo mocks the clanking iron. My hands tear violently at the door. "Ho there! Anyone here?" All is silent. Nameless terrors quiver in my mind, weaving nightmares of mortal dread and despair. Fear shapes convulsive thoughts. They rage in wild tempest, then calm, and again rush through time and space in a rapid succession of strangely familiar scenes wakened in my slumbering consciousness. Exhausted and weary, I droop against the wall. A slimy creeping on my face startles me in horror, and again I pace the cell. I feel cold and hungry. Am I forgotten? 3 days must have passed, and more. Have they forgotten me? The clank of keys sends a thrill of joy to my heart. My tomb will open. Oh, to see the light and breathe the air again. "Officer, isn't my time up yet?" "What's your hurry? You've only been here 1 day." The doors fall to. Ravenously I devour the bread, so small and thin, just a bite. Only 1 day. Despair enfolds me like a pall. Faint with anguish, I sink to the floor. 2. The change from the dungeon to the ordinary cell is a veritable transformation. The sight of the human form fills me with delight. The sound of voices is sweet music. I feel as if I had been torn from the grip of death when all hope had fled me, caught on the very brink, as it were, and restored to the world of the living. How bright the sun, how balmy the air! In keen sensuousness I stretch out on the bed. The tick is soiled, the straw protrudes in places, but it is luxury to rest, secure from the vicious river rats and the fierce vermin. It is almost liberty, freedom. But in the morning I awake in great agony. My eyes throb with pain. Every joint of my body is on the rack. The blankets had been removed from the dungeon. 3 days and nights I lay on the bare stone. It was unnecessarily cruel to deprive me of my spectacles in pretended anxiety lest I commit suicide with them. It is very touching, this solicitude for my safety, in view of the flimsy pretext to punish me. Some hidden motive must be actuating the warden, but what can it be? Probably they will not keep me long in the cell. When I am returned to work, I shall learn the truth. The days pass in vain expectation. The continuous confinement is becoming distressing. I miss the little comforts I have lost by the removal to the single cell, considerably smaller than my previous quarters. My library, also, has disappeared, and the pictures I had so patiently collected for the decoration of the walls. The cell is bare and cheerless, the large card of ugly printed rules affording no relief from the irritating whitewash. The narrow space makes exercise difficult. The necessity of turning at every second and third step transforms walking into a series of contortions. But some means must be devised to while away the time. I pace the floor, counting the seconds required to make 10 turns. I recollect having heard that 5 miles constitutes a healthy day's walk. At that rate I should make 3,771 turns, the cell measuring 7 feet in length. I divide the exercise into 3 parts, adding a few extra laps to make sure of 5 miles. Carefully I count, and am overcome by a sense of calamity when the peal of the gong confuses my numbers. I must begin over again. The change of location has interrupted communication with my comrades. I am apprehensive of the fate of the prison blossoms. Strict surveillance makes the prospect of restoring connections doubtful. I am assigned to the ground floor, my cell being but a few feet distant from the officer's desk at the yard door. Watchful eyes are constantly upon me. It is impossible for any prisoner to converse with me. The range man alone could aid me in reaching my friends, but I have been warned against him. He is a stool who has earned his position as trustee by spying upon the inmates. I can expect no help from him, but perhaps the coffee boy may prove of service. I am planning to approach the man, when I am informed that prisoners from the hosiery department are locked up on the upper gallery. By means of the waste pipe I learn of the developments during my stay in the dungeon. The discontent of the shop employees with the insufficient rations was intensified by the arrival of a wagon-load of bad meat. The stench permeated the yard, and several men were punished for passing uncomplimentary remarks about the food. The situation was aggravated by an additional increase of the task. The knitters and loopers were on the verge of rebellion. Twice within the month had the task been enlarged. They sent to the warden a request for a reduction. In reply came the appalling order for a further increase. Then a score of men struck. They remained in the cells, refusing to return to the shop unless the demand for better food and less work was complied with. With the aid of informers, the warden conducted a quiet investigation. One by one, the refractory prisoners were forced to submit. By a process of elimination, the authorities sifted the situation, and now it is whispered about that a decision has been reached, placing responsibility for the unique episode of a strike in the prison. An air of mystery hangs about the guards. Repeatedly I attempt to engage them in conversation, but the least reference to the strike seals their lips. I wonder at the peculiar looks they regard me with, when unexpectedly the cause is revealed. 3. It is Sunday noon. The rangeman pushes the dinner wagon along the tier. I stand at the door, ready to receive the meal. The overseer glances at me, then motions to the prisoner. The cart rolls past my cell. "Officer," I call out, "you missed me. Smell the pot pie, do you? Where's my dinner?" "You get none." The odor of the streaming delicacy, so keenly looked forward to every second Sunday, reaches my nostrils and sharpens my hunger. I have eaten sparingly all week in expectation of the treat, and now I am humiliated and enraged by being so unceremoniously deprived of the rare dinner. Angrily I rap the cup across the door. Again and again I strike the tin against it. The successive falls from bar to bar, producing a sharp, piercing clatter. A guard hastens along. "Stop that damn racket," he commands. "What's the matter with you?" "I didn't get dinner." "Yes, you did." "I did not." "Well, I suppose you don't deserve it." As he turns to leave, my can crashes against the door. 1, 2, 3. "What the hell do you want, eh?" "I want to see the warden." "You can't see him. You better keep quiet now." "I demand to see the warden. He is supposed to visit us every day. He hasn't been around for weeks. I must see him now." "If you don't shut up, I'll—" The captain of the block approaches. "What do you want, Berkman?" "I want to see the warden." "Can't see him. It's Sunday." "Captain," I retort, pointing to the rules on the wall of the cell, "there is an excerpt here from the statutes of Pennsylvania, directing the warden to visit each prisoner every day." "Never mind now," he interrupts. "What do you want to see the warden about?" "I want to know why I got no dinner." "Your name is off the list for the next 4 Sundays." "What for?" "That you'll have to ask the boss. I'll tell him you want to see him." Presently the overseer returns, informing me in a confidential manner that he has induced his nibs to grant me an audience. Admitted to the inner office, I find the warden at the desk, his face flushed with anger. "You are reported for disturbing the peace," he shouts at me. There is also, another charge against him, the deputy interposes. 2 charges, the warden continues. Disturbing the peace and making demands. How dare you demand, he roars. Do you know where you are? I wanted to see you. It is not a question of what you want or don't want. Understand that clearly. You are to obey the rules implicitly. The rules direct you to visit. Silence! What is your request? I want to know why I am deprived of dinner. It is not, for you to know. It is enough, that we know, the deputy retorts. Mr. McPain, the warden interposes, I am going to speak plainly to him. From this day on, he turns to me, you are on Pennsylvania diet for 4 weeks. During that time no papers or books are permitted you. It will give you leisure to think over your behavior. I have investigated your conduct in the shop, and I am satisfied it was you who instigated the trouble there. You shall not have another chance to incite the men, even if you live as long as your sentence. But, he pauses an instant, then adds threateningly, but you may as well understand it now as later. Your life is not worth the trouble you give us. Mark you well, whatever the cost, it will be at your expense. For the present you'll remain in solitary, where you cannot exert your pernicious influence. Officers, remove him to the basket.
End of Section 23.
Section 24 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. Chapter 24. The Basket Cell. 4 weeks of Pennsylvania diet have reduced me almost to a skeleton. A slice of wheat bread with a cup of unsweetened black coffee is my sole meal, with twice-a-week dinner of vegetable soup, from which every trace of meat has been removed. Every Saturday I am conducted to the office, to be examined by the physician and weighed. The whole week I look forward to the brief respite from the terrible basket cell. The sight of the stripped men scouring the floor, the friendly smile on the stealthily raised face as I pass through the hall, the strange blue of the sky, the sweet-scented aroma of the April morning. How quickly it is all over. But the 7 deep breaths I slowly inhale on the way to the office, and the eager 10 on my return, set my blood aglow with renewed life. For an instant my brain reels with the sudden rush of exquisite intoxication, and then I am in the tomb again. The torture of the basket is maddening. The constant dusk is driving me blind. Almost no light or air reaches me through the close wire netting covering the barred door. The foul odour is stifling. It grips my throat with deadly hold. The walls hem me in. Daily they press closer upon me till the cell seems to contract, and I feel crushed in the coffin of stone. From every point the whitewashed sides glare at me, unyielding, inexorable, and in confident assurance of their prey. The darkness of despondency gathers day by day. The hand of despair weighs heavier. At night the screeching of a crow across the river ominously voices the black raven keeping vigil in my heart. The windows in the hallway quake and tremble in the furious wind. Bleak and desolate quakes the day, then another. Weak and apathetic I lie on the bed. Ever further recedes the world of the living. Still day follows night, and life is in the making, but I have no part in the pain and travail. Like a spark from the glowing furnace, flashing through the gloom, and swallowed in the darkness, I have been cast upon the shores of the forgotten. No sound reaches me from the island prison, where beats the fervent heart of the girl. No ray of hope falls across the bars of desolation, but on the threshold of Nirvana life recoils. In the very bowels of torment it cries out to be. Persecution feeds the fires of defiance, and nerves my resolution. Were I an ordinary prisoner, I should not care to suffer all these agonies. To what purpose with my impossible sentence? But my anarchist ideals and traditions rise in revolt against the vampire gloating over its prey. No, I shall not disgrace the cause. I shall not grieve my comrades by weak surrender. I will fight and struggle, and not be daunted by threat or torture. With difficulty I walk to the office for the weekly weighing. My step falters as I approach the scales, and I sway dizzily. As through a mist I see the doctor bending over me, his head pressing against my body. Somehow I reach the basket, mildly wondering why I did not feel the cold air. Perhaps they did not take me through the yard. Is it the block captain's voice? What did you say? Return to your old cell. You're on full diet now. End of section 24.
Section 25 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, Part 2, Chapter 18, The Solitary. 1. Direct to Box A7, Allegheny City, Pennsylvania, March 25th, 1894. Dear Fedja, this letter is somewhat delayed. For certain reasons I missed mail day last month. Prison life, too, has its ups and downs, and just now I am on the downside. We are cautioned to refrain from referring to local affairs. Therefore I can tell you only that I am in solitary, without work. I don't know how long I am to be kept locked up. It may be a month or a year. I hope it will not be the latter. I was not permitted to receive the magazines and delicacies you sent. We may subscribe for the daily papers, and you can easily imagine how religiously I read them from headline to the last ad. They keep me in touch, to some extent, with the living. Blessed be the shades of Gutenberg. Hugo and Zola, even Gogol and Turgenev are in the library. It is like meeting an old friend in a strange land, to find our own Bazarov discoursing, in English. Page after page unfolds the past. The solitary is forgotten. The walls melt away, and again I roam with Leatherstocking in the primitive forest, or sorrow with poor Oliver Twist. But the captain's daughter irritates me, and Pugatchev, the rebellious soul, has turned a caricature in the awkward hands of the translator. And now comes Taras Bulba. Is it our own Taras, the fearless warrior, the scourge of Turk and Tartar? How grotesque is the brave old hetman, storming maledictions against the hated Muslims in long-winded German periods. Exasperated and offended, I turn my back upon the desecration, and open a book of poems. But instead of the requested Robert Burns, I find a volume of Wordsworth. Posies bloom on his pages, and rosebuds scent his rhymes, but the pains of the world's labour wake no chord in his soul. Science and romance, history and travel, religion and philosophy, all come trooping into the cell in irrelevant sequence, for the allowance of only one book at a time limits my choice. The variety of reading affords rich material for reflection, and helps to perfect my English. But some passage in the starry heavens suddenly brings me to earth, and the present is illumined with the direct perception of despair, and the anguished question surges through my mind, what is the use of all this study and learning? And then, but why harrow you with this tenor? I did not mean to say all this when I began. It cannot be undone. The sheet must be accounted for. Therefore it will be mailed to you. But I know, dear friend, you are also not bedded on roses. And the poor sailor? My space is all. Alex. 2. The lengthening chain of days in the solitary drags its heavy links through every change of misery. The cell is suffocating with the summer heat. Rarely does the fresh breeze from the river steal a caress upon my face. On the pretext of a draught, the unfriendly guard has closed the hall windows opposite my cell. Not a breath of air is stirring. The leaden hours of the night are insufferable, with the foul odour of the perspiration and excrement of 1,000 bodies. Sleepless, I toss on the withered mattress. The ravages of time and the weight of many inmates have demoralized it out of all semblance of a bed-tick. But the block captain persistently ignores my request for new straw, directing me to shake it up a bit. I am fearful of repeating the experiment. The clouds of dust almost strangled me. For days the cell remained hazy with the powdered filth. Impatiently I await the morning. The yard door will open before the marching lines, and the fresh air be wafted past my cell. I shall stand ready to receive the precious tonic that is to give me life this day. And when the block has belched forth its striped prey, and silence mounts its vigil, I may improve a favourable moment to exchange a greeting with Johnny Davis. The young prisoner is in solitary on the tier above me. Thrice his request for a high-gear machine has been refused, and the tall youth forced to work doubled over a low table. Unable to exert his best efforts in the cramped position, Johnny has repeatedly been punished with the dungeon. Last week he suffered a hemorrhage. All through the night resounds his hollow cough. Desperate with the dread of consumption, Johnny has refused to return to work.
The warden, relenting in a kindly mood, permitted him to resume his original high machine. But the boy has grown obdurate. He is determined not to go back to the shop whose officer caused him so much trouble. The prison discipline takes no cognizance of the situation. Regularly every Monday the torture is repeated. The youth is called before the deputy and assigned to the hosiery department. The unvarying refusal is followed by the dungeon, and then Johnny is placed in the solitary, to be cited again before the warden the ensuing Monday. I chafe at my helplessness to aid the boy. His course is suicidal, but the least suggestion of yielding enrages him. "I'll die before I give in," he told me. From whispered talks through the waste pipe I learned the sad story of his young life. He is 19, with a sentence of 5 years before him. His father, a brakeman, was killed in a railroad collision. The suit for damages was dragged through years of litigation, leaving the widow destitute. Since the age of 14, young Johnny had to support the whole family. Lately he was employed as the driver of a delivery wagon, associating with a rough element that gradually drew him into gambling. One day a shortage of $12 was discovered in the boy's accounts. The mills of justice began to grind, and Johnny was speedily clad in stripes. In vain I strive to absorb myself in the library book. The shoddy heroes of Laura Jean wake no response in my heart. The superior beings of Corelli, communing with mysteriously heavenly circles, stalk by, strange and inhuman. Here in the cell above me cries and moans the terrible tragedy of reality. What a monstrous thing it is that the whole power of the Commonwealth, all the machinery of government, is concentrated to crush this unfortunate atom. Innocently guilty, too, the poor boy is. Ensnared by the gaming spirit of the time, the feeble creature of vitiating environment, his fate is sealed by a moment of weakness. Yet his deviation from the path of established ethics is but a faint reflection of the lives of the men that decreed his doom. The hypocrisy of organized society, the very foundation of its existence, rests upon the negation and defiance of every professed principle of right and justice. Every feature of its face is a caricature, a travesty upon the semblance of truth. The whole life of humanity a mockery of the very name. Political mastery based on violence and Jesuitry. Industry gathering the harvest of human blood. Commerce ascendant on the ruins of manhood. Such is the morality of civilization. And over the edifice of this stupendous perversion the law sits enthroned, and religion weaves the spell of awe, and varnishes right and puzzles wrong, and bids the cowering helot intone, "Thy will be done." Devoutly Johnny goes to church, and prays forgiveness for his sins. The prosecutor was very hard on him, he told me. The blind mole perceives only the immediate, and is embittered against the persons directly responsible for his long imprisonment. But greater minds have failed to fully grasp the iniquity of the established. My beloved Burns, even, seems inadequate, powerfully as he moves my spirit, with his deep sympathy for the poor, the oppressed. But man's inhumanity to man is not the last word. The truth lies deeper. It is economic slavery, the savage struggle for a crumb, that has converted mankind into wolves and sheep. In liberty and communism none would have the will or the power to make countless thousands mourn. Verily, it is the system rather than individuals that is the source of pollution and degradation. My prison-house environment is but another manifestation of the Midas hand, whose cursed touch turns everything to the brutal service of Mammon. Dullness fawns upon cruelty for advancement. With savage joy the shop-foreman cracks his whip for his meed of the gold-transmuted blood. The famished bodies in stripe, the agonized brains reeling in the dungeon night, the men buried in basket and solitary. What human hand would turn the key upon a soul in utter darkness, but for the dread of a like fate, and the shadow it casts before? This nightmare is but an intensified replica of the world beyond, the larger prison locked with the levers of greed, guarded by the spawn of hunger. My mind reverts insistently to the life outside.
It is a Herculean task to rouse apathy to the sordidness of its misery, yet if the people would but realize the depths of their degradation, and be informed of the means of deliverance, how joyously they would embrace anarchy! Quick and decisive would be the victory of the workers against the handful of their despoilers, an hour of sanity freed from prejudice and superstition, and the torch of liberty would flame round the world, and the banner of equality and brotherhood be planted upon the hills of a regenerated humanity. Ah, if the world would but pause for one short while, and understand, and become free! Involuntarily I am reminded of the old rabbinical lore. Only one instant of righteousness, and Messiah would come upon earth. The beautiful promise had strongly appealed to me in the days of childhood. The merciful God requires so little of us, I had often pondered. Why will we not abstain from sin and evil for just the twinkling of an eyelash? For weeks I went about weighed down with the grief of impenitent Israel refusing to be saved, my eager brain pregnant with projects of hastening the deliverance. Like a divine inspiration came the solution. At the stroke of the noon hour, on a preconcerted day, all the men and women of the Jewry throughout the world should bow in prayer. For a single stroke of time, all at once, behold, the Messiah come! In agonizing perplexity I gazed at my Hebrew tutor shaking his head. How his kindly smile quivered dismay into my thrilling heart. The children of Israel could not be saved thus, he spoke sadly. Nay, not even in the most circumspect manner, affording our people in the farthest corners of the earth time to prepare for the solemn moment. The Messiah will come, the good tutor kindly consoled me. It had been promised. But the hour hath not arrived, he quoted. No man hath the power to hasten the steps of the deliverer. With a sense of sobering sadness, I think of the new hope, the revolutionary Messiah. Truly the old rabbi was wise beyond his ken. It hath been given to no man to hasten the march of delivery. Out of the people's need, from the womb of their suffering must be born the hour of redemption. Necessity alone, with its iron heel, will spur numb misery to effort, and waken the living dead. The process is tortuously slow, but the gestation of a new humanity cannot be hurried by impatience. We must bide our time, meanwhile preparing the workers for the great upheaval. The errors of the past are to be guarded against. Always has apparent victory been divested of its fruits and paralyzed into defeat, because the people were fettered by their respect for property, by the superstitious awe of authority, and by reliance upon leaders. These ghosts must be cast out, and the torch of reason lighted in the darkness of men's minds, ere blind rebellion can rend the midway clouds of defeat, and sight the glory of the social revolution and the beyond. 3. A heavy nightmare oppresses my sleep. Confused sounds ring in my ears and beat upon my head. I wake in nameless dread. The cell-house is raging with uproar. Crash after crash booms through the hall. It thunders against the walls of the cell, then rolls like some monstrous drum along the galleries and abruptly ceases. In terror I cower on the bed. All is deathly still. Timidly I look around. The cell is in darkness, and only a faint gaslight flickers unsteadily in the corridor. Suddenly a cry cuts the silence, shrill and unearthly, bursting into wild laughter, and again the fearful thunder, now bellowing from the cell above, now muttering menacingly in the distance, then dying with a growl. And all is hushed again, and only the unearthly laughter rings through the hall. "Johnny! Johnny!" I call in alarm. "Johnny!" "The kid's in the hole," comes hoarsely through the privy. "This is Horse Thief. Is that you, Alec?" "Yes, what is it, Bob?" "Someone breaking up housekeeping." "Who?" "Can't tell. Maybe Smithy." "What's Smithy, Bob?" "Crazy Smith on Crank Row. Look out now. They're coming." The heavy doors of the rotunda groan on their hinges. Shadow-like giant figures glide past my cell. They walk inaudibly, felt-soled and portentous, the long riot clubs rigid at their sides. Behind them others, and then the warden, a large revolver gleaming in his hand. With bated breath I listen, conscious of the presence of other men at the doors. Suddenly wailing and wild laughter pierce the night. There is the rattling of iron, violent scuffling, the sickening thud of a falling body, and all is quiet. Noiselessly the bread cart flits by. The huge shadows,
bending over the body stretched on the boards. The gong booms the rising hour. The morning sun glints a ray upon the bloody trail in the hall, and hides behind the gathering mist. A squad of men in grey and black is marched from the yard. They kneel on the floor, and with sand and water scour the crimson flagstones. With great relief I learn that Crazy Smithy is not dead. He will recover, the rangeman assures me. The doctor bandaged the man's wounds, and then the prisoner, still unconscious, was dragged to the dungeon. Little by little I glean his story from my informant. Smith has been insane, at times violently, ever since his imprisonment, about 4 years ago. His partner, Burns, has also become deranged through worry over his sentence of 25 years. His madness assumed such revolting expression that the authorities caused his commitment to the insane asylum, but Smith remains on Crank Row, the warden insisting that he is shamming to gain an opportunity to escape. 4. The rare snatches of conversation with the old rangeman are events in the monotony of the solitary. Owing to the illness of Bob, communication with my friends is almost entirely suspended. In the forced idleness the hours grow heavy and languid, the days drag in unvarying sameness. By violent efforts of will I strangle the recurring thought of my long sentence, and seek forgetfulness in reading. Volume after volume passes through my hands, till my brain is steeped with the printed word. Page by page I recite the history of the Holy Church, the lives of the fathers and the saints, or read aloud to hear a human voice. The mythology of Greece and India, mingling with it, for the sake of variety, a few chapters from Mill and Spencer. But in the midst of an intricate passage in the unknowable, or in the heart of a difficult mathematical problem, I suddenly become aware of my pencil drawing familiar figures on the library slate. 22 times 12 equals 264. What is this, I wonder? And immediately I proceed, in semi-conscious manner, to finish the calculation. 264 times 30 equals 7,920 days. 7,920 times 24 equals 190,080 hours. 190,080 times 60 equals 11,404,800 minutes. 11,404,800 times 60 equals 648,288,000 seconds. But the next moment I am aghast at the realization that my computation allows only 30 days per month, whereas the year consists of 365, sometimes even of 366 days, and again I repeat the process, multiplying 22 by 365, and am startled to find that I have almost 700 million seconds to pass in the solitary. From the official calendar alongside of the rules, the cheering promise faces me. Good conduct shortens time. But I have been repeatedly reported and punished. They will surely deprive me of the commutation. With great care I figure out my allowance. 1 month on the first year, 1 on the second, 2 on the third and fourth, 3 on the 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th, 4 months good time on each succeeding year. I shall therefore have to serve 15 years and 3 months in this place, and then 11 months in the workhouse. I have been here now 2 years. It still leaves me 14 years and 2 months, or more than 5,170 days. Appalled by the figures, I pace the cell in agitation. It is hopeless. It is folly to expect to survive such a sentence, especially in view of the warden's persecution and the petty tyranny of the keepers. Thoughts of suicide and escape, wild fantasies of unforeseen developments in the world at large that will somehow result in my liberation, all struggle in confusion, leaving me faint and miserable. My absolute isolation holds no promise of deliverance. The days of illness and suffering fill me with anguish. With a sharp pang I observe the thinning of my hair. The evidence of physical decay rouses the fear of mental collapse, insanity. I shudder at the terrible suggestion, and lash myself into a fever of irritation with myself, the rangeman, and every passing convict, my heart seething with hatred of the warden, the guards, the judge, and that unembodied, shapeless, but inexorable and merciless thing, the world. In the moments of reacting calm I apply myself to philosophy and science, determinedly, with the desperation born of horror.
but the dread ghost is ever before me. It follows me up and down the cell, mocks me with the wild laughter of Crazy Smith in the stillness of the night, and with the moaning and waking of my neighbour suddenly gone mad. End of Section 25. Section 26 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, Part 2, Chapter 19. Memory Guests. Often the chaplain pauses at my door and speaks words of encouragement. I feel deeply moved by his sympathy, but my revolutionary traditions forbid the expression of my emotions. A cog in the machinery of oppression, he might mistake my gratitude for the obsequiousness of the fawning convict. But I hope he feels my appreciation in the simple thank you. It is kind of him to lend me books from his private library, and occasionally also permit me an extra sheet of writing paper. Correspondence with the girl and the twin, and the unfrequent exchange of notes with my comrades, are the only links that still bind me to the living. I feel weary and life-worn, indifferent to the trivial incidents of existence that seem to hold such exciting interest for the other inmates. Old Sammy, the rangeman, grown nervous with the approach of liberty, inverts 100 opportunities to unburden his heart. All day long he limps from cell to cell, pretending to scrub the door-sills or dust the bars, meanwhile chattering volubly to the solitaries. Listlessly I suffer the oft-repeated recital of the news, elaborately discussed and commented upon with impassioned earnestness. He interrupts his anathemas upon the rotten food and the thieving murderers to launch into enthusiastic details of the meal he will enjoy on the day of release, the imprisoned friends he will remember with towels and handkerchiefs. But he grows pensive at the mention of the folks at home. The old woman died of a broken heart. The boys have not written a line in 3 years. He fears they have sold the little farmhouse and flown to the city. But the joy of coming freedom drives away the sad thought, and he mumbles hopefully, I'll see, and rejoices in being alive and still good for a while, and then abruptly changes the conversation and relates minutely how that poor crazy Dick was yesterday found hanging in the cell, and he the first to discover him, and to help the guards cut him down. And last week he was present when the physician tried to revive the little Dago, and if the doctor had only returned quicker from the theatre, poor Joe might have been saved. He took a fit, and the screws jest let him lay, waiting for the doc, they says. Hope they don't kill me yet, he comments, hobbling away. The presence of death daunts the thought of self-destruction. Ever stronger asserts itself the love of life. The will to be roots deeper. But the hope of escape recedes with the ebbing of my vitality. The constant harassing has forced the discontinuation of the blossoms. The eccentric Warden seems to have conceived a great fear of an anarchist conspiracy. Special orders have been issued, placing the trio under extraordinary surveillance. Suspecting our clandestine correspondence, yet unable to trace it, the authorities have decided to separate us, in a manner excluding all possibility of communication. Apparently, I am to be continued in the solitary indefinitely, while Nold is located in the south wing, and Bauer removed to the furthest cell on an upper gallery in the north block. The precious magazine is suspended, and only the daring of the faithful horse-thief enables us to exchange an occasional note. Amid the fantastic shapes cast by the dim candlelight, I pass the long winter evenings. The prison day between 7 a.m. and 9 p.m. I divide into 3 parts, devoting 4 hours each to exercise, English, and reading, the remaining 2 hours occupied with meals and cleaning up. Surrounded by grammars and dictionaries borrowed from the chaplain, I absorb myself in a sentence of Shakespeare, dissecting each word, studying origin and derivation, analyzing prefix and suffix. I find moments of exquisite pleasure in tracing some simple expression through all the vicissitudes of its existence to its Latin or Greek source. In the history of the corresponding epoch, I seek the people's joys and tragedies, contemporary with the fortunes of the world. Philology, with the background of history, leads me into the pastures of mythology and comparative religion, through the mazes of metaphysics and warring philosophies, to rationalism and evolutionary science. Oblivious of my environment, I walk with the disciples of Socrates, flee Athens with the persecuted Diagoras, the atheist, and listen in ecstasy to the sweet-voiced lute of Arion, or with Suetonius,
I pass in review the 12 Caesars, and weep with the hostages swelling the triumph of the eternal city. But on the very threshold of Cleopatra's boudoir, about to enter with the intrepid Mark Antony, I am met by 3 giant slaves with the command, A7, hands up, step out to be searched. For days my enfeebled nerves quiver with the shock. With difficulty I force myself to pick up the thread of my life amid the spirits of the past. The placid waters have been disturbed, and all the miasma of the quagmire seethes towards the surface and fills my cup with the bitterness of death. The release of old Sammy stirs me to the very depths. Many prisoners have come and gone during my stay. With some I merely touched hands as they passed in the darkness and disappeared, leaving no trace in my existence. But the old rangeman, with his smiling eyes and fervid optimism, has grown dear to me. He shared with me his hopes and fears, divided his extra slice of cornbread, and strove to cheer me in his own homely manner. I miss his genial presence. Something has gone out of my life with him, leaving a void, saddening, gnawing. In thought I follow my friend through the gates of the prison, out into the free, the alluring outside, the charmed circle that holds the promise of life and joy and liberty. Like a horrible nightmare the sombre walls fade away, and only a dark shadow vibrates in my memory, like a hidden menace, faint, yet ever present and terrible. The sun glows brilliant in the heavens, shell-like wavelets float upon the azure, and sweet odours are everywhere about me. All the longing of my soul wells up with violent passion, and in a sudden transport of joy I fling myself upon the earth, and weep and kiss it in prayerful bliss. The candle sputters, hisses, and dies. I sit in the dark. Silently lifts the veil of time. The little New York flat rises before me. The girl is returning home, the roses of youth grown pallid amid the shadows of death. Only her eyes grow firmer and deeper, a look of challenge in her saddened face. As on an open page I read the suffering of her prison experience, the sharper lines of steadfast purpose. The joys and sorrows of our mutual past unfold before me, and again I live in the old surroundings. The memorable scene of our first meeting, in the little café at Sachs, projects clearly. The room is chilly in the November dusk, as I return from work and secure my accustomed place. One by one the old habitués drop in, and presently I am in a heated discussion with 2 Russian refugees at the table opposite. The door opens, and a young woman enters. Well knit, with the ruddy vigour of youth, she diffuses an atmosphere of strength and vitality. I wonder who the newcomer may be. 2 years in the movement have familiarized me with the personnel of the revolutionary circles of the metropolis. This girl is evidently a stranger. I am quite sure I have never met her at our gatherings. I motion to the passing proprietor. He smiles, anticipating my question. "You want to know who the young lady is?" he whispers. "I'll see. Somehow I find myself at her table. Without constraint we soon converse like old acquaintances, and I learn that she left her home in Rochester to escape the stifling provincial atmosphere. She is a dressmaker, and hopes to find work in New York. I like her simple, frank confidence. The comrade on her lips thrills me. She is one of us, then. With a sense of pride in the movement, I enlarge upon the activities of our circle. There are important meetings shot to attend, many people to meet. Hasselmann is conducting a course in sociology. Schultze is giving splendid lectures. "Have you heard Most?" I ask suddenly. "No? You must hear our grand old man. He speaks tomorrow. Will you come with me?" Eagerly I look forward to the next evening, and hasten to the café. It is frosty outdoors as I walk the narrow dark streets in animated discussion with Comrade Rochester. The ancient sidewalks are uneven and cracked in spots crusted with filth. As we cross Delancey Street, the girl slips and almost falls, when I catch her in my arms just in time to prevent her head striking the curbstone. "You have saved my life." She smiles at me, her eyes dancing vivaciously. With great pride I introduce my new friend to the intelligentsia of the ghetto among the exiles of the colony. Ah, the exultation, the joy of being! The whole history of revolutionary Russia is mirrored in our circles. Every shade of temperamental nihilism and political view is harboured there. I see Hartmann, surrounded by the halo of conspirative mystery. At his side is the Veliko-Russian, with flowing beard and powerful frame, of the older generation, of the Narodo-Voilitsi. And there is Shevitz, big and broad of feature, the typical Dvoryanin, who has cast in his lot with the proletariat.
The line of contending faiths is not drawn sharply in the colony. Cain is amongst us, stentorian of voice and bristling with aggressive vitality. Solotaroff, his pale student face peculiarly luminous. Miller, poetically eloquent, and his strangely named brother Brandes, looking consumptive from his experience in the Odessa prison. Timmerman and Alenikov, Rinke and Weinstein, all are united in enthusiasm for the common cause. Types from Turgenev and Chernyshevsky, from Dostoevsky and Nekrasov, mingle in the seeming confusion of reality, individualized with varying shade and light. And other elements are in the colony, the splashed quivers of the simmering waters of Tsardom, shapes in the making, still being kneaded in the mould of old tradition and new environment. Who knows what shall be the amalgam, some day to be recast by the master hand of a new Turgenev. Often the solitary hours are illumined by scenes of the past. With infinite detail I live again through the years of the inspiring friendship that held the girl, the twin, and myself in the closest bonds of revolutionary aspiration and personal intimacy. How full of interest and rich promise was life in those days, so far away, when after the hours of humiliating drudgery in the factory I would hasten to the little room in Suffolk Street, small and narrow with its diminutive table and solitary chair. The cage-like bedroom would be transfigured into the sanctified chamber of fate, holding the balance of the world's wheel. Only two could sit on the little cot, the third on the rickety chair, and if somebody else called we would stand around the room, filling the air with the glowing hope of our young hearts, in the firm consciousness that we were hastening the steps of progress, advancing the glorious dawn. The memory of life outside intensifies the misery of the solitary. I brood over the uselessness of my suffering. My mission in life terminated with the Attentat. What good can my continued survival do? My propagandistic value as a living example of class injustice and political persecution is not of sufficient importance to impose upon me the duty of existence, and even if it were, the almost 3 years of my imprisonment have served the purpose. Escape is out of consideration. So long as I remain constantly under lock and key, the subject of special surveillance. Communication with Nold and Bauer, too, is daily growing more difficult. My health is failing fast. I am barely able to walk. What is the use of all this misery and torture? What is the use? In such moments I stand on the brink of eternity. Is it sheer apathy and languor that hold the weak thread of life, or nature's law and the inherent spirit of resistance? Were I not in the enemy's power, I should unhesitatingly cross the barrier, but as a pioneer of the cause I must live and struggle. Yet life without activity or interest is terrifying. I long for sympathy and affection. With an aching heart I remember my comrades and friends, and the girl. More and more my mind dwells upon tender memories. I wake at night with a passionate desire for the sight of a sweet face, the touch of a soft hand. A wild yearning fills me for the women I have known, as they pass in my mind's eye, from the time of my early youth to the last kiss of feminine lips. With a thrill I recall each bright look and tender accent. My heart beats tumultuously as I meet little Nadja on the way to school, pretending I do not see her. I turn around to admire the golden locks floating in the breeze, when I surprise her stealthily watching me. I adore her secretly, but proudly decline my chum's offer to introduce me. How foolish of me! But I know no timid shrinking as I wait, on a cold winter evening, for our neighbour's servant girl to cross the yard, and how unceremoniously I embrace her. She is not a Barishnya. I need not mask my feelings. And she is so primitive. She accuses me of knowing things not fit for a boy of my age. But she kisses me again, and passion wakes at the caress of the large, coarse hand. My Eldridge Street platonic sweetheart stands before me, and I tingle with every sensual emotion of my first years in New York. Out of the New Haven days rises the image of Luba, sweeping me with an unutterable longing for the unattained. And again I live through the experiences of the past, passionately visualizing every detail, with images that flatter my erotic palate, and weave exquisite allurement about the urge of sex. End of Section 26. Section 27 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, Part 2, Chapter 20. A Day in the Cell House. 1. To K and G. Good news.
I was let out of the cell this morning. The coffee boy on my range went home yesterday, and I was put in his place. It's lucky the old deputy died. He was determined to keep me in solitary. In the absence of the warden, Benny Greaves, the new deputy, told me he will risk giving me a job, but he has issued strict orders I should not be permitted to step into the yard. I'll therefore still be under special surveillance, and I shall not be able to see you. But I am in touch with our faithful, and we can now resume a more regular correspondence. Over a year in solitary, it's almost like liberty to be out of the cell. 2. My position as a coffee boy affords many opportunities for closer contact with the prisoners. I assist the rangeman in taking care of a row of 64 cells situated on the ground floor, and lettered K. Above it are, successively, I, H, G, and F, located on the yard side of the cell house. On the opposite side, facing the river, the ranges are labelled A, B, C, D, and E. The galleries form parallelograms about each double cell row, bridged at the centre. They permit easy access to the several ranges. The 10 tiers, with a total of 640 cells, are contained within the outer stone building, and comprise the north block of the penitentiary. It connects with the south wing by means of the rotunda. Cell ranges, south block. The bottom tiers A and K serve as receiving ranges. Here every new arrival is temporarily celled before he is assigned to work, and transferred to the gallery occupied by his shop fellows. On these ranges are also located the men undergoing special punishment in basket and solitary. The lower end of the 2 ranges is designated Bughouse Row. It contains the cranks, among whom are classed inmates in different stages of mental aberration. My various duties of sweeping the hall, dusting the cell doors, and assisting at feeding enable me to become acquainted and to form friendships. I marvel at the inadequacy of my previous notions of the criminal. I resent the presumption of science that pretends to evolve the intricate convolutions of a living human brain out of the shape of a digit cut from a dead hand, and labels it criminal type. Daily association dispels the myth of the species and reveals the individual. Growing intimacy discovers the humanity beneath fibres coarsened by lack of opportunity and brutalized by misery and fear. There is one Reddy Butch, a rosy-cheeked young fellow of 21, as frank-spoken a boy as ever honoured a striped suit. A jolly criminal is Butch, with his irrepressible smile and gay song. He was just dying to take his girl for a ride, he relates to me. But he couldn't afford it. He earned only $7 per week. As butcher's boy, he always gave his mother every penny he made. But the girl kept taunting him because he couldn't spend anything on her. And I goes to work and swipes a rig, and say, Alec, you ought to see me drive to me girl's house, big like. In I goes. Put on your glad duds, Kate, I says. I'll give you the drive of your life. And I did. You bet your sweet life I did, ha ha. But when he returned the rig to its owner, Butch was arrested. Just a prank, your honour, I says to the judge. What do you think, Alec? Thought I'd die when he said 3 years. That was foolish, of course, but there's no use crying over spilt milk. But you know, the worst of it is, me girl went back on me. Wouldn't that jar you, eh? Well, I'll try hard to forget the minx. She's a sweet girl, though, you bet. Ha ha ha. And there is young Rush, the descendant of the celebrated family of the great American physician. The delicate features, radiant with spirituality, bear a striking resemblance to Shelley. The limping gait recalls the tragedy of Byron. He is in for murder. He sits at the door, an open book in his hands. The page is moist with the tears silently trickling down his face. He smiles at my approach, and his expressive eyes light up the darkened cell, like a glimpse of the sun breaking through the clouds. He was wooing a girl on a summer night. The skiff suddenly upturned. Right opposite here, he points to the river, near McKee's Rocks. He was dragged out, unconscious. They told him the girl was dead, and that he was her murderer. He reaches for the photograph on his table, and bursts into sobs. Daily I sweep the length of the hall, advancing from cell to cell with deliberate stroke, all the while watching for an opportunity to exchange a greeting with the prisoners. My mind reverts to poor Wingie. How he cheered me in the first days of misery, how kind he was. In gentler tones I speak to the unfortunates, and encourage the new arrivals.
or indulge some demented prisoner in a harmless whim. The dry sweeping of the hallway raises a cloud of dust, and loud coughing follows in my wake. Taking advantage of the old block captain's cold in the head, I cautiously hint at the danger of germs lurking in the dust-laden atmosphere. "A little wet sawdust on the floor, Mr. Mitchell, and you wouldn't catch cold so often." Capital idea, he thinks, and thereafter I guard the precious supply under the bed in my cell. In little ways I seek to help the men in solitary. Every trifle means so much. Long Joe, the rangeman, whose duty it is to attend to their needs, is engrossed with his own troubles. The poor fellow is serving 25 years, and he is much worried by Wild Bill and Big Head Wilson. They are constantly demanding to see the warden. It is remarkable that they are never refused. The guards seem to stand in fear of them. Wild Bill is a self-confessed invert, and there are peculiar rumours concerning his intimacy with the warden. Recently Bill complained of indigestion, and a guard sent me to deliver some delicacies to him. "From the warden's table," he remarked with a sly wink, and Wilson is jocularly referred to as the deputy, even by the officers. He is still in stripes, but he seems to wield some powerful influence over the new deputy. He openly defies the rules, upbraids the guards, and issues orders. He is the warden's runner, clad with the authority of his master. The prisoners regard Bill and Wilson as stools, and cordially hate them, but none dare offend them. Poor Joe is constantly harassed by Deputy Wilson. There seems to be bitter enmity between the two on account of a young prisoner who prefers the friendship of Joe. Worried by the complex intrigues of life in the block, the rangeman is indifferent to the unfortunates in the cells. Butch is devoured by bedbugs, and Praying Andy's mattress is flattened into a pancake. The simple-minded lifetimer is being neglected. He has not yet recovered from the assault by Johnny Smith, who hit him on the head with a hammer. I urge the rangeman to report to the captain the need of bedbugging Butch's cell, of supplying Andy with a new mattress, and of notifying the doctor of the increasing signs of insanity among the solitaries. 3. Breakfast is over. The lines form in lockstep and march to the shops. Broom in hand, rangeman and assistants step upon the galleries and commence to sweep the floors. Officers pass among the tiers, closely scrutinizing each cell. Now and then they pause, facing a delinquent. They note his number and unlock the door, and the prisoner joins the sick line on the ground floor. One by one the men augment the row. They walk slowly, bent and coughing, painfully limping down the steep flights. From every range they come, the old and decrepit, the young consumptives, the lame and asthmatic, a tottering old negro, an idiotic white boy. All look withered and dejected, a ghastly line, palsied and blear-eyed, blanched in the valley of death. The rotunda door opens noisily, and the doctor enters, accompanied by Deputy Warden Greaves and Assistant Deputy Hopkins. Behind them is a prisoner, dressed in dark grey and carrying a medicine-box. Dr. Boyce glances at the long line and knits his brow. He looks at his watch, and the frown deepens. He has much to do. Since the death of the senior doctor, the young graduate is the sole physician of the big prison. He must make the rounds of the shops before noon, and visit the patients in the hospital before the warden or the deputy drops in. Mr. Greaves sits down at the officer's desk near the hall entrance. The assistant deputy, pad in hand, places himself at the head of the sick line. The doctor leans against the door of the rotunda facing the deputy. The block officers stand within call, at respectful distances. 255, the assistant deputy calls out. A slender young man leaves the line and approaches the doctor. He is tall and well-featured, the large eyes lustrous in the pale face. He speaks in a hoarse voice. "Doctor, there's something the matter with my side. I have pains, and I cough bad at night and in the morning." "All right," the doctor interrupts without looking up from his notebook. "Give him some salts," he adds, with a nod to his assistant. "Next," the deputy calls. "Will you please excuse me from the shop for a few days?" the sick prisoner pleads, a tremor in his voice. The physician glances questioningly at the deputy. The latter cries impatiently, "Next! Next man!" striking the desk twice in quick succession with the knuckles of his hand. "Return to the shop," the doctor says to the prisoner. "Next!" the deputy calls, spurting a stream of tobacco juice in the direction of the cuspidor. It strikes sideways and splashes over the foot of the approaching new patient, a young negro, his neck covered with bulging tumours. "Number?" the doctor inquires. 137, A137, the deputy mumbles, his head thrown back to receive a fresh handful of scrap tobacco. "Guess I's got the big neck." "I is, Mr. Boyce," the negro says hoarsely. "Salts. Return to work. Next. A126. A young man with a parchment-like face, sere and yellow, walked painfully from the line. "Doctor, I seem to be getting worser, and I'm afraid—" "What's the trouble?" "Pains in the stomach, getting so terrible I—" "Give him a plaster. Next." "Plaster, hell!" The prisoner breaks out in a fury, his face growing livid. "Look at this, will you?" With a quick motion he pulls his shirt up to his head. His chest and back are entirely covered with porous plasters. Not an inch of skin is visible. "Damn your plasters," he cries, with sudden sobs. "I ain't got no more room for plasters. I'm pretty near dying, and you won't do nothing for me." The guards pounce upon the man and drag him into the rotunda. One by one the sick prisoners approach the doctor. He stands, head bent, penciling, rarely glancing up. The elongated, ascetic face wears a preoccupied look. He drawls mechanically in monosyllables. "Next. Number. Salts. Plaster. Salts. Next." Occasionally he glances at his watch. His brows knit closer, the heavy furrow deepens, and the austere face grows more severe and rigid. Now and then he turns his eyes upon the deputy warden, sitting opposite, his jaws incessantly working, a thin stream of tobacco trickling down his chin and heavily streaking the grey beard. Cheeks protruding, mouth full of juice, the deputy mumbles unintelligently, turns to expectorate, suddenly shouts "Next!" and gives 2 quick knocks on the desk, signalling to the physician to order the man to work. Only the withered and the lame are temporarily excused, the deputy striking the desk thrice to convey the permission to the doctor. Dejected and forlorn, the sick line is conducted to the shops, coughing and wheezing and moaning, only to repeat the ordeal the following morning. Quite often, breaking down at the machine or fainting at the task, the men are carried on a stretcher to the hospital to receive a respite from the killing toil, a short intermission, or a happier, eternal reprieve. The lame and the feeble, too withered to be useful in the shops, are sent back to their quarters and locked up for the day. Only these, the permitted delinquents, the insane, the men in solitary, and the sweepers, remain within the inner walls during working hours. The pall of silence descends upon the house of death. 4. The guards creep stealthily along the tiers. Officer George Dean, lank and tall, tiptoes past the cells, his sharply hooked nose in advance, his evil-looking eyes peering through the bars, scrutinizing every inmate. Suddenly the heavy jaws snap. "Hey, you! 11:39! On the bed again! What? Sick! Hell! No dinner!" Noisily he pretends to return to the desk in front, quietly steals into the niche of a cell door, and stands motionless, alertly listening. A suppressed murmur proceeds from the upper galleries. Cautiously the guard advances, hastily passes several cells, pauses a moment, and then quickly steps into the center of the hall, shouting, "Cells 47, K, I, H, talking through the pipe. Gotcha this time, all right." He grins broadly as he returns to the desk and reports to the block captain. The guards ascend the galleries, levers are pulled, doors opened with a bang, and the 3 prisoners are marched to the office. For days their cells remain vacant. The men are in the dungeon. Gaunt and cadaverous, Guard Hughes makes the rounds of the tiers on a tour of inspection. With bleary eyes sunk deep in his head, he gazes intently through the bars. The men are out at work. Leisurely he walks along, stepping from cell to cell, here tearing a picture off the wall, there gathering a few scraps of paper. As I pass along the hall, he slams a door on the range above and appears upon the gallery. His pockets bulge with confiscated goods. He glances around as the deputy enters from the yard. "Hey, Jasper!" the guard calls. The coloured trustee scampers up the stairs. "Take this to the front." The officer hands him a dilapidated magazine, 2 pieces of cornbread, a little square of cheese, and several candles that some weak-eyed prisoner had saved up by sitting in the dark for weeks. "Show it to the deputy," the officer says in an undertone. "I'm doing business all right." The trustee laughs boisterously. Yassa, dat yo sure am." The guard steps into the next cell, throwing a quick look to the front. The deputy is disappearing through the rotunda door. The officer casts his eye about the cell. The table is littered with magazines and papers. A piece of matting, stolen from the shops, is on the floor. On the bed are some bananas and a bunch of grapes. Forbidden fruit. The guard steps back to the gallery, a faint smile on his thin lips. He reaches for the heart-shaped wooden block hanging above the cell. It bears the legend, painted in black, A480. On the reverse side, the officer reads, "Collins, Hamilton, dated—" His watery eyes strain to decipher the pencil marks, paled by the damp, whitewashed wall. "Jasper," he calls, "come up here." The trustee hastens to him. "You know who this man is, Jasper? A480? I sure knows. Dat am Hamilton, the bank bezzler." "Where's he working?" "What he want to work for. He am the captain's clerk. In the office, he am." "All right, Jasper." The guard carefully closes the clerk's door and enters the adjoining cell. It looks clean and orderly. The stone floor is bare, the bedding smooth. The library book, tin can, and plate are neatly arranged on the table. The officer ransacks the bed, throws the blankets on the floor, and stamps his feet upon the pillow in search of secreted contraband. He reaches up to the wooden shelf on the wall and takes down the little bag of scrap tobacco, the weekly allowance of the prisoners. He empties a goodly part into his hand, shakes it up, and thrusts it into his mouth. He produces a prison plug from his pocket, bites off a piece, spits in the direction of the privy and yawns, looks at his watch, deliberates a moment, spurts a stream of juice into the corner, and cautiously steps out on the gallery. He surveys the field, leans over the railing, and squints at the front. The chairs at the officer's desk are vacant. The guard retreats into the cell, yawns and stretches, and looks at his watch again. It is only 9 o'clock. He picks up the library book, listlessly examines the cover, flings the book on the shelf, spits disgustedly, then takes another chew, and sprawls down on the bed. 5. At the head of the hall, Senior Officer Woods and Assistant Deputy Hopkins sit at the desk. Of superb physique and glowing vitality, Mr. Woods wears his new honours as captain of the block with aggressive self-importance. He has recently been promoted from the shop to the charge of the north wing, on the morning shift, from 5 a.m. to 1 p.m. Every now and then he leaves his chair, walks majestically down the hallway, crosses the open centre, and returns past the opposite cell row. With studied dignity he resumes his seat and addresses his superior, the assistant deputy, in measured, low tones. The latter listens gravely, his head slightly bent, his sharp grey eyes restless above the heavy-rimmed spectacles. As Mr. Hopkins, angular and stoop-shouldered, rises to expectorate into the nearby sink, he espies the shining face of Jasper on an upper gallery. The assistant deputy smiles, produces a large apple from his pocket, and holding it to view, asks, "How does this strike you, Jasper?" "Looks to this nigger like a watermelon, Colonel." Woods struggles to suppress a smile. Hopkins laughs, and motions to the negro. The trustee joins him at the desk. "I'll bet the coon could get away with this apple in 2 bites," the assistant deputy says to Woods. "Hardly possible," the latter remarks doubtfully. "You don't know this darky, Scott," Hopkins rejoins. "I know him for the last, 15, 18, 20 years. That's when you first came here, eh, Jasper?" "Yes, sir, about that." "In the old prison, then?" Woods inquires. "Yes, of course. You was there, Jasper, when Shoebox Miller got out, wasn't you?" "You remember good, Colonel. That I was, sure enough. And mighty slick it was, bless me, to have himself nailed in that shoebox and make his getaway." "Yes, and this is your 4th time since then, I believe." No, sir. There you am wrong, Colonel. You reminiscent damn bad. This just 3 times. Just 3. "Come off, it's 4. "3, Colonel. No more." "Do you think, Mr. Hopkins, Jasper could eat the apple in 2 bites?" Woods reminds him. "I'm sure he can. There's nothing in the eating line this coon couldn't do. Here, Jasper, you get the apple if you make it in 2 bites. Don't disgrace me now." The negro grins. "Pretty big, Colonel, but I'm going to try powerful hard." With a heroic effort he stretches his mouth till his face looks like a veritable cavern, reaching from ear to ear and edged by large shimmering tusks. With both hands he inserts the big apple, and his sharp teeth come down with a loud snap. He chews, quickly, swallows, repeats the performance, and then holds up his hands. The apple has disappeared. The assistant deputy roars with laughter. "What did I tell you, eh, Scott? What did I tell you? Ho, ho, ho!" The tears glisten in his eye. They amuse themselves with the negro trustee by the hour. He relates his experiences, tells humorous anecdotes, and the officers are merry. Now and then Deputy Warden Greaves drops in. Wood rises. "Have a seat, Mr. Greaves." That's all right, Scott," the deputy mumbles, his eye searching for the cuspidor. "Sit down, Scott. I'm as young as any of you." With mincing step he walks into the first cell, reserved for the guards, pulls a bottle from his hip pocket, takes several quick gulps, wobbles back to the desk, and sinks heavily into Wood's seat. "Jasper, go bring me a chew." He turns to the trustee. "Yes, sir." "Scrap, deputy?" "Yeah, nip a plug, too." Yes, sir, immediately." "What are you men doing here?"
The deputy blusters at the two subordinates. Woods frowns, squares his shoulders, glances at the deputy, and then relaxes into a dignified smile. Assistant Hopkins looks sternly at the deputy warden from above his glasses. "That's all right, Greaves," he says familiarly, a touch of scorn in his voice. "Say, you should have seen that nigger Jasper swallow a great big apple in 2 bites, as big as your head, I'll swear. That show?" The deputy nods sleepily. The negro comes running up with a paper of scrap in one hand, a plug in the other. The deputy slowly opens his eyes. He walks unsteadily to the cell, remains there a few minutes, and returns with both hands fumbling at his hip pocket. He spits viciously at the sink, sits down, fills his mouth with tobacco, glances at the floor, and demands hoarsely, "Where's all them spittoons, you men?" "Just being clean, Mr. Greaves," Wood replies. "Cleaned? Oh, it's the same story. I ordered you." "Ordered? Hey, bring spittoon, Jasper." He wags his head drowsily. "He means he ordered spittoons by the wagon load," Hopkins says with a wink at Woods. "It was the very first order he gave me when he became deputy, after Jimmy Payne died. I tell you, Scott, we won't soon see another deputy like old Jimmy. He was deputy, all right, every inch of him. Wouldn't stand for the old man, the warden, interfering with him either. Not like this here." He points contemptuously at the snoring Greaves. "Here, Benny." He raises his voice and slaps the deputy on the knee. "Here's Jasper with your spittoon." Greaves wakes with a start and gazes stupidly about. Presently, noticing the trusty with a large cuspidor, and spurts a long jet at it. "Say, Jasper," Hopkins calls to the retiring negro, "the deputy wants to hear that story you told us a while ago about you got the left hind foot of a she-rabbit on a moonlit night in a graveyard." "Who should I want to hear it?" The deputy bristles, suddenly wide awake. "Yes, you do, Greaves. The rabbit foot brings good luck, you know. This coon here wears it on his neck. Show it to the deputy, Jasper." Prisoner Wilson, the warden's favourite messenger, enters from the yard. With quick, energetic step he passes the officers at the desk, entirely ignoring their presence, and walks nonchalantly down the hall, his unnaturally large head set close upon the heavy, almost neckless shoulders. "Hey, you, Wilson, what are you after?" the deputy shouts after him. Without replying, Wilson continues on his way. "Deputy Wilson," the negro jeers, with a look of hatred and envy. Assistant Deputy Hopkins rises in his seat. "Wilson," he calls with a quiet sternness, "Mr. Greaves is speaking to you. Come back at once." His face purple with anger, Wilson retraces his steps. "What do you want, deputy?" he demands savagely. The deputy looks uneasy and fidgets in his chair, but catching the severe eye of Hopkins, he shouts vehemently, "What do you want in the block?" "On Captain Edward S. Wright's business," Wilson replies with a sneer. "Well, go ahead, but next time I call you, you better come back." "The warden told me to hurry. I'll report to him that you detained me with an idle question," Wilson snarls back. "That'll do, Wilson," the assistant deputy warns him. "Wait till I see the captain," Wilson growls as he departs. "If I had my way, I'd knock his damn block off," the assistant mutters. "Such impudence in a convict cannot be tolerated," Wood comments. "The captain won't hear a word against Wilson," the deputy says meekly. Hopkins frowns. They sit in silence. The negro busies himself, wiping the yellow-stained floor around the cuspidor. The deputy ambles stiffly to the open cell. Woods rises, steps back to the wall, and looks up to the top galleries. No one is about. He crosses to the other side and scans the bottom range. Long and dismal stretches the hall, in melancholy white and grey, the gloomy cell building brooding in the centre like some monstrous hunchback without life or motion. Woods resumes his seat. "Quiet as a church," he remarks with evident satisfaction. "You're doing well, Scott," the deputy mumbles. "Doing well." A faint metallic sound breaks upon the stillness. The officers prick up their ears. The rasping continues and grows louder. The negro trusty tiptoes up the tiers. "Somebody with his spoon on the door," the deputy remarks indifferently. The block captain motions to me. "See who's rapping there, will you?" I walk quickly along the hall. By keeping close to the wall, I can see up to the doors of the third gallery. Here and there a nose protrudes in the air, the bleached face glued to the bars, the eyes glassy. The rapping grows louder as I advance. "Who is it?" I call. "Up here, 18C. "Is that you, Ed?" "Yes, got a bad hemorrhage. Tell the screw I must see the doctor." I run to the desk. "Mr. Woods," I report. "18C got a hemorrhage. Can't stop it. He needs the doctor." "Let him wait," the deputy growls. "Doctor hour is over. He should have reported in the morning." The assistant deputy flares up. "What shall I tell him, Mr. Woods?" I ask. "Nothing. Get back to your cell."
"Perhaps you better go up and take a look, Scott," the deputy suggests. Mr. Woods strides along the gallery, pauses a moment at 18C, and returns. "Nothing much. A bit of blood. I ordered him to report on sick list in the morning." A middle-aged prisoner with confident bearing and polished manner enters from the yard. It is the French Count, one of the clerks in the front office.
"Good morning, gentlemen."
He greets the officers. He leans familiarly over the deputy's chair, remarking, "I've been hunting half an hour for you. The captain is a bit ruffled this morning. He is looking for you." The deputy hurriedly rises. "Where is he?" he asks anxiously. "In the office, Mr. Greaves. You know what's about?" "What? Quick now." "They caught Wild Bill right in the act, out in the yard there, back of the shed." The deputy stumps heavily out into the yard. "Who's the kid?" The assistant deputy inquires, an amused twinkle in his eye. "Bobby." "Who? That boy in the whitewash gang?" "Yes, Fatty Bobby." The clatter on the upper tier grows loud and violent. The sick man is striking his tin can on the bars and shaking the door. Woods hastens to C-18. "You stop that, you hear?" he commands angrily. "I'm sick. I want the doctor." "This isn't doctor hour. You'll see him in the morning." "I may be dead in the morning. I want him now." "You won't see him, that's all. You keep quiet there." Furiously the prisoner raps on the door. The hall reverberates with hollow booming. The block captain returns to the desk, his face crimson. He whispers to the assistant deputy. The latter nods his head. Wood claps his hands, deliberately, slowly. 1, 2, 3. Guards hurriedly descend from the galleries and advance to the desk. The rangemen appear at their doors. "Everybody to his cell. Officers, lock him in," Woods commands. "You can stay here, Jasper," the assistant deputy remarks to the trustee. The rangemen step into their cells. The levers are pulled. The doors locked. I hear the tread of many feet on the third gallery. Now they cease, and all is quiet. "C-18, step out here." The door slams. There is noisy shuffling and stamping, and the dull, heavy thuds of striking clubs. A loud cry and a moan. They drag the prisoner along the range and down the stairway. The rotunda door creaks, and the clamour dies away. A few minutes elapse in silence. Now someone whispers through the pipes. Insane solitaries bark and crow. Loud coughing drowns the noises, and then the rotunda door opens with a plaintive screech. The rangemen are unlocked. I stand at the open door of my cell. The negro trustee dusts and brushes the officers, their backs and arms covered with whitewash as if they had been rubbed against the wall, their clothes cleaned and smoothed. The guards loll in the chairs and sit on the desk. They look somewhat ruffled and flustered. Jasper enlarges upon the piquant gossip. Wild Bill, notorious invert and protégé of the Warden, he relates, had been hanging around the kids from the stocking shop. He has been after Fatty Bobby for quite a while, and he's forever pestering Lady Sally, and young Davis, too. The guards are astir with curiosity. They ply the negro with questions. He responds eagerly, raises his voice, and gesticulates excitedly. There is merriment and laughter at the officer's desk. 6. Dinner hour is approaching. Officer Grist, in charge of the kitchen squad, enters a cell-house. Behind him, a score of prisoners carry large wooden tubs filled with steaming liquid. The negro trustee, his nostrils expanded and eyes glistening, sniffs the air and announces with a grin, "Duke's mixture for dinner today." The scene becomes animated at the front. Tables are noisily moved about. The tin plate rattles, and men talk and shout. With a large ladle the soup is dished out from the tubs, and the pans, bent and rusty, stacked up in long rows. The deputy warden flounces in, splutters some orders that remain ignored, and looks critically at the dinner pans. He produces a pocket knife and ambles along the tables, spearing a potato here, a bit of floating vegetable there. Guard Hughes, his inspection of the cells completed, saunters along, casting greedy eyes at the food. He hovers about, waiting for the deputy to leave. The latter stands, hands dug into his pockets, short legs wide apart, scraggy beard keeping time with the moving jaws. Guard Hughes winks at one of the kitchen men and slinks into an open cell. The prisoner fusses about, pretends to move the empty tubs out of the way, and then quickly snatches a pan of soup and passes it to the guard. Negro Jasper, alert and watchful, strolls by Woods, surreptitiously whispering. The officer walks to the open cell and surprises the guard, his head thrown back, the large pan covering his face. Woods smiles disdainfully. The prisoners giggle and chuckle. Chief Jim, the head cook, a Pittsburgh saloon-keeper serving 12 years for murder, promenades down the range.
Large-bellied and white-capped, he wears an air of prosperity and independence. With swelling chest, stomach protruding, and hand wrapped in his dirty apron, the chief walks leisurely along the cells, nodding and exchanging greetings. He pauses at a door. It's cell 9A. The fat kid. Jim leans against the wall, his back toward the dinner tables. Presently his hand steals between the bars. Now and then he glances toward the front and steps closer to the door. He draws a large bundle from his bosom, hastily tears it open, and produces a piece of cooked meat, several raw onions, some cakes. One by one he passes the delicacies to the young prisoner, forcing them through the narrow openings between the bars. He lifts his apron, fans the door-sill, and carefully wipes the ironwork. Then he smiles, casts a searching look to the front, grips the bars with both hands, and vanishes into the deep niche. As suddenly he appears to view again. He takes several steps, then pauses at another cell. Standing away from the door, he speaks loudly and laughs boisterously, his hands fumbling beneath the apron. Soon he leaves, advancing to the dinner tables. He approaches the range man, lifts his eyebrows questioningly, and winks. The man nods affirmatively, and retreats into his cell. The chief dives into the bosom of his shirt and flings a bundle through the open door. He holds out his hand, whispering, 2 bits. Broke now? Be sure you pay me tomorrow. That steak there's worth a plunk. The gong tolls the dinner hour. The negro trustee snatches 2 pans and hastens away. The guards unlock the prisoners, excepting the men in solitary, who are deprived of the sole meal of the day. The line forms in single file and advances slowly to the tables. Then, pan in hand, the men circle the block to the centre, ascend the galleries, and are locked in their cells. The loud tempo of many feet marching in step sounds from the yard. The shop workers enter, receive the pan of soup, and walk to the cells. Some sniff the air, make a wry face, and pass on empty-handed. There is much suppressed murmuring and whispering. Gradually the sounds die away. It is the noon hour. Every prisoner is counted and locked in. Only the trustees are about. 7. The afternoon brings a breath of relief. Old Jimmy Mitchell, rough-spoken and kind, heads the second shift of officers, on duty from 1 till 9 p.m. The venerable captain of the block trudges past the cells, stroking his flowing white beard, and profusely swearing at the men. But the prisoners love him. He frowns upon clubbing, and discourages trouble-seeking guards. Head downward, he thumps heavily along the hall on his first round of the bottom ranges. Presently a voice hails him. "Oh, Mr. Mitchell, come here, please." "Damn your soul to hell," the officer rages. "Don't you know better than to bother me when I'm counting, eh? Shut up now. God damn you, you've mixed me all up." He returns to the front and begins to count again, pointing his finger at each occupied cell. This duty over, and his report filed, he returns to the offending prisoner. "What the hell do you want, Butch?" "Mr. Mitchell, my shoes are on the bum. I'm walking on my socks." "Where the devil do you think you're going anyhow, to a ball?" "Papa Mitchell, be good now, won't you?" the youth coaxes. "Go take a thump to yourself, will you?" The officer walks off, heavy-browed and thoughtful, but pauses a short distance from the cell to hear Butch mumbling discontentedly. The block captain retraces his steps, and facing the boy, storms at him. "What did you say? Damn the old skunk? That's what you said, eh? You come on out of there." With much show of violence, he inserts the key into the lock, pulls the door open with a bang, and hails a passing guard. "Mr. Kelly, quick, take this loafer out and give him a pair of shoes." He starts down the range, when someone calls from an upper tier. Jimmy, come on up here." "Now, Jimmy, you damn carcass for you," the old man bellows angrily. "Where the hell are you?" "Here, I'm B, 20B, right over you." The officer steps back to the wall and looks up toward the second gallery. "What in the name of Jesus Christ do you want, Slim?" "Awful cramps in me stomach. Get me some cramp mixture, Jim." "Cramps in your head, that's what you got, you big bum, you. Where the hell do you get your cramp mixture when you were spilling around in a freight car, eh?" "I got booze then," the prisoner retorts. "Like hell you did. You were damn lucky to get a lousy handout at the back door, you ornery pimple on God's good earth." "The hell you say? A handout was a damn sight better than the rotten slush I get here. I wouldn't have a bellyache if it wasn't for the hogwash they gave us today." "Lay down now, you talk like a horse's rosette." It's the old man's favourite expression, in his rich vocabulary of picturesque metaphor and simile. But there is no sting in the brusque speech, no rancour in the scowling eyes. On the way to the desk he pauses to whisper to the block trustee, "John, you better run down to the dispensary and get that big stiff some cramp mixture." Happening to glance into a cell, Mitchell notices a new arrival, a bald-headed man, his back against the door. "Hey, you!" the block captain shouts at him, startling the green prisoner off his chair. "Take that bald thing out of there, or I'll run you in for indecent exposure."
He chuckles at the man's fright, like a boy pleased with a naughty prank, and ascends the upper tiers. Duster in hand, I walk along the range. The guards are engaged on the galleries, examining cells, overseeing the moving of the newly graded inmates to the south wing, or chatting with the trustees. The chairs at the officer's desk are vacant. Keeping alert watch on the rotunda doors, I walk from cell to cell, whiling away the afternoon hours in conversation. Johnny, the friendly runner, loiters at the desk, now and then glancing into the yard and giving me the office by sharply snapping his fingers to warn me of danger. I ply the duster diligently, while the deputy and his assistants linger about, surrounded by the trustees imparting information gathered during the day. Gradually they disperse, called into a shop where a fight is in progress, or nosing about the kitchen and assiduously killing time. The coast is clear, and I return to pick up the thread of interrupted conversation. But the subjects of common interest are soon exhausted. The oft-repeated tirade against the rotten grub, the stale punk, and the hogwash, vehement cursing of the brutal screws, the stomach-robber of a warden, and the unreliability of his promises, the exchange of gossip, and then back again to berating the food and the treatment. Within the narrow circle runs the interminable tale, coloured by individual temperament, intensified by the length of sentence. The whole is dominated by a deep sense of unmerited suffering and bitter resentment, often breathing dire vengeance against those whom they consider responsible for their misfortune, including the police, the prosecutor, the informer, the witnesses, and in rare instances the trial judge. But as the longed-for release approaches, the note of hope and liberty rings clearer, stronger, with the swelling undercurrent of frank and irrepressible sex desire. End of Section 27. Section 28 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist, Part 2, Chapter 21. The Deeds of the Good to the Evil. The new arrivals are forlorn and dejected, a look of fear and despair in their eyes. The long-timers among them seem dazed, as if with some terrible shock, and fall upon the bed in stupor-like sleep. The boys from the reformatories, some mere children in their teens, weep and moan and tremble at the officer's footstep. Only the repeaters and old-timers preserve their composure, scoff at the fresh fish, nod at old acquaintances, and exchange vulgar pleasantries with the guards. But all soon grow nervous and irritable, and stand at the door, leaning against the bars, an expression of bewildered hopelessness or anxious expectancy on their faces. They yearn for companionship, and are pathetically eager to talk, to hear the sound of a voice, to unbosom their heavy hearts. I am minutely familiar with every detail of their case, their life history, their hopes and fears. Through the endless weeks and months on the range, their tragedies are the sole subject of conversation. A glance into the mournful faces, pressed close against the bars, and the panorama of misery rises before me. The cell-house grows more desolate, bleaker, the air gloomier, and more depressing. There is Giuseppe, his bright eyes lighting up with a faint smile as I pause at his door. "Hello, Alec," he greets me in his sweet, sad voice. He knows me from the jail. His father and elder brother have been executed, and he commuted to life because of youth. He is barely 18, but his hair has turned white. He has been acting queerly of late. At night I often hear him muttering and walking incessantly and muttering. There is a peculiar look about his eyes, restless, roving. "Alec," he says suddenly, "me want to tell you something. You no tell nobody, yes?" Assured I'll keep his confidence, he begins to talk quickly, excitedly. "Nobody there, Alec? No screw? Shh! Last night me see my brother. Yes, see Gianni. Jesu Christu, me see my poor brother in the cellar here, and then me father he come. Brother and father, they stay there, on the floor, and so quiet, like a dead. And then they come and lay down in my bed. Oh, Jesu Christu, me so fraid, me cry and pray. You not know what it mean? No? Me tell you, it mean me die soon." His eyes glow with a sombre fire, a hectic flush on his face. He knits his brows, as I essay to calm him, and continues hurriedly. "Shh! Wait till me tell you all. You know what for my father and Gianni come out of the grave? Me tell you. They call it for revenge, 'cause they innocente. Me tell you truth. See, we all work in the mine, the coal mine. Me and my father and Gianni. All work hard and make $1, maybe $1.25 a day. And big American man, him come and bother my father. My father, him no want a trouble. Him old man, no bother nobody. And the American man, him make a $2 and maybe $2.50 a day. And him bother my father all the time, bother him and kick him to the legs, and steal my brother's shovel, and hide father's hat, and make a trouble for my countrymen, and call us dirty dagos. And one day him and 2 Irish, they all drunk, and smash my father, an American man, an Irish holler, Dago S.O.B., afraid of fight. And the American man, him take a bigger pickaxe and wanna hit my father, and my father him run, and me and my brother and friend we fight, and American man him fall, and we all go way home. Then please come and arrest me and father and brother, and say we kill a American man. Me and my brother no use knife, maybe my friend do. Me no know, him no arresta, him go home in Italia. My father and brother they save $9 to $7, and me save 25, and got a layer. Him no good, and no talk much in court. We poor men, no can take case in other court, and father him hang, and Gianni hang, and me get life. My father and brother they come last night from the grave, 'cause they innocente and want a revenge, and me got a mek revenge. Me no rest, got a... The sharp snapping of Johnny the runner warns me of danger, and I hastily leave. The melancholy figures line the doors as I walk up and down the hall. The blanched faces peer wistfully through the bars, or lean dejectedly against the wall, a vacant stare in the dim eyes. Each calls to mind the stories of misery and distress, the scenes of brutality and torture I witness in the prison house. Like ghastly nightmares the shadows pass before me. There is silent Nick, restlessly pacing his cage, never ceasing, his lips sealed in brutish muteness. For 3 years he has not left the cell, nor uttered a word. The stolid features are cut and bleeding. Last night he had attempted suicide, and the guards beat him and left him unconscious on the floor. There is crazy Hunky, the Austrian. Every morning as the officer unlocks his door to hand in the loaf of bread, he makes a wild dash for the yard, shouting, "Me wife! Where's me wife?" He rushes toward the front and desperately grabs the door handle. The double iron gate is securely locked, a look of blank amazement on his face. He slowly returns to the cell. The guards await him with malicious smile. Suddenly they rush upon him, blackjacks in hand. "Me wife! Me seen her!" the Austrian cries. The blood gushing from his mouth and nose, they kick him into the cell. "Me wife waiting in the yard," he moans. In the next cell is Tommy Wellman. Adjoining him, Jim Grant. They are boys recently transferred from the reformatory. They cower in the corner, in terror of the scene. With tearful eyes they relate their story. Orphans in the slums of Allegheny, they have been sent to the reform school at Morganza for snatching fruit off a corner stand. Maltreated and beaten, they sought to escape. Childishly they set fire to the dormitory, almost in sight of the keepers. "I says to me chum, says I," Tommy narrates with boyish glee, "Kid, says I, let's fire the lousy joint. There'll be lots of fun, and we'll make our getaway in the excitement." They were taken to court, and the good judge sentenced them to 5 years to the penitentiary. "Glad to get out of that dump," Tommy comments. "It was just fierce. They paddled and starved us something terrible." In the basket cell, a young colored man grovels on the floor. It is Lancaster, number 8523. He was serving 7 years, and working every day in the mat shop. Slowly the days passed, and at last the longed-for hour of release arrived. But Lancaster was not discharged. He was kept at his task, the warden informing him that he had lost 6 months of his good time for defective work. The light-hearted negro grew sullen and morose. Often the silence of the cell-house was pierced by his anguished cry in the night, "My time's up! Time's up! I want to go home." The guards would take him from the cell and place him in the dungeon. One morning, in a fit of frenzy, he attacked Captain McVeigh, the officer of the shop. The captain received a slight scratch on the neck, and Lancaster was kept chained to the wall of the dungeon for 10 days. He returned to the cell, a drivelling imbecile. The next day they dressed him in his citizen clothes, Lancaster mumbling, "Going home, going home." The warden and several officers accompanied him to court, on the way coaching the poor idiot to answer yes to the question, "Do you plead guilty?" He received 7 years, the extreme penalty of the law, for the attempted murder of a keeper. They brought him back to the prison and locked him up in a basket cell, the barred door covered with a wire screen that almost entirely excludes light and air. He receives no medical attention, and is fed on a bread and water diet. The witless negro crawls on the floor, unwashed and unkempt, scratching with his nails fantastic shapes on the stone, and babbling stupidly, "Going, Jesus, going to Jerusalem. See, he rides the holy ass. He's going to his father's home. Going home, going home." As I pass he looks up, perplexed wonder on his face. His brows meet in a painful attempt to collect his wandering thoughts, and he drawls with pathetic sing-song, "Going home, Jesus going to father's home." Guards raise their hands to their nostrils as they approach the cell. The poor imbecile evacuates on the table, the chair, and the floor. Twice a month he is taken to the bathroom. His clothes are stripped, and the hose is turned on the crazy Negro. The cell of little Sammy is vacant. He was number 9521, a young man from Altoona. I knew him quite well. He was a kind boy and a diligent worker, but now and then he would fall into a fit of melancholy. He would then sit motionless on the chair, a blank stare on his face, neglecting food and work. These spells generally lasted 2 or 3 days, Sammy refusing to leave the cell. Old Jimmy McPain, the dead deputy, on such occasions commanded the prisoner to the shop, while Sammy sat and stared in a daze. McPain would order the stubborn kid to the dungeon, and every time Sammy got his head working, he was dragged, silent and motionless, to the cellar. The new deputy has followed the established practice, and last evening, at music hour, while the men were scraping their instruments, little Sammy was found on the floor of the cell, his throat hacked from ear to ear. At the coroner's inquest, the warden testified that the boy was considered mentally defective, that he was therefore excused from work and never punished. Returning to my cell in the evening, my gaze meets the printed rules on the wall. The prison authorities desire to treat every prisoner in their charge with humanity and kindness. The aim of all prison discipline is, by enforcing the law, to restrain the evil and to protect the innocent from further harm, to so apply the law upon the criminal as to produce a cure from his moral infirmities by calling out the better principles of his nature. End of Section 28. Section 29 of Prison Memoirs of an Anarchist. 2. Chapter 22. The Grist of the Prison Mill. 1. The comparative freedom of the range familiarizes me with the workings of the institution, and brings me in close contact with the authorities. The personnel of the guards is of very inferior character. I find their average intelligence considerably lower than that of the inmates. Especially does the element recruited from the police and the detective service lack sympathy with the unfortunates in their charge. They are mostly men discharged from city employment because of habitual drunkenness or flagrant brutality and corruption. Their attitude toward the prisoners is summed up in coercion and suppression. They look upon the men as will-less objects of iron-handed discipline, exact unquestioning obedience and absolute submissiveness to peremptory whims, and harbour personal animosity towards the less pliant. The more intelligent among the officers scorn inferior duties, and crave advancement. The authority and remuneration of a deputy wardenship is alluring to them, and every keeper considers himself the fittest for the vacancy. But the coveted prize is awarded to the guard most feared by the inmates, and most subservient to the warden, a direct incitement to brutality on the one hand, to sycophancy on the others. A number of the officers are veterans of the Civil War. Several among them had suffered incarceration in Libby prison. These often manifest a more sympathetic spirit. The great majority of the keepers, however, have been employed in the penitentiary from 15 to 25 years. Some even for a longer period, like Officer Stewart, who has been a guard for 40 years. This element is unspeakably callous and cruel. The prisoners discuss among themselves the ages of the old guards, and speculate on the days allotted them. The death of one of them is hailed with joy. Seldom they are discharged. Still more seldom do they resign. The appearance of a new officer sheds hope into the dismal lives. New guards, unless drafted from the police bureau, are almost without exception lenient and forbearing, often exceedingly humane. The inmates vie with each other in showing complaisance to the candidate. It is a point of honour in their unwritten ethics to treat him white. They frown upon the fellow convict who seeks to take advantage of the green screw by misusing his kindness. or exploiting his ignorance of the prison rules. But the older officers secretly resent the infusion of new blood. They strive to discourage the applicant by exaggerating the dangers of the position and depreciating its financial desirability for an ambitious young man. They impress upon him the warden's unfairness to the guards and the lack of opportunity for advancement. Often they dissuade the new man, and he disappears from the prison horizon. But if he persists in remaining, the old keepers expostulate with him in pretending friendliness upon his leniency, chide him for a soft-hearted tenderfoot, and improve every opportunity to initiate him into the practices of brutality. The system is known in the prison as breaking in. The new man is constantly drafted in the clubbing squad, the older officers setting the example of cruelty. Refusal to participate signifies insubordination to his superiors and the shirking of routine duty, and results in immediate discharge. But such instances are extremely rare. Within the memory of the oldest officer, Mr. Stewart, it happened only once, and the man was sickly. Slowly the poison is instilled into the new guard. Within a short time the prisoners notice the first signs of change. He grows less tolerant and chummy, more irritated and distant. Presently he feels himself the object of espionage by the favourite trustees of his fellow officers. In some mysterious manner the warden is aware of his every step, berating him for speaking unduly long to this prisoner, or for giving another half a banana, the remnant of his lunch. In a moment of commiseration and pity, the officer is moved by the tearful pleadings of misery to carry a message to the sick wife or child of a prisoner. The latter confides the secret to some friend, or carelessly brags of his intimacy with the guard, and soon the keeper faces the warden on charges, and is deprived of a month's pay. Repeated misplacement of confidence, occasional betrayal by a prisoner seeking the good graces of the warden, and the new officer grows embittered against the species convict. The instinct of self-preservation, harassed and menaced on every side, becomes more assertive, and the guard is soon drawn into the vortex of the system. 2. Daily I behold the machinery at work, grinding and pulverizing, brutalizing the officers, dehumanizing the inmates. Far removed from the strife and struggle of the larger world, I yet witness its miniature replica, more agonizing and merciless, within the walls. A perfected model it is, this prison life, with its apparent uniformity and dull passivity, but between the torpid surface smoulder the fires of being, now crackling faintly under a dun, smothering smoke, now blazing forth with the ruthlessness of despair. Hidden by the veil of discipline rages the struggle of fiercely contending wills, and intricate meshes are woven in the quagmire of darkness and suppression. Intrigue and counterplot, violence and corruption, are rampant in cell-house and shop. The prisoners spy upon each other, and in turn upon the officers. The latter encourages the trustees in unearthing the secret doings of the inmates, and the stools enviously compete with each other in supplying information to the keepers. Often they deliberately inveigle the trustful prisoner into a fake plot to escape, help and encourage him in the preparations, and at the critical moment denounce him to the authorities. The luckless man is severely punished, usually remaining in utter ignorance of the intrigue. The provocateur is rewarded with greater liberty and special privileges. Frequently his treachery proves the stepping-stone to freedom, aided by the warden's official recommendation of the model prisoner to the State Board of Pardons. The stools and the trustees are an essential element in the government of the prison. With rare exception, every officer has one or more on his staff. They assist him in his duties, perform most of his work, and make out the reports for the illiterate guards. Occasionally they are even called upon to help the clubbing squad. The more intelligent stools enjoy the confidence of the deputy and his assistants, and thence advance to the favour of the warden. The latter places more reliance upon his favourite trustees than upon the guards. "I have about 100 paid officers to keep watch over the prisoners," the warden informs new applicant, "and 200 volunteers to watch both." The volunteers are vested with unofficial authority, often exceeding that of the inferior officers. They invariably secure the sinecures of the prison, involving little work, and affording opportunity for espionage. They are runners, messengers, yard and office men. Other desirable positions, clerkships and the like, are awarded to influential prisoners, such as bankers, embezzlers, and boodlers. These are known in the institution as holding political jobs. Together with the stools, They are scorned by the initiated prisoners as the pets. The professional craftiness of the con-man stands him in good stead in the prison. A shrewd judge of human nature, quick-witted and self-confident, he applies the practised cunning of his vocation to secure whatever privileges and perquisites the institution affords. His evident intelligence and aplomb powerfully impress the guards. His well-affected deference to authority flatters them. They are awed by his wonderful facility of expression and great attainments in the mysterious world of baccarat and confidence games. At heart they envy the high priest of easy money, and are proud to befriend him in his need. The officers exert themselves to please him, secure light work for him, and surreptitiously favour him with delicacies, and even money. His game is won. The con has now secured the friendship and confidence of his keepers, and will continue to exploit them by pretended warm interest in their physical complaints, their family troubles, and their whispered ambition of promotion and fear of the warden's discrimination. The more intelligent officers are the easiest victims of his wiles, but even the higher officials, more difficult to approach, do not escape the confidence man. His business has perfected his sense of orientation. He quickly rends the veil of appearance and scans the undercurrents. He frets at his imprisonment and hints at high social connections. His real identity is a great secret. He wishes to save his wealthy relatives from public disgrace. A careless slip of the tongue betrays his college education. With a deprecating nod he confesses that his father is a state senator. He is the only black sheep in his family, yet they are good to him, and will not disown him, but he must not bring notoriety upon them. Eager for special privileges and the liberty of the trustees, or fearful of punishment, the con-man matures his campaign. He writes a note to a fellow prisoner. With much detail and thorough knowledge of prison conditions, he exposes all the ins and outs of the institution. In elegant English he criticizes the management, dwells upon the ignorance and brutality of the guards, and charges the warden and the board of prison inspectors with graft, individually and collectively. He denounces the warden as a stomach-robber of poor unfortunates. The counties pay from 25 to 30 cents per day for each inmate. The federal government, for its quota of men, 50 cents per person. Why are the prisoners given qualitatively and quantitatively inadequate food, he demands. Does not the state appropriate thousands of dollars for the support of the penitentiary, beside the money received from the counties? With keen scalpel the con-man dissects the anatomy of the institution. One by one he analyzes the industries, showing the most intimate knowledge. The hosiery department produces so and so many dozens of stockings per day. They are not stamped convict-made, as the law requires. The labels attached are misleading, and calculated to decoy the innocent buyer. The character of the product in the several mat shops is similarly an infraction of the statutes of the great state of Pennsylvania for the protection of free labor. The broom shop is leased by contract to a firm of manufacturers known as Lang Brothers. The law expressly forbids contract labor in prisons. The stamp "convict-made" on the brooms is pasted over with a label, concealing the source of manufacture. Thus the con-man runs on in his note. With much show of secrecy he entrusts it to a notorious stool for delivery to a friend. Soon the writer is called before the warden. In the latter's hands is the note. The offender smiles complacently. He is aware the authorities are terrorized by the disclosure of such intimate familiarity with the secrets of the prison-house in the possession of an intelligent, possibly well-connected man. He must be propitiated at all cost. The con-man joins the politicians. The ingenuity of imprisoned intelligence treads devious paths, all leading to the highway of enlarged liberty and privilege. The old-timer, veteran of oft-repeated experience, easily avoids hard labor. He has many friends in the prison, is familiar with the keepers, and is welcomed by them like a prodigal coming home. The officers are glad to renew the old acquaintance and talk over old times. It brings interest into their tedious existence, often as grey and monotonous as the prisoners. The seasoned yeggman, constitutionally and on principle opposed to toil, rarely works. Generally suffering a comparatively short sentence, he looks upon his imprisonment as, in a measure, a rest cure from the wear and tear of tramp life. Above average intelligence, he scorns work in general, prison labour in particular. He avoids it with unstinted expense of energy and effort. As a last resort he plays the jigger card, producing an artificial wound on leg or arm, having every appearance of syphilitic excrescence. He pretends to be frightened by the infection, and prevails upon the physician to examine him. The doctor wonders at the wound, closely resembling the dreaded disease. "Ever had syphilis?" he demands. The prisoner protests indignantly. "Perhaps in the family," the medicus suggests. The patient looks diffident, blushes, cries, "No, never," and assumes a guilty look. The doctor is now convinced the prisoner is a victim of syphilis. The man is excused from work indefinitely. The wily Yegg, now a patient, secures a snap in the yard, and adapts prison conditions to his habits of life. He sedulously courts the friendship of some young inmate, and wins his admiration by ghost stories of great daring and cunning. He puts the boy next to the ropes, and constitutes himself his protector against the abuse of the guards and the advances of other prisoners. He guides the youth's steps through the maze of conflicting rules, and finally initiates him into the higher wisdom of the road. The path of the gun is smoothed by his colleagues in the prison. Even before his arrival, the esprit de corps of the profession is at work, securing a soft berth for the expected friend. If noted for success and skill, he enjoys the respect of the officers and the admiration of a retinue of aspiring young crooks of lesser experience and reputation. With conscious superiority he instructs them in the finesse of his trade, practices them in nimble-fingered touches, and imbues them with the philosophy of the plenitude of succours whom the good God has put upon the earth to afford the thief an honest living. His sentence nearing completion, the gun grows thoughtful, carefully scans the papers, forms plans for his first job, arranges dates with his partners, and gathers messages for their mall buzzers, women thieves. He is gravely concerned with the somewhat roughened condition of his hands, and the possible dulling of his sensitive fingers. He manoeuvres, generally successfully, for lighter work, to limber up a bit, jollies the officers, and cajoles the warden for new shoes, made to measure in the local shops, and insists on the $10 allowance to prisoners received from counties outside of Allegheny. Upon their discharge, prisoners tried and convicted in the county of Allegheny, in which the Western Penitentiary is located, receive only $5. He argues the need of money to leave the state. Often he does leave. More frequently, a number of charges against the man are held in reserve by the police, and he is arrested at the gate by detectives who have been previously notified by the prison authorities. The great bulk of the inmates, accidental and occasional offenders direct from the field, factory, and mine, plod along in the shops, in sullen misery and dread. Day in, day out, year after year, they drudge at the monotonous work, dully wondering at the numerous trustees idling about, while their own heavy tasks are constantly increased. From cell to shop and back again, always under the stern eyes of the guards, their days drag in deadening toil. In mute bewilderment, they receive contradictory orders, unaware of the secret antagonisms between the officials. They are surprised at the new rule making attendance at religious service obligatory, and again at the succeeding order, the desired appropriation for a new chapel having been secured, making church-going optional. They are astonished at the sudden disappearance of the considerate and gentle guard Byers, and anxiously hope for his return, not knowing that the officer who discouraged the underhand methods of the trustees fell a victim to their cabal. 3. Occasionally a bolder spirit grumbles at the exasperating partiality. Released from punishment, he patiently awaits an opportunity to complain to the warden of his unjust treatment. Weeks pass. At last the captain visits the shop. A propitious moment. The carefully trimmed beard frames the stern face in benevolent white, mellowing the hard features and lending dignity to his appearance. His eyes brighten with peculiar brilliancy as he slowly begins to stroke his chin, and then, almost imperceptibly, presses his fingers to his lips. As he passes through the shop, the prisoner raises his hand. "What is it?" the warden inquires, a pleasant smile on his face. The man relates his grievance with nervous eagerness. "Oh, well," the captain claps him on the shoulder, "perhaps a mistake, an unfortunate mistake, but then you might have done something at another time and not been punished." He laughs merrily at his witticism. "It is so long ago, anyhow, we'll forget it," and he passes on. But if the captain is in a different mood, his features harden, the stern eyes scowl, and he says in his clear, sharp tones, "State your grievance in writing, on the printed slip which the officer will give you." The written complaint, deposited in the mailbox, finally reaches the chaplain, and is forwarded by him to the warden's office. There the deputy and the assistant deputy read and classify the slips, placing some on the captain's file and throwing others into the waste-basket, according as the accusation is directed against a friendly or an unfriendly brother officer. Months pass before the prisoner is called for a hearing. By that time he very likely has a more serious charge against the guard who now persecutes the kicker, but the new complaint has not yet been filed, and therefore the hearing is postponed. Not infrequently, men are called for a hearing who have been discharged or died since making the complaint. The persevering prisoner, however, unable to receive satisfaction from the warden, sends a written complaint to some member of the highest authority in the penitentiary, the Board of Inspectors. These are supposed to meet monthly to consider the affairs of the institution, visit the inmates, and minister to their moral needs. The complainant waits, mails several more slips, and wonders why he receives no audience with the inspectors, but the latter remain invisible, some not visiting the penitentiary within a year. Only the secretary of the board, Mr. Reed, a wealthy jeweller of Pittsburgh, occasionally puts in an appearance. Tall and lean, immaculate and trim, he exhales an atmosphere of sanctimoniousness. He walks leisurely through the block, passes a cell with a lithograph of Christ on the wall, and pauses, his hands folded, his eyes turned upwards, lips slightly parted in silent prayer. He inquires of the rangeman, "Whose cell is this?" "A1108, Mr. Reed," the prisoner informs him. It is the cell of Jasper, the coloured trustee, chief stool of the prison. "He is a good man, God bless him," the inspector says, a quaver in his voice. He steps into the cell, puts on his gloves, and carefully adjusts the little looking-glass and the rules hanging awry on the wall. "It offends my eye," he smiles at the attending rangeman. "They don't hang straight." Young Tommy, in the adjoining cell, calls out, "Mr. Officer, please." The inspector steps forward. "This is Inspector Reed," he corrects the boy. "What is it you wish?" "Oh, Mr. Inspector, I've been asking to see you a long time. I wanted—" "You should have sent me a slip. Have you a copy of the rules in the cell, my man?" "Yes, sir." "Can you read?" "No, sir." "Poor boy, did you never go to school?" "No, sir, me mother died when I was a kid. They put me into orphan and then into ref." "And your father?" "I had no father. Mother always said he ran away before I was born." "They have schools in the orphan asylum, also in the reformatory, I believe." "Yep, but they keep me most of the time in punishment. I didn't care for the school nohow." "You were a bad boy. How old are you now?" 17. "What is your name?" "Tommy Wellman." "From Pittsburgh?" "Allegheny. Me mother used to live on the hill near this here dump." "What did you wish to see me about?" "I can't stand the cell, Mr. Inspector. Please let me have some work." "Are you locked up for a cause?" "I smashed a guy in the jaw for calling me names." "Don't you know it's wrong to fight, my little man?" "He said me mother was a bitch. God damn his—" Don't swear. Never take the holy name in vain. It is a great sin. You should have reported the man to your officer, instead of fighting. I ain't no snitch. Will you get me out of the cell, Mr. Inspector?" "You are in the hands of the warden. He is very kind, and he will do what is best for you." "Oh, hell, I'm locked up 5 months now. That's the best he's doing for me." "Don't talk like that to me," the inspector upbraids him severely. "You are a bad boy. You must pray. The good Lord will take care of you." "You get out of here!" The boy bursts out in sudden fury, cursing and swearing. Mr. Reed hurriedly steps back, his face momentarily paling, turns red with shame and anger. He motions to the captain of the block. "Mr. Woods, report this man for impudence to an inspector," he orders, stalking out into the yard. The boy is removed to the dungeon. Oppressed and weary with the scenes of misery and torture, I welcome the relief of solitude as I am locked in the cell for the night. 4. Reading and study occupy the hours of the evening. I spend considerable time corresponding with Nold and Bauer. Our letters are bulky, 10, 15, and 20 pages long. There is so much to say. We discuss events in the world at large, incidents of the local life, the maltreatment of the inmates, the frequent clubbings and suicides, the unwholesome food. I share with my comrades my experiences on the range. They, in turn, keep me informed of occurrences in the shops. Their paths run smoother, less eventful than mine, yet not without much heartache and bitterness of spirit. They, too, are objects of prejudice and persecution. The officer of the shop where Nold is employed has been severely reprimanded for neglect of duty. The warden had noticed Carl, in the company of several other prisoners, passing through the yard with a load of mattings. He ordered the guard never to allow Nold out of his sight. Bauer has also felt the hand of petty tyranny. He has been deprived of his dark clothes and reduced to the stripes for disrespectful behaviour. Now he is removed to the north wing, where my cell is also located, while Nold is in the south wing, in a double cell, enjoying the luxury of a window. Fortunately, though, our friend, the horse thief, is still coffee boy on Bauer's range, thus enabling me to reach the big German. The latter, after reading my notes, returns them to our trusted carrier, who works in the same shop with Carl. Our mail connections are therefore complete, each of us exercising utmost care not to be trapped during the frequent surprises of searching ourselves and persons. Again the Prison Blossoms is revived. Most of the readers of the previous year, however, are missing. Dempsey and Beattie, the Knights of Labour men, have been pardoned, thanks to the multiplied and conflicting confessions of the informer Gallagher, who still remains in prison. D., our poet laureate, has also been released, his short term having expired. His identity remains a mystery, he having merely hinted that he was a scientist of the old school, an alchemist, from which we inferred that he was a counterfeiter. Gradually we recruit our reading public from the more intelligent and trustworthy element. The De Queen strikers renew their subscriptions by contributing paper material. With them join Frank Shea, the philosophic second-story man, George, the prison librarian, Billy Ryan, professional gambler and confidence man, Yale, a specialist in the art of safe-blowing and former university student, the Attorney General, a sharp lawyer, Magazine Alvin, writer and novelist, Jim, from whose ingenuity no lock is secure, and others. M and K act as alternate editors, the rest as contributors. The several departments of the little magazinelet are ornamented with pen and ink drawings, one picturing Dante visiting the Inferno, another sketching a peat man with mask and dark lantern in the act of boring a safe, while a third bears the inscription, "I sometimes hold it half a sin to put in words the grief I feel, for words, like nature, half reveal and half conceal the soul within." The editorials are short, pithy comments on local events, interspersed with humorous sketches and caricatures of the officials. The balance of the Blossoms consists of articles and essays of a more serious character, embracing religion and philosophy, labour and politics, with now and then a personal reminiscence by the second-story man, or some sex experience by Magazine Alvin. One of the associate editors lampoons Billy Goat Benny, the deputy warden. K sketches the shop screw and the trusted prisoner, and G relates the story of the recent strike in his shop, the men's demand for clear pump water instead of the liquid mud tapped from the river, and the breaking of the strike by the exile of a score of rioters to the dungeon. In the next issue, the incident is paralleled with the Pullman car strike, and the punished prisoners eulogized for their courageous stand, someone dedicating an ultra-original poem to the noble sons of Eugene Debs. But the vicissitudes of our existence, the change of location of several readers, the illness and death of 2 contributors, badly disarrange the route. During the winter, K produces a little booklet of German poems, while I elaborate the short Story of Luba, written the previous year, into a novelette, dealing with life in New York and revolutionary circles. Presently, G suggests that the manuscripts might prove of interest to a larger public, and should be preserved. We discuss the unique plan, wondering how the intellectual contraband could be smuggled into the light of day. In our perplexity, we finally take counsel with Bob, the faithful commissary. He cuts the Gordian knot with astonishing levity. "Yous fellows just go ahead and write, and don't bother about nothing. Think I can walk off all right with a team of horses, but ain't got brains enough to get away with a bit of scribbling, eh? Just leave that to the horse thief, and write till you bust the paperwork, see?" Thus encouraged, with entire confidence in our resourceful friend, we give the matter serious thought, and before long we form the ambitious project of publishing a book by M.K.G. In high elation, with new interest in life, we set to work. The little magazine is suspended, and we devote all our spare time, as well as every available scrap of writing material, to the larger purpose. We decide to honor the approaching day, so pregnant with revolutionary inspiration, and as the sun bursts in brilliant splendor on the eastern skies, the 1st of May, 1895, he steals a blushing beam upon the heading of the first chapter, The Homestead Strike. End of Section 29. Recording by Stephen Harvey.